I suck at jiu-jitsu? How do I suck less at jiu-jitsu?
I guess to suck less.
Hey everybody, this is Josh McKinney. I just want to wish you guys a happy new year. Thank you guys for listening to the show and let you guys know that if you missed anything on the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu show this year, then this is the episode for you. The best part about our show is also the worst part about our show. It is how consistent episodes come out. Every single Thursday morning, they come out basically at the exact same time. Sometimes they're longer, sometimes they're shorter, but you know you will wake up on a Thursday morning and get to enjoy some type of jiu-jitsu entertainment. And hopefully it gets you a little better at jiu-jitsu. Hopefully it helps you suck just a little bit less at jiu-jitsu. But the goal is that people who love jiu-jitsu, that they can have entertainment that is jiu-jitsu based. And I think we're starting to get there, but I don't think that there's a lot of people that are focused on entertaining the jiu-jitsu masses, and that's really what we've been focused on. And so today we are going to, of course, have some nice entertaining pieces as always, but what we're going to look at instead is what were some of the biggest things said on the show this year. And obviously this is going to be a very long episode, as you can see, but I really think that this episode will be worth it. I have actually, I had these conversations with these people, and I had forgotten some of the things that had been said. I had forgotten some of the things that I said on some of my solo episodes. And these reminders, I really think are going to be helpful for 2026. We're going to start out in a place that you probably wouldn't expect. If you've listened to every episode of the show, you would think, why wouldn't Josh start with episode 1 of 2025, which was something along the lines, I think the title of the episode was How to Get Your Next Belt in 2025. But the idea was called Quantum Jiu-Jitsu, and it was this idea of how we can kind of stack our training in a way to get better way faster at jiu-jitsu. And so I thought we would start there, but then as I was going through and doing my research, there was a better place to start for this episode. And where we're going to start is with an interview I did earlier in the year with a guy named Jack Taufer. He is a Rickson Gracie black belt. He's been doing jiu-jitsu over 30 years. Really, really interesting guy. Really, really funny guy. But he delivered some ideas on what the belt levels even are and what you should be focused on and what you should be looking at. And I think you guys will really benefit from that. We'll go ahead and we'll listen to this clip together, and then I'll be back to share the next one with you guys. To be really hard. Was there ever a time that you fell away from jiu-jitsu? And then 2, what do you think it was in you that kept you, or around you that kept you doing jiu-jitsu?
So there's times like in my early 20s, I had a job where I was traveling all over the US like nonstop. So I didn't get to train very much. Never lost interest in it. We'd be at different like hotels or different locations, and I would, just show my friends stuff, or we would like wrestle or whatever, and I was trying to submit them. But so it wasn't really formal. That was around like blue belt. And then, then I ended up having a job where I was like back in Salt Lake City or back in Southern California nonstop. And, then I went back to training and stuff. There's a time period where I moved to downtown LA, and I wasn't training that much, but then I found a school and then got back into it. And that was at the early stages of purple belt. So I've definitely had some breaks, and, you get like different like peaks and valleys of interest and like, excitement about it. When I think the last time I competed was at purple belt. I competed in the worlds, and I actually had a job project down in San Diego, and I was training with Salo and Janji for just a few months while I was down there. And then when I came back to Orange County, I was back at my old academy. But when let's see, I think maybe like a big change was at black belt. I really wanted to when I first got my black belt, there was 2 things that I wanted to do. Is that I wanted to learn and get all of the quote unquote white belt moves up to a black belt level. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of cool. I started over in that sense, and it was kind of exciting and reinvigorating because I was like, cool, let me just like master all these things instead of like Podger Gracie and like Hickson, and there's some people that are out there that are just known for fundamentals and they pull it off at the highest level. So that was kind of like a new excitement. But then I started getting really interested in teaching other people at black belt. And so then that's when I first started really teaching. I was at Dave Kama's academy. I've trained with Dave Kama for about 20 years with a couple of those breaks that I mentioned in between. But he got me from blue belt. I showed up, I actually got my blue belt from Pedro Sauer in Utah, moved to Southern California, and then I got my purple, brown, black, first, second, third degree from Dave Kama. And then I don't know, the last 8 years or so, I've been training with Hickson a lot. And I feel like, Dave got me like into college. And then I feel like with Hickson, it's like a PhD program. It's just like this ultra refinement and just like a whole other layer of shit on top of all of it. So that's been really exciting again too. So, I've gone through those, the undulation, like the ups and downs and shit of jiu-jitsu. And then you asked me there was a two-part question, like what was it in me that kept me going through all those times and not just falling off. Growing up, there was two things I cared about was like baseball and skateboarding. I skateboarded ever since I was like 5 years old up into my 20s. But then jiu-jitsu just took over. It's like you'll never know all of it. It's ever evolving. And then your body's changing, whether you're getting stronger or growing, or you're getting weaker and older. So it's like there's all these different challenges that you face. So it's never the same story. Every day it's like a different story. Not to mention the whole game and landscape of jiu-jitsu evolves, so it's like there's always new shit.
So that's really interesting to me because you brought up something that I feel like I've heard different people talk about. I've even kind of done this same thing in my jiu-jitsu, but I wonder, and I'm sure you have a perspective on it, but what is it that makes fundamental, like the very basic core parts of jiu-jitsu for someone coming up and starting and going through the belts almost boring and mundane, but it's so common that you hear these black belts want to then go on a quest as a black belt and say, I want to, I love how you put it, get to black belt in these white belt moves. What is it that you think causes that? Because I've heard this story, I've experienced this story, but I don't really understand why we have to get to black belt to decide to focus on those things.
Yeah, I don't know. Like purple belt's like a really fun belt because it's like you're in the big boy league, you know what I mean? And you're dangerous to anyone. And like you're dangerous to black belts. Like, if you sleep on a purple belt, you might, you can get in like some real trouble. So purple belt's fun because you're good, but like brown belt, it's like now you're in the fucking like the big league. So you get this, like, I don't know, that's just an example. You get this, like, it's kind of like a fun belt to be at because you don't have the responsibility of technically being like the upper belts, and you get to play, and then it's like this whole landscape of stuff is out there and you get to just like discover new stuff. And really at purple belt, it's, to me, that's kind of where you really start developing your game. You know what I mean? At blue belt, you're just kind of just doing what you're told. And then you start master that and you get into purple belt and you're setting up combos and you're getting your systems and you know what you're good at and things like that. And so it's just kind of like a fun thing. So it's like the world's your oyster, and you like, maybe you want to, you start seeing some guy that you want to emulate, or you like that guy, or he's like the current champion or whatever. And so I'm gonna go try that. Like I'm gonna experiment with that. And then, but at brown belt, I feel like you're kind of like set in your ways and you're trying to get experience. Like they say at purple belt, you pretty much know as much as a black belt. Brown belt, I feel like you have your game cemented and stuff like that. And I really feel like the difference between brown belt and black belt is experience. Like, you know when to push, when to relax, exactly, you work on your strategies. And then at black belt, you're just like a really seasoned brown belt. That's my opinion. Mm-hmm. And, but at that point in time, you kind of like, you have your game and all that stuff, but the basics are what everything else sits on. So if you get really good at the basics, it just makes your life so much easier. Like, with Hickson guys, we do posture in the guard. And most schools that I've ever seen, I've been around a lot. I've taught all over the world. most people just say like, don't look at him. And that's all they have for posture. And then Rickson, he does posture completely different. But when you nail that, it just takes away the complexity of all the other shit. And it's like, fuck, why wasn't I doing this the last 15 years? You know what I mean? And so when you start figuring that out for each position, it just makes your life easier. And so I feel like maybe that's one reason why some people are like, I want to just go back to basics and like just do that. And I'm sure other people, like I actually have a friend up in Canada. He just told me the other day, he goes, I can't do gi anymore because his hands are all busted up. And he's like very, I guess his gi game is very like grip oriented. And he's like, I'm doing the Danaher shit and doing no gi. Like that's all I'm doing. And so he's like, my body feels better. You know, I'm like, yeah, well, just don't tear an ACL. But other than that, he's like, he's real happy. But so now he's back into play mode, and I think he's a third degree black belt, but he's kind of going back into like the fun mode. So I think you just go through these different evolutions. But one thing with Rickson, and if you watch Chris, I know Chris Burns is blowing up right now. But if you watch him and listen to him, he talks about weight distribution and connection and stuff like that. But every position has that, and so like just dialing that in is like, that's like, it's not really new and exciting. I've been doing it my whole jiu-jitsu career because I only came up under Rickson guys. But just getting that dialed in and teaching people, it's like that whole, like everyone says, mind blown, so that's been fun to share that with people and then just dial it in like at a really high level at what I'm working on now. So it's real fun.
Do you find yourself still getting better at jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, the last podcast I did, I'm like, dude, this Jack, even though I'm like, I don't have yeah, I used to do half marathons and I was doing yoga and I was lifting and training like a maniac. But this Jack would beat the fuck out of the younger Jack. Yeah, so I'm definitely getting better for sure. Yeah.
That is, I mean, that's something that really interests me so much about the Rickson Gracie style, the weight distribution connection, because that is something that seems to be true from everybody that I hear that is doing that. It's like, yeah, there doesn't seem to be an end to how good you get,
Yeah.
and if like you're a competitor, it's very common that, if you're in the gi, everybody tries to do what Tynan Dalper does, but they just don't do a good job of it. If you're doing no-gi, everybody tries to do what Gordon Ryan does, but they just don't do a good job of it. And getting jiu-jitsu down to those core principles seems to just be so valuable.
Yeah, for sure. I did a private with I was up at Rickson's house with a friend, and he's a lot lighter than me. I had told this story once before. Bring him up there. He's like a game black belt. He's about my age or whatever, but I got some size on him. And Rickson's like, you guys need to warm up. And I look at him. I'm like, no, we're good. I mean, for a private. And he goes, okay, you guys are going to work on passing each other's guard. And I was like, oh, and we looked at each other like, this is going to escalate. And so, especially because you were right in front of Rickson, you know what I mean? So it's like, you want to like put on your best performance. Anyway, so I start stretching, dude, and I fucking popped a rib. I was just like, oh, I couldn't breathe. And I was like, guys, I have to sit out. So I sat out the whole private. But it was cool because I got to watch Rickson teach someone like a small person, who's got a small man's game and a small frame, like a 145 at the maybe, in his gi and like 5'5". It was really interesting because Rickson was talking about connection and like, keeping tight and like on that specifically with that guy of like, because connection has different meanings in different contexts. And we can get into that if you want. But anyway, for him, he's like, connection for you because you have a small body is way more important than for other people because and especially when you get older, if there's space, it's about who's faster and who can scramble faster. But if you're just stuck to a guy and you're glued to him and you take out the space, the scramble doesn't matter anymore. And so what's cool about that is that if you learn that skill, that as you get older, you're not as fast and don't have the endurance that other people do. And so you can take that aspect out of the game. You know what I mean? And you use less energy. So you're not burning up your cardio and it's not about who's faster. So that's kind of one thing that I learned from Rickson. And it was really cool because, there are some moves, even in standard Helio Gracie self-defense, like I don't give a if a girl's 115 pounds, she's not going to necessarily going to be able to lift a guy up and do whatever. So there's modifications to the basic self-defense that you can make work for a smaller person. But it was really cool just to see him modify some of the things that would make it work for him. You know what I mean?
This episode is brought to you by BJJ Mental Models Premium. So right now I want to talk to you guys about something that every jiu-jitsu practitioner needs: better understanding of jiu-jitsu concepts. That is why I am pumped to remind you guys that BJJ Mental Models is still offering their premium course, Jiu-Jitsu for Imbeciles by Rob Bernacki, for free to I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show listeners. This is not just any course. It's Rob breaking down the fundamentals of his conceptual jiu-jitsu framework in a way that is both straightforward and mind-blowing. Whether you're a beginner or just looking to solidify your understanding of the core concepts in jiu-jitsu, this course will help your game. To get the free course, just go to bjmentalmodels.com/isuck and sign up. You've got nothing to lose, and you have a ton of knowledge to gain. Let's get back to the episode.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, that does. Actually, just while we're on the topic of it, though, tell me what connection is.
So it's funny. These are the definitions that I came up with just through my experience. And I break it down in 4 ways. There is connection to the floor. So a lot of power you generate from whether it's a punch, if it's like that you're rotating your hip off that back foot. Same with like a swing in a baseball or like a tennis racket or whatever. You really need a firm your base. It's like you need to be connected to the floor so you can generate power. If you're cross-eyed on the bottom, for example, and I'm trying to face my opponent, I have to plant my foot on the floor, and if I don't, every time I turn, you can just put me back on my side again, right? So, and then standing, like if I grab your gi and you're trying to go away from me, I need to have my front foot really like planted so I can pull backwards. Or if I'm pushing you, my back foot has to be connected to the floor. So there's a connection to the floor, and then your body connects to itself. So when I grab you and you're trying to walk me backwards, my hand is my foot is the floor. So it's like, if all these things just work independently, like if my arm's bending and then my shoulder does something and then my hip goes and they're all independent, it's just whatever's the weakest link's going to fail. But when you can have your body work as an entire unit together, your body's connected. It's like if you're to, if you're laying on your back and you lift your legs up and you throw them down and you lock your core, you'll rock up. Mm-hmm. But if you flop your legs down, you extend your arms, your head, and then just do a sit-up, you can't generate the same amount of power. And then, like when I was saying, if you're pushing me standing or pulling me or whatever, if I can have my body just work all as one while connected to the floor, it's really difficult to move me around. Mm-hmm. And then I like saying connection. You have to connect to your opponent, and that's really where your skeletal frame is connected to their skeletal frame. So like if I grab your gi and it's loose, you can move back, and then there's all this yank, and then it's tight. But then, and then I move forward. So there's all this wiggle room in play. But if I was to grab the gi and pull down until all the slack's out, the moment you move a millimeter, it's instantaneously like I feel it in my hand. Mm-hmm. There's no wiggle room. So I feel like connection to your opponent is whatever part of your body that you're using, all the slack gets taken out, and then you attach yourself to the skeletal frame. So you're moving them as a structure, or your structure is connected to their structure. There's not wiggle room. And then one other definition of connection is like taking the slack out. Like I said here in the gi, if you're moving around, there's so much slack. And then the person moves and you can get surprised. They get if that's their body, it's like, let's say there's like a chain linked to this hand or this body and this body. And it's like, finally hit the end of the chain. It's like the guy's got an angle and he's got momentum, and it's like, boom. But if that chain was already tight and you move, I'm right there. So there's no slack between you two. And like, there's different chokes that you do. If you do the choke and there's slack, then you're going to be, all that motion is wasted. And then at the very end, so you moved like 6 inches of movement, and then it only impinged on their neck a half inch. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you take all that slack out first, and then you do the movement, every millimeter of your body translates into their body, millimeter by millimeter. There's no wasted energy, no wasted movement. So, and that happens in all kinds of moves all over jiu-jitsu. One time Rickson was mounted on me. This was like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I don't know. He's mounted on me, and I was turning sideways and I was trying to escape, and I couldn't for the life of me. And he's like, Jack, why can't you escape? I'm like, because you're fucking Rickson, dude. Like, I don't know. And he goes, dude, you moved all this amount and then connected to me. So you did all this stuff, and it didn't even change my body one bit. And then you were almost at the end of your movement, then connected to me, and you moved the last inch that you had, and I moved a quarter of an inch. So then he was like, dude, connect to me. Now everything you do messes up my base, my weight distribution. And so you can take the slack out. Your skeletal, you're like attached to their skeletal structure. Your body is working as a unit, all like to itself. And almost in every one of those positions, you're going to be using the floor as a source to base your momentum, your power off of. And there's a couple of movements like north-south escapes where you're going to be using, like, you know how I said if you were sitting on your back, you throw your legs down and you can sit up. There's that escape that Rickson likes where guys north-south, you're on the bottom. You can swing your legs, and then your whole body and all that momentum and that weight, you can create so much space. But if your legs are flopping and then you're trying to go and your body's not connected to itself, you're not going to generate any power. And then even if you do, but you're not connected to your opponent, you're not going to move away from them. So there's, that one, you're not really using the floor. That one's just almost purely momentum. But, so to me, that's what connection is.
Let me ask you something. Do you train somewhere between 2 to 5 times a week of jiu-jitsu? Yes, there's a lot of us, okay? So now next question. Do you feel like for the amount of time that you put in, you don't get the results that you would expect? I think a lot of people feel that way. They feel like they're consistent. They're listening to what I'm telling them. Be consistent, be focused, be consistent, be focused. But they're not getting the result. And last question. Are you experiencing those things? And does it actually make you way more sad than it should? Does it actually break your heart that you suck at jiu-jitsu? And I know that sounds silly to some people, but I also know that some people are in their cars shaking their head. They're going, yes, I am so tired of putting in effort and getting beaten down every single day. And it's not like I care about, it's not all about winning or anything. It's just, I would love to actually see myself get better at jiu-jitsu. If that is you, I have the solution. February 20th through the 22nd, we are doing the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show experience. If listening to me and my buddies chat for an hour each Thursday helps you get better at jiu-jitsu, then a condensed weekend of me and my buddies teaching jiu-jitsu and helping you get better, and also just helping you figure out where you should be focused in 2026 with your jiu-jitsu, what goals should be set, how can you get to those goals. But me and the best coaches that I know, all side by side, all helping you do this. There's going to be 10 jiu-jitsu seminars, not all jiu-jitsu. One's going to be a fitness seminar taught by Steve McKinney. There will be an episode of the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show that you get to be a part of. How we'll do it is all the people that are at the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show experience will get to ask anything that they want, and we'll have different coaches up at different segments, but it'll be the first ever live Q&A version of the show, and then we'll share it on the podcast the next Thursday. So you'll get to be a part of an I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show episode. There'll also be free food while we're doing that too. We'll be eating some Sandos or something, right? Next day we wake up, there'll be donuts and coffee unlimited, as much as you want. My dad will be doing personal training sessions. He'll teach a personal training, a fitness seminar, how to train jiu-jitsu, not get injured, get stronger, and only have to commit 15 to 30 minutes per week doing that. And he'll teach that. I have my coach, Kyle Watson. I have Nick Sanders. I have a list of my black belts. Myself and my dad will be teaching jiu-jitsu seminars. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be the jiu-jitsu experience of a lifetime. It's February 20th through the 22nd. It doesn't start till about 5 p.m. on February 20th. So if you're in the St. Louis area, you don't have to quit. You don't have to get off work for that day. But the idea is this. It's all at my gym, Head Nod HQ. And you're going to be able to come in from 5 to 9 the first day, from like 8 to 8 the second day, and then from 8 to 3 the next day. And during that time, you're going to get overwhelmed. You're going to be like, man, there's so much content. But you are going to leave knowing what you should be focused on. And then on top of that, you'll get video of all the seminars. You'll get everything included, and you'll get sent that. You'll be able to just use that and reference it whenever you want. This experience will change your jiu-jitsu. I promise you. And I only have like 25 spots left. Okay, so that means we're at 50% capacity. If you want to sign up, you can go to headnodhq.com, or I make sure to put just a specific link in the description. But headnodhq.com, if you click ISAJJ experience, you will be able to sign up right there. And again, there's 25 spots left, meaning we've sold about 25 spots. And so I would assume that spots will fill up completely. So if you want to get in on this, I would do it now. But besides that, let's get back to the episode. And we're back. So after that, I thought it would be fun to, we mixed up a lot of these two. It's not just going to be a story of how the year went. We're going to be throwing forward and backwards on this year. And so I thought that it would be fun to kind of go into the precursor to the big reveal of 2025, the big reveal of 2025. If you guys know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. What was the crazy claim that Josh made in 2025? We're all aware of it now. But I had told you guys I had been planning on that move for a long time. And I started to throw out breadcrumbs and more and more and more. And that really is what this episode is titled. The Jiu-Jitsu Community is Falling Apart. And this came out in like June of 2025. And I got so much positive feedback on that episode. And it was such a negative episode. It was, I mean, during this clip, you won't hear any positivity during the clip that you're about to see. But there is a point in this episode where I actually start to switch to the positive things in like the last 15 minutes. And people really liked the thoughts. I think a lot of people are experiencing the same things, but it's weird. You're not allowed to always discuss how you're feeling and discuss what you're experiencing. And I really think that this episode was one of the first real discussions of a jiu-jitsu problem. And it is how we view the jiu-jitsu community. And I don't think that there's been any change probably since this episode has come out, but maybe for some individuals there has. Maybe some individuals realize like, you know what? That is not a good way to look at jiu-jitsu, and that's not a good way to look at other people. And I think that might be, it might be helpful to hear this ultra negative rant. The funny thing about this one too is the commercial in it is so funny. I actually just left it instead of cutting it out to just add the current commercials for this episode, I actually left it. And so be sure on that one to give us the 5-star review, because that was like, got to be the best commercial I came up with this year. Let's go ahead and look at this piece of the jiu-jitsu community is falling apart. And I know that most gyms are guilty of this. If you go into your gym tonight, I know most people will get hit with this. And you ask your coach, hey, are there any absolutely terrible people who run jiu-jitsu schools around our area? Your coach is going to have a list. and he's going to be like, oh yeah. And he's going to name off this place, that place. Don't train there. Don't go there. Don't go there. And most likely everybody in this gym already knows that list. You could ask anybody and they'd be like, oh yeah, we hate those people, those people, those people, those people, those people, and those people. And maybe there are valid reasons to do it. But most of the time, when you really start to dig in on those reasons, it's like, no, we hate them because they're close to us and they do jiu-jitsu. And we're tribal. We're not a community. Jiu-jitsu is not a community. It is a bunch of tribes, and we're all just fighting to see who is the best in our area at the local Naga tournament, right? That is what jiu-jitsu is. And again, maybe there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not a community. Hey, real quick, guys, this is Josh McKinney, and I swear to fix jiu-jitsu. I swear to dismantle every part, every toxic part of jiu-jitsu. The cult leaders, arrested. The mat bullies, publicly armbarred. Injury fakers, wrist lock deniers, and unsolicited advice givers, banished to a gym where no one even knows who John Danaher is. And in order to accomplish all this, all we need is for the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu show to explode. And all that takes is a 5-star review, a like, a comment from you. Yes, that is it. That is the spark that burns all of it to the ground, everything that we hate about jiu-jitsu. So go ahead, leave the review, join the resistance, and remember, nobody is safe from the purge. Not even the guy who says, oh, after every round. Especially not the guy who says, oh, after every round. When you really look at it, there is this like caricature of what a jiu-jitsu person is, right? And it's different for all of us what that caricature are. For people that are competitors, they're like, oh yeah, it's Gordon Ryan. That is the person that I should be to be the best competitor. Because you can't just be a competitor because you love competing. You know, you can't just be a competitor because it's fun and to test yourself. You have to be a competitor to try to be the best in the world, right? Right? And that is it's this pressure. And then there's this big thought of, because the idea is who's the best, what training method is the best, what guard that is being taught is the best, it stops being an art and it starts being like, who can we all just mimic that's really good at something, right? And that's fine. It's not a huge deal. It's, again, I'm not trying to bash jiu-jitsu. I am very guilty of probably a lot of the things that we'll talk about in this. But this is just something that as an actual community we could address, and it could really make jiu-jitsu so much better, and it could make it grow in a way that everybody listening, every coach listening would make more money, and every competitor would do better and get more opportunities to compete, and really could grow jiu-jitsu in the right way. But the mentality, it seems just in general, in life nowadays, is who is on my side and who are we against? And that is this mindset. And again, they're going to be, I'll reference a lot of episodes on the podcast probably as we dig into this. But they're going to be like conversations we've had maybe where my guest did this, right? And but then, we'll kind of get into that just a little more in depth. But it's just the idea is, it's very easy to do it with like competitors versus hobbyists, right? A lot of times competitors just look down on hobbyists. It's very normal. Or competitive gyms and gyms that really don't have any competitors. They're just, again, a hobbyist gym or a self-defense gym. Both the hobbyist and the competitors will team up to hate the self-defense gym, right? But luckily for us, all three gyms will team up to hate the traditional martial arts gym, right? They just, as long as we agree that we hate that person, right? And it's this mentality that it's always has to be, if we're going to have friends, like we're the Avengers, we have to have a group of people that we hate that we need to destroy. And I just think that, I don't know. I just think that it is not the right mentality. And even in these cliques, it happens too, right? So it can't even be that like, okay, we're all competitors. We respect each other. It's never like that. It's like this competitor lost to this guy. He sucks. He's trash. This guy lost to this guy. I hate him. He's terrible. This guy beat me 3 years ago. I hate him. I hope he dies. And you have this, again, there's not a lot, unless you're like, yeah, we're teammates. There's not a lot of support. And even then, even if we broke it down one level further, there are a lot of people on your team that you hate so much you don't actually want them to win in competition, right? And I just think that this is where we're at in jiu-jitsu. And I don't think that it is, I just don't think jiu-jitsu is this one big family that we've been sold. I think it's just like, that was marketing, right? You feel like you're part of something when you do jiu-jitsu, something bigger. And I really think you should be. I really think it's where we should all aspire to be. And there are times that you see it, right? Because I was explaining this thought today to Bryce, who produces the podcast, and he was like, well, I don't know. If you, the wording he used was, if you put two jiu-jitsu guys in the wild, even if they were on totally different gyms, totally different teams or whatever, they would probably become friends over everybody else. And, we talked about that. And I think that most of the time that is true. But I have two kind of counter arguments for that too. Don't get me wrong. That's how I am. If I meet somebody that is a traditional martial artist and I am at a big party and that is the only other person that does martial arts, that's my best friend, right? I am going to, it really doesn't, if they've wrestled, if they've done anything, if they have tried to use their body to hurt other people for sport and for fun, then I'm going to be friends with that person, right? But I don't think that's how most people are. I think that when you look at the jiu-jitsu, and you may say like, oh no, that's how I am. Okay, is it though? If you really ask yourself every situation that it could be, right? Maybe you talk to the person and they're like, yeah, I do jiu-jitsu. I'm a black belt. And you're like, oh, how long have you been training? They're like, 5 years. And then you look at them and you're mad instantly because you're like, oh, this guy's a fake black belt. You've never rolled with him. You've made a decision about him. You hate him, right? That happens a lot, right? Or he goes like, hey, wait, oh, you do jiu-jitsu? Yeah, I've been training for 5 years. Oh, that's awesome. Where do you train? Fight sport. Ooh, I can't be friends with you. See you later, right? And again, is this wrong? Is this right? We'll get to that. But the big thing that I'm trying to look at is that it is not this big community. There are fractures in the jiu-jitsu community all the way through everywhere, and it's people trying to break off and do something different, which is cool, and it is good, and that's actually part of innovation. We're going to get there. But if that is the only focus is like, we're now right because we do something different, then you're actually hurting the jiu-jitsu community. The way to approach it is, look, we found something that is helpful for everyone. Whether you trained as a competitor, whether you trained in self-defense, whether you pulled guard or you wrestled, this could be helpful for you, right? And I just think that the enemy of the jiu-jitsu community is the jiu-jitsu cult. It is the one right way. I have certain beliefs about how to train jiu-jitsu, but I would not ever even think twice if somebody invited me to their school and they train jiu-jitsu differently than me, if they shrimp up and down the mat to warm up, and they invited me there and I'm a guest, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to shrimp up and down the mat, probably horribly, because there's no actual translation to escaping mount and shrimping up and down the mat without a partner. But I'm going to shrimp up and down the mat to the best of my ability and enjoy the training and just be part of it. Because what if I'm wrong? What if shrimping up and down the mat is the one thing that has kept me from attaining my biggest goals? If I found that out, you know what I would be doing right now? I'd be doing this podcast with like a clip mic so I could just be shrimping up and down the mat back and forth and telling you guys about how it is the most essential part of jiu-jitsu. Anytime we start to get into this, there is one correct way mentality. What you're saying is, I no longer want to learn. I no longer want to grow. I no longer want to innovate. Because if there is one correct way and I just figured it out, what more is there? Well, nothing. Right? So again, we do this it's so common. The way that people treat each other in jiu-jitsu, it's so bizarre. Okay? So like if you're not doing ADCC, you're irrelevant, right? If you're still training in the gi, if you're still competing in the gi, you're an irrelevant competitor. If you're competing in the IBJJF, right? Oh, you're just a point fighter, right? If you're a hobbyist, you're just wasting your time. What are you doing? Like, why would you even be training jiu-jitsu if you're not competing, right? If you're not using it, right? Oh, you're just doing this for fun? That's ridiculous. If you are a coach and you run your jiu-jitsu school in a slightly different way, you're a McDojo. Because there's only one way we should be doing jiu-jitsu. There's only one way that people should be training, right? Because if not, dude, no, you don't want to be different. But here's the problem. If you've done jiu-jitsu for a long time, you know, and this is, again, every perspective I'm sharing with you guys, I've done jiu-jitsu for over 17 years and competed during that time, have coached during 10 of those years, have really gotten to experience so many different, have trained with and under a ton of different self-defense only people while being a competitor, because I noticed, man, everyone kind of pushes these guys to the side and they have certain things that are amazing, that are so much better than what most of the competitors are using. And I can use this against them, right? It's just, yeah, this is like, I've gotten to see this for so long. I can go, when I started training jiu-jitsu, it was different. It was more of a community. People were mean. People were rough when they trained, but that was part of what made it a community, is like pretty much everyone you knew who was training jiu-jitsu 17 years ago was training it a very similar way. You show up, and maybe if you were lucky, you had a blue or a purple belt teach you a couple moves that you would drill, and then you would fight to the death. And that's what you would do. And so we all had this community because we knew, like, yeah, we just are fighting to the death. This is our job. This is what we do. Oh, you do jiu-jitsu? I never meet someone who does jiu-jitsu. I'm sure that you do the same thing that I do. But somewhere along the way, it got to be, oh, you don't really do jiu-jitsu. I do jiu-jitsu, but you don't do jiu-jitsu. And I mean, maybe they don't do the same version, but the truth is, like, when you focus on the fact that there is like this difference in how you and this other person lay on the ground and wrestle other people, lay in pajamas and wrestle other people, or, oh no, I don't do the pajamas. I like to be in spandex when I wrestle other people. You know, those pajama weirdos, man, right? If you have that mindset of like, oh yeah, this is all normal. Wait. You guys warm up differently than I do? Get out of here. Never show your face at my gym again. Wait, you don't compete? You're gone. Never show your face here again, right? And you just see this in so many ways. And I see this, like, I can point to the competition community because I've been so involved in it. And so I'm not trying to just say that people who aren't competitors aren't huge trolls and terrible for jiu-jitsu too. There can definitely, the door swings both ways. These are just the examples that I'm giving. But on that note is like, how many people do you write off as coaches because they were never great competitors? Okay, so we went super negative. Now it's time to switch it up. We're going to go positive. In my opinion, this is probably the best clip of the year. And obviously, maybe you guys let me know. I mean, we were giving you 20 different clips. If you listen to this episode, let me know what you think was the best clip of the year, or maybe it wasn't even one of the ones that I did. Let me know in the comments. But to me, this was like, a lot of times when I'm interviewing somebody, I have really one question that I'm really curious about. And I got to ask Greg Souders the question that I'm curious about. And you also have to understand with the Greg Souders interview, there was like this period initially where he comes on and the stuff that he's saying is just so good. It's so unique. The timing is perfect. And then as what always happens is like why we're talking about the jiu-jitsu community is falling apart. The last thing we just listened to, people turn on him. We hate you for thinking this way. How dare you think differently than us? How dare you challenge the norm? And that is kind of what I wanted to ask is, why did you start challenging the norm? And Greg's answer is just so unique, and it shows his thoughtfulness. It really does. It shows, I think, where a lot of his mindset of things comes from. And yeah, this is, for me, it was one of my favorite interviews because at the time, all the other stuff you were seeing was like people were trying to debate him and attack him. And people had been pushing me to interview Greg for years at this point. But I didn't really see a point because he was getting so many good interviews and people were asking him so many good questions. I was like, I don't even know if I could contribute anything differently. But then when people started to turn on him, I go, oh, I know I can contribute now. I know what that's like. I deal with that. And that was what was cool about that interview for me, was just getting to have that real conversation with Greg and him kind of the way that he looks at himself. And that was, to me, way cooler than the training method stuff. It was way cooler than the other stuff because you got to see a guy who is trying to contribute to the jiu-jitsu community, who's trying really to do something good for his guys and the jiu-jitsu community. And the backlash you get because you say something different, because you challenge the hierarchy, is crazy. People will come against you in crazy ways. They will try to find the biggest name person to debate you and attack you. And we got to see this with Greg, and it drew the question for me, is Greg Souders actually a nice guy? And that's what we focused on getting to the bottom of. And that is what you guys are going to see next. Who are some people that have shaped your jiu-jitsu perspective, would you say? Like the way that, especially the way that you look at it now? Who are some
Initially,
people?
I can tell you the first two that had the greatest influence on me leading up to me going off on my own. The two greatest influences how I look at the game early on in my career were my original coach, Lloyd Irvin, and Ryan Hall, one of my training partners. So those two had a massive effect on how I looked at it. So for Lloyd, he was trying to take grappling seriously. He wanted to turn it into more of a sport, right? Because because it's just a sport like anything else. And so he tried to bring a level of professionalism to it, like training schedule, the expectations during training, the kind of like yes or no, black and white, understanding success versus failure with no excuses type attitude. You do what you say you're going to do. You dedicate to the things you say you're going to dedicate to. Just bringing that attitude and bringing a bunch of guys together that had that same goal in mind and really giving us a place to develop into these things he said we want to become. So that was a huge influence for me because I had never been in like a sporting context before. I was a chess player before jiu-jitsu and I was like a street kid before that. So I never really had an organized frame to work within my entire life. So meeting him and being exposed to him was the first time I got asked to do something in an organized way where the demands were put on me by somebody else. And so that taught me a lot about discipline and sticking to my guns and being tough and being honest and shit like that. And then Ryan Hall was the first guy that I ever talked to like in a nerdy way about jiu-jitsu. Ryan Hall was all about like, base posture, structure, angles, why the triangle is the way it is, zero-sum games, physical systems. And he was the first guy that ever really talked to me like that. So that was very exciting for me because I'm sort of an intellectual guy. So having another guy like that around me, it really sparked my mind and helped me look at jiu-jitsu differently. And then most recently, John Danner has been a massive influence on what I'm doing. Like probably central in the last 10 years, he's been the most influential figure to me.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool. So specifically with Lloyd, was there any, after going out on your own, was there any desire of like, hey, the method has been drill and drill and drill? And were you looking outside because you had seen that method before so closely of the drill to win, drillers or killers method? Do you think that was why you were kind of looking outside for, something looking outside of repetitive drilling, which was kind of, I mean, that was my dad and I were in Illinois buying products to learn to repetitively drill back then. And
Sure,
so
we all learn.
yeah. And so it's like, was there is that just random that your main talking point is not drilling, or is that who you are as a person?
Well, it's hard to say because can we really parse those things out? Can we really know all the variations that are Greg Souders and his personality and his interest and his experience? Like, I don't think we
I
can
don't know. I'm
separate these.
trying. I'm
Yeah,
working
no,
on it.
me too. So, I mean, I think like, honestly, I'm very dedicated to the things that I involve myself in, like so much so that I actually have to be careful about the projects and hobbies that I take on. I'll get lost very easily. Like I used to play chess and I was completely obsessed for about 5 years of my life where that was central to everything I did. And then it's even now I can't even look at a chessboard because once I start playing, I start forgetting about the other things I have to do and I'll play chess obsessively. I'll start reading books about chess. I'll start watching videos about chess. So anyway, long story short, that's a part of my personality. So if I want to know something, if I want to investigate, if I'm curious, it takes all of me and I'll invest all of myself in that process. So when I left Lloyd's, I mean, because I did the same thing when he told me that we have to drill this many times, this long, this pace, these movements, I believed him and I did it. I did everything that was asked of me. But then when I went off on my own, I started discovering things on my own as an individual that sat counter to the things I was told. So I was curious and interested in what does the world know about these things? And so I investigated and I found accidentally or randomly or whatever that the things that were told to me were not correct and they were not based on anything other than historically well-educated guessing.
So do you feel like that's how you look at everything, not just jujitsu? Is that the perspective that you tend to take?
Which one?
The one the one just questioning, the questioning and observing.
For sure. I think like here's what's interesting. Like we are in and of a world. We are not separated from it. So everything we are investigating is happening to us and we are happening to it. We are embedded. So if we want to know the nature of a thing, we have to look at the thing and ask, where are these lines where the nature breaks down or function or doesn't function? Like what is it and why is it? So I think those two questions are central to any type of investigation. And so whether I was taught to think like that or I naturally thought like that, I don't know anymore. But I've always been skeptical and I've always been curious. But yeah, so now if I approach something, I try to pay attention to as much as I can learn about the thing that I'm looking at.
Do you think that there's any evidence, and even if there wasn't, even if there was no chance of this happening, let's say in a hypothetical world, you discovered that the constraint-led approach was not the best approach for jiu-jitsu, would you, A, just let everybody keep doing CLA and then keep this time to yourself? Would you explore it? Do you feel like you've become so ingrained in that idea that it would be hard to, not go with CLA anymore? Like if that evidence was presented to you in a way that confirmed to you, or at least made you more confident than you are in CLA, that just something different was the true method? I don't know, standing on your head and training jujitsu all the time. But if that happened, would you be able to accept it, do you think?
I'm high in openness as a personality. So even though I seem very rigid and protective of my thoughts, I'm actually not. I just debate hard, and I really fight for the thing that I'm working on, but I don't do it with a true attachment to the thing. I just believe that whatever side you pick, you have to commit to it until you find out that you're wrong. You know what I mean? The whole thing about investigation is you want to make sure that what you're investigating is falsifiable. So the expectation is that I am wrong. But in order to discover that, I have to find the limits of where I am. So through reading the material, sharing the material, implementing the material, I'm testing the thing that I'm saying to be real. Now, to whatever degree it's effective, we're finding that it actually is, but we don't know where that limit is yet. And so there might be something that we're not seeing collectively that's going to perform better in teaching people how to do things than CLA. See, we have to remember that methods are many, and CLA is just a method. What's really interesting about CLA is not the method itself, but the framework that supports it. You know, ecological dynamics, dynamical systems theory, complexity science. And so I think that the more we understand about system dynamics, complexity science, we're going to understand more about how humans operate as a complex system. And I think that's going to change the way we approach training interventions. But there are three things that I don't think are going to change no matter what method we use. I think we understand that variation is necessary. It's a feature, not a bug, so we don't want to get rid of it. That humans respond to novelty, and novelty is a strong stimuli for learning. And that everything is in fact nonlinear. We don't know what's going to cause what. This causal relationship we think we see is not really as discrete as people claim it to be. So I think that no matter which direction we go in, those three things will hold true as we discover new methods. And oh, by the way, so all that babbling saying, I'd be the first motherfucker to change. I'm going to come out here online and be like, hey guys, I'm an asshole. I was wrong, bro. Let's go in this direction. Let's try this, you know?
So you say 2016 is when you really started to buy in to the method yourself, right?
2016 is where I felt confident enough to just stop doing anything that I was previously taught. So like 2014 is I started implementing it right away. So I was like, I read like, I forgot what exactly the thing was, the first thing that I read, but it had to do with variation and why when you add variation to practice, even though practice looks more sloppy, you get more out of it. So I started to try to find ways to get people to do more live work, but a bunch of different things. But I didn't know how to organize it. I didn't know what to show, what to teach, what to talk about. I didn't know. So I wasn't very confident. So I experimented for 2 years, basically trying to replicate movement patterns. And so what I was doing as I was trying to teach people movement patterns and put them into live training, I kept asking myself, what can I take away and still get an exchange to happen that looks something like jiu-jitsu moves? And so by 2016, I was pretty distilled down to what I'm using now, but I just didn't have the courage to implement it into a program because I didn't know how to program design yet. I was so new to teaching. And then when John Danaher said everything is trial and error anyway, we don't know until we put it into play, that gave me confidence that a man as intelligent, as well-read, and as well-informed as him was seeing the same thing that I was seeing. He just had the confidence to develop a program around it, and I didn't. So,
okay, so then you're all in now. But there is, at least from what I can search, there is a 6-year span before you start spreading the news. That is, 2022 seems to be the first podcast that I see you in, and then it's like flooded from there. But they seem to start in around that timeline. So what took you time to decide that it was time to tell people?
I had no interest in telling anybody. That's the truth. Like I was like locked in my own world. I was in my own little lab. I mean, I was trying to build great competitors. You know what I mean? And everybody who came and competed under me had a good level of success. So much so that people didn't know who I was. But and this is again, I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you a story. People would come running out of the crowd when I was coaching. Like, who are you? Like, what's your gym? Your students are amazing. Like, I would get this all the time. But I don't give a fuck. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And I would keep going. And it wasn't until Jay Regbutolo, the guy who does the commentary for ADCC. Or a bunch. You know Big J with the big beard? Yeah. So Big J didn't know who I was either. And he's messaged Standard Jiu-Jitsu one day. And he sent me this long message. It was one of the best messages I've ever received from anybody. And he said, I remember he said, I don't know who runs this gym, but your students are fantastic. He's like, I commentate all over the world. I watch all different guys. And the one thing I noticed about anyone from this school is they are never underprepared. They can fight from all different situations. They don't ever look outclassed, even when they lose. They always look like they know what they're going and know what they're doing. And that gave me lots of pride because I didn't know anybody really was paying attention. I mean, I heard it here and there. So I was like, oh, maybe people care about what I do. And then a guy named Scott Sabright visited my school to check out what I was doing because he was also using CLA in his striking and MMA program. And he's the one that convinced me to go public and start talking about what I was doing. After he experienced my program, he's like, brother, you're really far ahead. Like this is amazing. You need to share this with people. And I was like, nobody cares. I don't know. He's like, man, just do it. Anyway, long story short, he's the reason. And messages like that were the reason that I started talking about what I was doing.
Let's be honest. Jiu-Jitsu people are absolutely gross. We're rolling through sweat, blood, and whatever weird neck fungus that Jimmy brought back from vacation in Mexico. And if your gym doesn't have showers, you're basically marinating in all of that on your way home. That's why I use Full Guard from Sports Hygiene. It's a skin spray that kills staph, ringworm, and all the other gym gremlins on contact. No alcohol, no burn, and it's good for your skin biome. Full Guard is powered by hypochlorous acid. Kind of sounds like something from a comic book, but it's literally the molecule that your body makes to fight infection. Full Guard just found a way to weaponize it to go to war with these gross skin infections. So you can spray before class, spray after class. You can even spray your training partner during class if he smells a bit sus. Go to sportshygiene.com to grab a bottle. Jiu-Jitsu is dirty. Stay clean. So on the thought of collaborative approach, since you've been talking about it, has it gotten better? Have people been able to, since there's more people trying it and experimenting in a way, have you been able to learn more, or is it still just what you're doing?
Unfortunately, I didn't realize how much again, I'm going to get fried for this, but whatever. I didn't realize how far ahead I was in using it and understanding it. I had no idea because I was alone and I wasn't talking to anybody.
Yeah.
And so when I went out there and started sharing it, I realized we had a problem. Our community doesn't understand grappling. And that was the big problem. It's not because they're dumb. It's not because they didn't try, but it's because what we had available to us to understand grappling wasn't robust enough. The grappling collective mind about jiu-jitsu was all centered around techniques. And so rather than understanding why these techniques exist and how they emerge from the game, all they understood were the process-oriented replicas or the models of the techniques themselves. So when we started talking about more complex relationships and orientations and why movement patterns exist, nobody could discuss it at that level. So I was like, fuck. And I didn't even expect that. I didn't even know. And so I was like, damn. And good thing for John Danaher, like John Danaher did an amazing analysis of how positions and movements and gripping and body position and how all these things came together in a systematic way. And he showed that. Like his DVDs are basically textbooks. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now, I think they're great as a point of analysis. But again, for me, that's where they stop. We need to find a way to take the level of analysis and put it back into the complex system or the complex world. But yeah, no. So what I realized, and another thing too about the community is a lot of communities jumping on board because this is new, this is novel, this is exciting. So rather than doing their own work like I had to go through 8 years of hard work and development and understanding and reading before I felt confident enough to talk about it. These dudes, 6 months in, they're like, got it, DVD, plug and play, here it is. And you're like, yo, you're ruining it, brother. You don't know what you're talking about. Your games are trash, your understanding is trash. You don't know what you're doing, but it's so new and so exciting. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah. They just want a piece of the novelty. And so nobody's doing the work they need to understand it, to change it. And I say nobody loosely. I don't know. There could be some really great guy in the background working his ass off like I did that nobody knows about.
And then the problem is that's hard for that guy to rise to the top because saying anything different is offensive in the space.
Exactly. And I try to collect these guys. Like when I hear somebody talking, when I feel like, oh shit, this dude's on, he's on the mark, I'll reach out and I'll say, hey man, you're doing a great job. Let's have a conversation. Let me help you out here. Let me get you to where I am. So anytime I meet a guy or I hear a guy that's really working, I connect right away, because I didn't have anyone doing that for me. And I feel like if I can get some of the harder workers to truly focus on the work and not the product, we're going to push this forward faster.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because it's a skill, right? Like being able to do what you're doing is a skill, and like that's when we're talking about, maybe it's a structured class, maybe it's not. It could be adjusted. That isn't something that my dad runs personal training gyms, and when you're trying to teach people how to run how to be a personal trainer, you really have to just teach them some techniques. There's really they can't know how to be a good personal trainer. After you start to give them big concepts, you give them time of getting a lot of reps of being a personal trainer, they can make these little adjustments to, oh, this person's knee is hurt. Oh, this person didn't sleep well last night. And they're able to still connect with the person, but it still is a skill that has to be learned. And if you're not willing to put in all that time of being a personal trainer, you just don't develop the skill. No amount of just like, oh, I bought the DVD will teach you, And so it seems similar that this is in the same way that we're talking about the big grand concept being the thing that gives us these little techniques. CLA seems to be a part of a bigger thing. Is that correct?
It is. So, and also too, CLA, it was developed by, Ian Renshaw and Keith David and colleagues, and they have basically a framework to let you know whether you are using their method according to their standards, which is something called representative design. And understanding representative design is not that easy. It's very difficult. And so first, understanding what it is and being exposed to what it is, seeing examples of how it's utilized in other sports, that's a great starting point for you to start trying to uncover the truth for yourself. But without engaging through trial and error, trying to see what relationships we're actually trying to manipulate in a grappling environment, we're never going to understand how to use it appropriately. It's like, imagine studying, think about this. There is no white belt that could watch John Danaher DVDs, and he's a great, and I'm using him as an example because he's very good at lecturing about jiu-jitsu. He's amazing at it. So watch his stuff, gain all this knowledge for 6 months, and then turn around and sell a practical DVD on how to use his information. Everybody would laugh him off a cliff. But we have guys right now, like there was a guy that trained with me for a year. He's the worst coaching student I've ever had. Part of the reason why he's no longer at my gym and for other reasons. He's putting out a product. He was a blue belt when he left with a minimal understanding, and he's already selling a product. That should be laughed off. You know what I mean? Because we wouldn't accept it in any other field. Do you understand what I mean?
And we're back. So next clip is also from an interview that I have with you guys. But this time we have two different people. It's one of like the few times that we've ever done like a Zoom interview with more than one person. And this came about because I was texting with Henry Akins. He goes, dude, I saw you had Zenga on the podcast. We're like best friends. We should both be on your podcast. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. I love that suggestion. Sure. And they both came on the podcast. Now, what was really fun about this one was, and you're not even going to hear it in the clip, so I'll just tell you this part. There's at the beginning of this episode, we start talking about half guard, and of course, people hate Henry because he said something negative about half guard, and Zenga starts to tell this story about right before Master Worlds. He went and did a private with Henry, and then like day before Master Worlds, and then Henry proceeded to just beat him down over and over and over again for no reason, which is a very common Henry story. Honestly, it's hard to even grasp the humor without having learned from Henry. But the funny thing is, they're telling this story of like, and they're both kind of like, yeah, I don't know why it happened, and then I suggest, well, Mike, did this happen? Did Henry say something along the lines of like, oh, you've been playing half guard, let me feel it. And then he was like, yeah, this is trash. And then he just began destroy your half guard over and over again. And he's like, yeah, that's pretty much exactly how it went. But that's also the beauty of getting to learn from Henry Akins is, I'm not exaggerating, in every basic position, in every basic, what someone would call, people always say on the podcast, focus on the fundamentals, focus on the fundamentals. No one ever has an answer. No one ever has an answer for what the fundamentals are. This dude looks at it like 4 or 5 moves that you learn at white belt. And those are kind of what he looks at as the fundamentals. And he understands things from those positions that I've never experienced. The little moves that he makes, the little tweaks that he makes to the position are just, they're not like anything from anyone else. And also, they're not flashy at all. They just work really well. And so that causes, I think, so many people to not go the way of this style of jiu-jitsu, of weight distribution, of these type of things that Henry's been preaching for years. And you really, though, in the clip that we're about to go with, you're really going to grasp why he views jiu-jitsu that way. And what you really start to understand is how come in the jiu-jitsu space, it seems like the top 99% of guys are like right at about like this level. And then up times 10 is the best guy, right? That best guy just seems to be on a different level. And we, obviously reference Gordon, you reference Hodger, and the reference of Hickson comes up in this. I have a research project that I've been doing on whether or not Hickson was legit, and I'm going to do an episode on it soon. And it's going to probably be the best episode that you guys have ever heard, and it's going to offend so many people. It's going to be awesome. But all that being said, we are going to look at really everyone considers Henry to be Hickson's greatest black belt. I've heard people use the term like the best expression of Hickson's jiu-jitsu is with Henry Akins now. And you just, again, the way that I'm literally just coming back from last weekend. I was learning from and training with Henry, and I'll tell you guys how that went too once I mentally recover from it. But yeah, there's just so much good stuff that he says, but it's always so basic that I think that some people don't comprehend how good it is. And so that's what I have for you guys on this next clip is a really cool clip from the conversation I got to have with the owner of BJJ Fanatics, Micheal Zenga, and Rickson Gracie's greatest black belt, Henry Akins.
I mean, it really does. Like, I mean, as far as, I mean, when you get like a really, my nightmare now is just a really big wrestler type. They're hard to move. They really are. Like, you try to get under them, they move their hips. And they're not necessarily trying to pass, but it just gets really, really difficult. And whereas like a small guy, if I reach in, I grab his legs and I get everything together, I'm able to kind of.
You can control his weight. You can control his weight a lot better. But it's interesting that you mentioned that because, like, again, in the context of jiu-jitsu was created originally with the mindset, the philosophy. It's an art for smaller people to be able to overcome bigger, stronger individuals. Right? And that's why there was such a focus on the technique of jiu-jitsu, like mastering the technique and getting things to be efficient and understanding leverage and body mechanics.
When you think about that, just in general, right? Like a big guy, how's a little guy going to beat a big guy? Well, what we really need to do is create matchups where bigger muscles are going against the bigger muscles of the little guy are going against the smaller muscles of the big guy. Yeah. So we're trying to get into a leg press type position and just think that's where we are when we get into that sit up collar sleeve guard.
Yeah. And angles too. Angles are important. Like attacking, dealing with a big strong guy, you're never attacking him directly. You're never going against his strength. You're always trying to find the angles where they're weak. Right. So that's
exactly
we're missing.
That's for sure.
So, Henry, let me ask you this, and this is kind of on that same note, and for me, something I didn't really realize, hadn't really thought about, one of my purple belts pointed out to me like last week. He's like, man, you went and did a private with Henry for during Master Worlds, right? Like, yeah, showed him some of the stuff I learned. And he goes, you know why I bought into it? And I go, no, why? He goes, because you didn't go to any of the 15 free seminars that were at Master Worlds. You went and paid to do a private with Henry. And I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, it's really good stuff. I get really good stuff every time. But then what's also funny is the stuff that I come back with is typically just a detail on a super basic day one, quote unquote, day one jujitsu move. And, I'm lucky enough to have a good amount of black belts at my school, and I can show that on a night, and 5 or 6 black belts will have questions about a smashed half guard pass or a low single, something so simple. And so on that note, my question is kind of how, if this is even a quantifiable thing, it seems like we're always just, at least once you get good at jujitsu, you start to go back to the basics. Once you start to see so many things, you start to go back to the basics. What really are the basics in jiu-jitsu? Is there a certain amount of moves, a specific techniques that can be listed that are really the basics that are going to be the true basics that, hey, if you worked this forever, you would have a complete game of it, when you get to black belt?
I mean, I think like basics, when people talk about basics, is like really mastering the fundamentals, right? Like, how do you do an armbar? How do you do a cross collar choke? Like, what are the techniques that like instructors are going to show you probably the first 6 to 9 months of your training, and basically mastering that. Like, there are certain techniques that you have to have a pretty solid foundation already to be able to implement those into your game, right? You have to be pretty skilled already, pretty have some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Body mobility, like awareness of your body, and awareness of how to move to be able to do certain movements. Like this, like a lot of the inversion stuff, right? Like a lot of the inversion stuff where they're inverting. Like, you wouldn't teach a day one white belt, or a first week or a 2 week white belt, that type of stuff. That's something that would develop later in someone's game, right? So I think that's really what, I mean, if I always tell people, if you look at the best guys in the world over the last 3 decades, what is their style? So for me, when I think about the best guys in the world over the last 3 decades, it was like, definitely when I was coming up, it was Rickson. It was unquestionable. All the guys that had the opportunity to train with him, they it's almost unbelievable, their testimony of their experience training with him. I was even talking to Bernardo for a long time at CJI about it. He was like, man, it's so hard to believe. I was talking to Paulo Filho, and it's like, it's so hard to believe, but like Paulo Filho wouldn't tell me this, right? So Rickson, and then I think the generation after that was definitely Hodger. I think it's inarguable that Hodger was the GOAT, I mean, for him to be able to come out of retirement and submit Buchecha 1 minute after the fight hits the ground, that's incredible, right? And 13-year age difference and 25-pound difference. And then Gordon, it seems to be the guy of the last few years who is able to make a lot of extremely high level black belts look like they're blue belts, right? And so if you look at their styles, what is the similarity in their styles? Well, they all have mastered the fundamentals. Like, if you look at Gordon's style, is not very I don't want to say complex, but what he's doing, like if he pulls guard, he's using a hooks type guard. He'll sweep, then he passes with pressure, then he mounts, and then from the mount he'll either submit you or take your back, right? And so that's the same thing that you see like Hodger doing. Hodger plays more of a closed guard because he's got long legs, right? But he's like sweeping, mounting, finish everyone from mount. Rickson, same thing. Like, if you watch Rickson's fights or you hear about Rickson's like mount, like it was devastating, right? Nobody can get out of Rickson's mount. So I think it's just the mastery of the fundamentals, and you see all the best guys in the world. I mean, the blueprints has kind of already been laid out for people, but I think it's really easy for people to get distracted, or it's really easy. like when people start practicing it, what naturally happens in training is their opponents will figure out how to stop it. And then all of a sudden they have this mindset like, oh, that doesn't work anymore. Instead of figuring out like, oh, what is he specifically doing so that my technique doesn't work? And how do I make the adjustment so that it still does work? Right. So there's certainly a level of depth to the fundamentals. They go extremely deep, and that's what, like, I think even Hodger mentioned, like, yeah, what I'm doing is simple, but it's not basic, right? Like, he has a very simple game. Rickson has a very simple game, but it's not so much basic. But again, because they've worked these positions so much, they spent so many hours that they understand all of the microscopic details.
And that's kind of it. It's those microscopic details, I think.
Yeah.
And I talked to Gordon a lot, obviously, and when he's looking at a match, I mean, what he's telling me is he's like, if you notice, I try very few submissions, but I have a real high conversion percentage. And I mean, Gordon is really, I think, more than anybody else that I thought, is thinking about pace. How is my work rate compared to theirs? How tired am I making the person? And I mean, he's really focusing on that. He's focusing. And the other thing too, if you watch with Gordon, once he gets to the top, they don't get up.
Well, that's like Hodger, that's like Hicks, right? Like those, because the thing that people don't understand about their game, you almost never see Gordon. People didn't get to chance to actually see Rickson training. You know, fortunately, I was training.
There's not a ton of video of it.
There's not. But he doesn't get into scrambles much. Like Rickson never got into scrambles much, right? Like when he decides he's going to dominate you, like once he progresses, he doesn't go backwards. Hodger, the same thing, right? So they don't scramble much, and that's an important concept for people to really understand, because a scramble means you've lost control, right? That's what a scramble is. A scramble means you've lost control, and so very rarely do you see Gordon get into scrambles. It might happen for like 2 or 3 seconds where there's some like exchange of position, but it lasts about 2 or 3 seconds and then he's still dominant. The other thing with these guys is they have such, and people don't notice this with Gordon, he has such an insane understanding of body positioning. In every position, he knows exactly how and where to place his body so that anytime his opponent moves, he's able to take advantage of their movements. So they're not able to destabilize him. They're not able to unbalance him. They're not able to basically like move and manipulate him. And when they do try to move him, he's immediately capitalizing. So his body positioning is so good. And same thing with Hodger, same thing with Rickson, is that like you feel helpless against the guy because like what you would normally think would work doesn't work. Would that be correct? I've never rolled with Gordon. I've had him over here at the house one time. I've never rolled with him. But wouldn't you say that's kind of correct, Mike?
I mean, he has an inventory of his options and an inventory of your options.
Right.
And he knows your options better than you know your options. And it's just, it's not a lot of fun. There was one time, I mean, obviously, like, so I'm training with him. And so I go ahead, I pass his guard. I get him into a Kimura, and I'm like, I'm about to finish fucking Gordon Ryan here. And I pull it up, and I go to start finishing it, and he gets his knee behind my elbow, and he extracts it. And he said to me, he's like, you don't really think you passed my guard, do you? I'm like, no. And so, I mean, yeah, but that's exactly it. So I've obviously watched the most film on him. I've been watching a lot more of Hodger lately. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that's all really fair. There's not as much film out there on Hodger. Like if you look on YouTube, I think there's like 6 matches or something. There's not a ton.
Yeah, there isn't, and that's a lot of his old stuff. I remember watching Hodger matches on VHSs when you could buy the old worlds. You know,
yeah. There's not, and a lot of it too. Like he stays in standing position for a while, and then he gets a lot of close guard, but he'll do the same thing he did to Buchecha, where like you go and the guy will put a knee up, and his legs were so long he was able to lock, and like that. You think about it as like a bad position for most people, but for him it was like perfect. You know, when he wraps a close guard around a guy with kind of in a combat base type guard,
knee in the middle, and then he can tilt the guys. So he
tilts the guys, yeah.
And he tilts
then
the
he
guy.
comes up, and then once he gets to that mount, it's just
game over.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, but the thing is, like, there's not a ton of other people that are able to finish with that. I mean, that's actually, Henry, you do it.
What's that?
I mean, finish with a cross choke from mount, but I mean, not a lot of people have that down that well.
Oh
no, yeah. And the thing is, like, Hickson was obviously amazing at the cross collar choke. Hodger is amazing at the cross collar choke. Yeah. The reason that I tell people, I suggest that people put a lot of time and energy into mastering the cross collar choke is because it's one of the submissions that's available from a lot of different positions. Like, you could do the cross collar choke from the guard, you can do it from mount, you can do it from cross-side, you can do it from knee on belly, you can even do it from half guard, bottom half guard. I've had a friend, my friend Todd Fox, who I think you know, Josh. He did a IBJJF nationals, and he after not competing for 20 years, jumped in the black belt division, and 2 of his 3 matches he submitted from bottom half guard. He blew his knee out like a week before the competition and decided he was just going to compete with a leg brace, so he couldn't play guard. He's got a very strong close guard, so he just pulled half guard. But he submitted people with a cross collar choke, 2 black belts, right? And to do that in the masters division is really difficult because you only have 5 minutes right, to get submissions in masters, and usually because in competition too, people are not really trying to roll with you. They're playing a much more reserved game. They're more trying to not make mistakes instead of really trying to go for it, right?
Have you ever finished a roll and thought, what was I even doing out there? Same. We have all felt that way. And that is why you need Jiu-Jitsu for Imbeciles, a free course from Rob Bernacki that explains Jiu-Jitsu so clearly, it makes you wonder how you ever got confused in the first place. I am telling you, it is like a TED Talk for people who suck at Jiu-Jitsu, and that is why they're giving it totally free to I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show listeners. So go to bjmentalmodels.com/ISuck and download it for free right now before you throw away another roll chasing guillotines from bottom side control.
You know how, like, a lot of people, if I were to get people in a close guard, okay, and let's say I reach far with my right hand, and okay, now I get my left one in, but what's touching on my legs, my groin muscles, the inside of my legs are touching their hips. I can pull towards me, but then if they put a brace in front and my hands are busy trying to strangle, it doesn't really work. When that happens, how do you engage your legs? Do you typically...
No, it's not about my legs. Like the cross collar choke, you shouldn't have to pull with your arms to finish it. So remember,
is that where you do this?
Yeah, I can do it with my arms straight, right? Like, and so basically, like, if you look at the V between my arms, that's where their neck is, right? And so even with my arms straight, like when I straighten my arms, look what happens to the V.
Yeah.
But the problem is when people pull in, a lot of times when people pull in, their elbows flare out, and then
and there's no contact.
So like, I think that's one of the main problems why people have such low success rate with a cross collar choke, is because they don't know how to actually apply the pressure with the choke to be able to finish, and it's very easily defended most of the time when people just posture or they post up, right? People are relying too much on pulling the person in.
Yeah, and when you do that, you typically bring your fist apart.
Curl my wrist again.
Really, what you want to be doing is touching the carotids, right?
Right. So it's really understanding the mechanics. It's all in the wrists. The cross collar choke is all in the wrists, right? There's no arm strength. There shouldn't be any arm strength. Arm strength is just kind of a bonus. So pulling in with your arms is just an extra.
Were you around when Elio was on the mat?
I was, but at the time he was already very, very, very old, right? Like,
supposedly that was his thing, right? Strangling people.
That was. And they call that the Grandmaster choke. Like at some schools, they call it the Grandmaster choke.
But was that his secret? This trying to get towards?
So just to let you know about Elio, right? Really crazy. I used to go out with Horion's daughter Rose Gracie. We dated for a couple years. And obviously Elio's her grandfather. So she brought me to meet him one time. They were doing an event at the Gracie Academy, and she brought me to meet him one time. And I went up to shake his hand, and she introduced me. Oh, this is like my boyfriend, blah 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 blah. He shook my hand, and at like 90 years old, his grip was like steel. And Elio had these wrists, like it was weird. His hand almost went from like a palm straight down. There was like he had really, really wide wrists. And because of that, like when they does the cross choke, once you connect, like when he turns his wrist, like it cuts so deep into your neck. This motion cuts so deep into your neck. I think that's one of the reasons like he was so good at the cross collar choke. Like his wrists were so wide, right? Like because the wrist is wide and then it's narrow here, right? Like you attach the narrow part, right? You attach it to the neck, and then when you turn your wrists, like the way that he does it, like his cross collar, when he turns the wrists, right? Which again, like I can do this without bending my elbows.
Yeah.
Right? But when you do this, it basically cuts into the neck. So basically you're going from, it's kind of like a water lever, when you're cutting off pipes. So that's basically the mechanics.
But the bad news of that, it's not very teachable.
It's not very teachable to some individuals. I have a whole course on it.
Well, no, but you can't say, hey, the secret is having really big wrists.
Oh, no. But you don't need big wrists.
Okay.
Fair. You don't need big wrists.
But your point was that his grip was just really strong.
Yeah, his grip was insane. Yeah. But he also had very wide wrists. But the mechanics are really simple. I did it with Bernardo. What's interesting, like the first time I ever came out, I did it with Bernardo. And Bernardo was blown away by the mechanics. I think we even have a video on it of the cross collar choke.
You've shown it to me a bunch of times, and then I'll do it in your basement or in your workout room right there, and then we get home and then something else happens. Like, oh, fuck, it didn't work.
Yeah, and again, that's the common thing with people, right? Like, oh shit, it didn't work. I give up on it.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't work. What am I doing wrong? How do I troubleshoot this so that I can get it to be a high percentage move? Because it's such a high percentage. Like if it can be such a high percentage move for Hodger, if he's submitting everyone in the world with it, a white belt move, what is he doing different, right? Why is he having success with it, and why are you not? Because Hodger, even though he's very tall and lanky, he's not like the most crazy physical specimen of the heavyweight division, and why was Hickson, why did Elio have so much success with it? It's a very, very powerful attack. It can be used from so many different positions. And especially when guys are passing the guard, like especially open guard, right? When guys are passing open guard, because usually what happens is when guys are passing open guard, they're gripping your knees.
Yeah, there has to be hands
basically trying to control your knees and trying to throw your legs to the side. So they don't really have hands protecting their neck. So it's really easy to attack the neck as guys are passing.
Yeah. So
there's so much opportunities to use that choke. But again, it's definitely an under-trained technique in jiu-jitsu.
If you look at like statistically, I think about between the UFC and jiu-jitsu is the same. About half the finishes are on the back.
Yeah, well, obviously UFC, right, and in nogi you don't have the collar, right?
Yeah.
So you can see, guys taking the back and finishing from the back.
And then, but even in the gi though, same thing.
But if you think about it too, like finishing from the back is not as easy as people think. Like there's so many matches. Like Marcelo Garcia, when he first did his MMA match, right? His one and only MMA match, he was like fighting some C-level Korean guy. I don't even think anybody knows his name, and he spent like almost 4 minutes on the guy's back and couldn't finish.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well, especially in the gloves make it hard.
Yeah, and think about that. Think about the skill disparity between those two guys as grapplers.
We're talking like one of the greatest ever, and probably like a blue or purple belt.
Yeah. How is he not able to finish, right? Mm-hmm. After spending 4 minutes on the back. And then if you ever watched that match with the first match with Islam and Volkanovski, Islam spent almost 4 minutes on Volk's back.
Yeah.
So not only do you have a massive size difference, and of course Volkanovski is a skilled grappler, but I think most people would agree he's nowhere near the level of grappling of Islam.
No, of course not.
And so Islam spent 4 minutes, like 3.5 minutes on his back and wasn't able to finish.
Yeah.
Right? And so you have so many like accounts of very, 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 very high level skilled guys that spend an incredible amount of time on the back where there's a massive skill disparity and still not able to finish. So
that's an interesting Lex Friedman kind of had this debate with Hodger Gracie on his podcast, and they talked for quite a while on it, and Hodger was very adamant that he prefers mount because it keeps pressure, and if you lose if you lose the back, a lot of times you lose the back and end up on bottom. And he's like, a lot of times if you lose mount, it's just half guard and you're still on top and you have the pressure.
And we are back. And now it's time for the clip that you guys have been waiting for, the most controversial take on the show this year. The AJJ take. And we did a lot of conversations about this after. We did a lot of conversations about this before. But the clip that I'm going to show you is the reason that we are doing it. The clip that I'm about to show you, all the other stuff, it's just stuff you hear. It's just noise. I told you guys specifically when this episode dropped, this is how it's going to be. This is what's going to happen. This is what people are going to say. People aren't going to know how to handle themselves. This came out October 16th. And so much of what I said would happen in this episode has already started happening. That was 3 months ago. The amount of conversations that I have had about the AJJ thing has been unbelievable. I have had people come to me in secret because their masters wouldn't allow them to say the words AJJ just so they can discuss what I'm doing, just so they can hear about it. And it's this thing that seems to be so offensive to people. But if you listen to this clip, I told you it was by design. I actually say, hey, just so you know, people are going to attack me. But what they don't realize is they're just going to be advertising my gym. And then, sure enough, within days, people were attacking me and just letting everybody know, hey, if you haven't listened yet, you better check out Josh McKinney's episode because it hurt my feelings. And the amount of cool conversations with really cool people that have come from the switch, the amount of support that I got from... I had a Quarrel Belt tell me that he liked what I did. We're cooking, boys. Here's the thing. Who knows where this is going to go? But I stand so by where I've told you guys, where my prediction has been, where jiu-jitsu is going to go. It is going to go into more specific styles of jiu-jitsu, and it's going to be less about one size fits all. Everybody has to train. I'm trying to serve every single person at my gym. It's going to stop being that. It's going to be, there are so many customers available. It's about me finding the customers that fit what I'm going to provide. And that is why I did the AJJ thing. I'm sure that we're going to get way deeper into it this year. There are definitely some things that will happen with the AJJ thing that will be even wilder this year, some plans that we have. But also, this is just my advertising. This is my gym stuff. I'm telling people this because I think it will be helpful for them. Just know, this ain't going to be a how to get good at American Jiu-Jitsu show. It never will be. Jiu-Jitsu is Jiu-Jitsu. When it comes to grappling, efficiency and effectiveness is what matters. It doesn't matter what nationality the dude was who invented the move. My argument against BJJ, and this is just before I get into the argument from the episode, it is simply this. And obviously I make crazy jokes. I troll a lot now. But my real argument is this. Jiu-Jitsu started, BJJ started, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu started with the idea of being efficient and effective in a fight in the best way possible. And they borrowed from all kinds of other martial arts, and then innovated, and then borrowed and innovated. And then one day, and I don't know when, I don't have the date, but one day we decided this is BJJ. This is GJJ. It's these moves and nothing else. Don't try to add to it. Learn the basics. Learn this. We've figured it out. We stopped innovating, though. For me, that was my favorite part of jiu-jitsu, is innovating, is finding better ways to accomplish the same task, finding more efficient ways to accomplish the same task. And to me, in general, a lot of the BJJ community has just lost that mindset. They're in the mindset of the meta, and we're doing this whole jiu-jitsu thing, and it's what we want it to be. It's these are the moves, and you got to learn these moves. These are the basics. You've got to learn these basics. And I care about making effective grapplers. For if you're a competitor, if you're a police officer, if you're trying to learn self-defense, if you're a kid that's trying not to be bullied, I care about being effective. I don't care about who invented the move. I don't care if the move is wrestling. I don't care if the move is jiu-jitsu. I don't care. I care about being effective. That is what my gym is designed around. Does that mean that that's what your gym needs to be designed around? No, you may care way more about the experience for the individual, in a sense of like how they feel when they walk into the environment, what music is on, how clean the gym is, and the nice showers that there are, and and there are the other parts. And maybe that's what you go all in on. Then you do that. Maybe you go all in on self-defense. Then you do that. But your thought process that me differentiating myself is bad for you shows how behind you are in thinking. It's not, there is not right now, there is not a finite amount of potential jiu-jitsu customers. There is more and more being produced every single day. Our job is to find the ones that fit our gyms. And that is where this AJJ thing started. And that's where it's going to continue to go. Let's watch this clip. So I started teaching jiu-jitsu like 10 years ago. And when I started, especially you have to understand, a lot of people weren't even training then, right? That are listening to this show. Understand how much different the culture was when I started teaching, okay? When I started teaching, I started with this idea that I wanted to do open mats that were open to anyone who trained. And the amount of backlash that I got, the amount of positive response that I got from local black belts, I was a purple belt too, that were wanting to come to my gym to train because they were like, man, I don't get to train with anybody high level. I only have white and blue belts at my gym. And the amount of response I got like that was amazing. But on the same note, I actually had multiple times that people, looking back now, had no business speaking into my life in any way, would lecture me, like black belts that had known me and would lecture me about running an open mat that was open to any gym, telling me as though I will lose competitive matches because I do this. I'm like, guys, I don't even have, none of these guys I'll ever compete against. And it was just, and on top of that, it was like, how much of a benefit is it, even if I lost a match because of it, how much of a benefit is it for my guys to get to roll with this one person that's really good? That guy that comes in, the black belt that comes in, yeah, he gets a bunch out of it too. But I think as a whole, we get way more out of it by them coming to visit. And not only that, we make friendships that then we get invited to open mats. And that was what my thought process was. And now, I mean, I'm sure that there are some coaches that really discourage cross-training still. But now it's more of a standard in jiu-jitsu. And it was only because people decided that it didn't make sense. They were like, yeah, I know we've done this way for a long time, but this does not make sense. We should do something different. And that really is the American Jiu-Jitsu terminology for me. But the truth is, we've always focused on innovation at our school. We've always had ties to wrestling roots. We've always looked outside of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specifically. We've looked to self-defense based Jiu-Jitsu for ideas and thoughts on winning competition. You look everywhere. It's so silly that we all love to get into this thought process of, oh, my version of jiu-jitsu, or my coach's version, or my lineage's version of jiu-jitsu is the best version of jiu-jitsu. And it's like, okay, well, even if it was that person the best teacher? Were they the best coach? Nah, then they weren't producing the best guy. So does that even matter? And at this point, 10, 15 dudes down the line, I feel like we've probably played a game of telephone. Right? And at this point, you're on social media. You're on YouTube, right? You're learning from other places. Why would lineage matter at all? Well, here's the truth. It only matters for marketing. Right? You can't tell me, if I've never done jiu-jitsu before and I search best BJJ near me and a school that says Gracie in the title comes up first, and then nothing else says Gracie in it, and I've watched the UFC, I watched UFC 1 before, I've watched anything where they talk about martial arts and jiu-jitsu, and I hear about this family, I'll go, oh yeah, I'll go there. And there's nothing wrong with that. That is a great way to market to someone who is looking for that. So if you are looking for that, if you're looking for the martial arts tradition, then do it. You should have the right to do it and the freedom to do it. But if that's not what you're looking for, if you're looking for something that feels more like a country club where you do jiu-jitsu, then American Jiu-Jitsu, it could be for you. And so I think it's hard to explain why I did this without explaining the timing of everything. Or why I'm doing this. I say I did this like this isn't the big thing that's gonna make everybody mad. You know, changing my profile picture on my gym page on Instagram. It produced some funny questions, some good responses, but you know, you don't have to follow me to actually know that. You have to follow the gym to actually know that. And so it's not going to be near as aggressive response as this podcast is going to be. But when it comes to the kind of the whole idea of why we did American Jiu-Jitsu and why now, I think a lot of people think that the first time I'd even heard the idea was when I conversated with Keenan. I think that was episode 294. That was like a year ago. That came out Halloween of last year. And it was, it obviously did really well. It created a lot of cool conversation, created a situation where Keenan offered anyone to debate him. Anyone, I mean, obviously it needs to be somebody name value, and said that I would be the moderator. I feel like I kind of lose my ability to be a moderator of this debate anymore, but we can at least do it on the show. We'll figure it out. But anybody who says basically that you can't call it American Jiu-Jitsu, that he would debate you. And there is history behind these terms. Honestly, if that is interesting to you and like, hey, is this a real term? Did Josh just make this up? Listen to that episode, 294. There is a ton of good information on that. But that's, again, this episode is titled Why I Am Quitting BJJ. And it's not about anyone else's opinion of this stuff. It's just, this is my opinion. And again, this is why me and my guys are doing it. And so there was an episode before that, though. I don't know. I don't think I have the number of that one, that we did where it was should you be allowed to do AJJ? And it was AJJ versus BJJ. And it was a hot takes episode about the topic. And that was when I was first playing with the topic. Like, that makes sense, or like there's an idea there, right? There's something interesting there. There's a conversation to be had there. Then the Keenan episode happened. Super bizarre. I send the dude a message on Instagram, never met him before in my life. And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do your podcast, even though I don't do podcasts anymore. He didn't say that, but he doesn't do podcasts anymore. And he came and talked to me. The conversation was super weird. It was a great podcast, but it was super weird because I had a list of competitive things to ask him. And most of the episode was him trying to convert me to American Jiu-Jitsu. And we left it open. We left it on a cliffhanger. Like, you gave me some things to think about, and I did. I have thought about them for a year and weighed the pros and cons. And I've never been so sure gym-wise, jiu-jitsu-wise, that this is the right move than I am about this. And I wasn't. I was on the fence 2 months in. So 10 months ago, I wrote basically like a welcome to head nod, a piece of propaganda is what I'm telling you. And I wrote it for new members so we could, and it was just about home of American Jiu-Jitsu, freedom to evolve, freedom to innovate. That was what it was about. Anything, freedom to do any word that you would see on like an F-150 commercial, right? And so freedom to whatever, I just thought that was cool. I'm like, I'm going to write this and I'm going to see what I think American Jiu-Jitsu is. And I wrote it. It's on my website too. You can check that out. It's a blog post on headnodhq.com. It's called Head Nod HQ, Home of American Jiu-Jitsu. And it is just a welcome to Head Nod. This is why we do what we do. And the truth is, for my students, like, this is always how we've done it. It's not like I'm saying, hey, let's change a bunch of stuff and be American Jiu-Jitsu. I'm just saying, hey, let's keep doing what we've always done and do it more and lean into it more. And we're going to tie a name to it now. We're going to tie a brand to it now. It's not just going to be, well, I don't want to hurt feelings, right? It's not about that anymore. When you have a baby come into the world, you start to focus more on your purpose and less on other people's feelings, I think. And at least that's what happened to me. And so I went this time. I have a few cool moments that pushed me towards American Jiu-Jitsu that I could share. But I thought I would share this one. And this one is the most unique, I think. And so a month ago, one of my friends, my best friend since middle school, he said, hey, let's go to this business conference. And I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go to this business conference. He's like, I'll buy tickets. I said, oh, yeah, cool. I don't think anything of it. He just offers to buy tickets for this business conference. As the business conference itineraries are getting sent to me, I'm starting to go, uh-oh, this seems expensive. What did this dude spend on these tickets? And so I'm curious because it's saying things that don't make sense, words that I have to Google, and they seem like they're only, kids from Granite City don't know these words. These are luxury words that I'm reading, not understanding it. There's a point where you get to privately walk Harry Potter world like at midnight. Like, what is going on? Why is this part of a business conference? And so I call my best friend. Hey, what is this? What did we? First of all, what did you just spend on those tickets? And he says, oh, don't worry, bro. I got the tickets taken care of. And I said, bro, what did you spend on those tickets? Tell me right now. And he said, I'll never tell you. And he didn't. But it was very easy to Google because it's a very popular conference. And they were way more than I make in a very solid period of time. They were excessively expensive tickets. Something that there is no way in the world that I would have ever spent on myself. Ever. And so we go to this event. And so understand, I got in on a free ticket. I am in the top tier group that you can be with all multimillionaires. Your boy Josh. I'm wearing my Casio AE 1200. I don't know if you guys know, it's actually one of the coolest Casio watches, probably one of the best watches in the world, like $30. If you wait till Prime Day, I don't know, maybe Prime Day already happened, I don't know. But Prime Day last year, I got this one for $20. So yeah, getting my money's worth out of it. But keep in mind, that's what I'm wearing during this event. Keeps great time. I'm not going to have to check my phone. It's going to be accurate the whole time. I could know what time it is back home if I want to. Can't be better. Any other watch I see is a Rolex or a term that if I Google it later, because I have a little notebook, so I would write down like all the words that I didn't understand that were business words, and then like all the cool things like terms that people would say or the cool watches that people had on, and then I would Google it like late night to be studying. Because keep in mind, you dropped a white belt in business who's only ever hung out with and been around blue belts and thought it couldn't get better, right? Maybe some purple belts, like it couldn't get better than these guys. And then you drop me in a room with 400 black belts of business. And the funny thing is, they don't know I'm a white belt. They're just like, oh, this is a cool guy. He does jiu-jitsu. Let me tell him my secrets. And boys, that was wild. I could do a whole episode on that, or a whole like YouTube video on that conference. That was the conference itself was amazing. But the moment in the conference that stood out to me, there are these points where you are doing kind of like small group discussion, 4 to 5, 6 people, and you're trying to solve certain problems, and then your team has to say how you solve the problem. And one point we're put in this group with this really, really big Russian guy. And if I'm being totally 100% honest with you, I don't totally remember his name, and I don't know that it was Sergey. But afterwards, me and my best friend Brandon kept calling him Sergey. Like, yeah, oh yeah, Sergey. Yeah, that was what it was. Because we meet this guy in our small group. He literally says his name once. He does not participate at all in small group. He's engaged. He's listening to everyone else talk, but he doesn't say a word. We find out more later about his business. Super, super good at what he's doing. But a little bit later that night, you're in that place for forever. But we're in there 12 hours and just learning business stuff, practicing stuff, and then repeat. And so it's like late night. It's probably like 11. We get out at 10:30 where everyone's kind of trying to go to some of the restaurants that are still open and stuff. They were lecturing us on like, hey, we kept you from here from 8:30 to 10:30 and 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. You better go back and do your homework because you got to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow. And so they were intense at this thing. This was camp for sure. And guy comes out though. We're late night. Me and Brandon are just kind of chilling. Dude walks out and hadn't talked to us. And he goes, "What do you two do?" Just like that. Like, "Oh, sorry, sir." Like, oh, my friend Brandon tells him. And I mean, he has a very, again, much more impressive resume when it comes to what we're there for. Right. And then I say, "Oh, I run 3 Brazilian jiu-jitsu schools." And then he just like kept staring at me as if I was lying. And he said, "No, you tell me what you do." And then we start talking more, give him more information on kind of who I am. Then he keeps going. He keeps pushing. And he wants to hear more. And then he gets to, well, what is the problem in your Brazilian jiu-jitsu school? And I told him exactly what I just told you guys. I said, it's not possible for me to compete with people that have better branding that has been built for way longer And it's not possible for me to have my guys compete in the sense of just branding. And like, there are a lot of new people trying jiu-jitsu, but we're not getting shots at those people. And that's what I told him. And he said, and so what is the solution? And I said, it's this American jiu-jitsu thing. And he said, and why you not do this? And I said, I have a podcast. It's really growing. It's getting sponsors. It's, and it really helps people. And I don't want it to corrupt my message. I don't want people to go, oh, well, he's just the AJJ guy, or he's this, or he's that, or even worse, take it a step further, and people hear American Jiu-Jitsu, and for some reason, they're like, oh, that must mean racist Jiu-Jitsu. Like, brother, I'm a brown dude with American Jiu-Jitsu. What are we talking about here? I don't think that it has anything to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. When we talk the Declaration of Independence of American Jiu-Jitsu, you'll hear more when we go into that, but we're not there yet. But I just tell old Sergey that, is it racist that I gave him the nickname Sergey or the name Sergey? Because it doesn't feel that way. And probably even to you guys, it doesn't feel that way because it probably fits. Now, here's the thing. If this dude was Mexican and I had named him Juan, that would have been racist. It's weird, right? It's weird how that works. Yeah, if he was Asian, you know what I would definitely not have named him? Josh McKinney. That's always a shocking one. That one, no one's ever guessing that one. But anyway, I tell him that, and he says, oh, so you worried you offend people? And I said, yeah. He says, the more I gain success, more people I offend. He said, the more community I have with the people who love me, but outside of that, I offend more people. And he said, you are a good guy. Again, he's known me for 5 minutes. He said, you are a good guy. I can tell. You need to do what's on your heart. And then he stood up and he walked away. And that was our whole conversation. And every time I saw him after that, there was no nod, smile, hey, Josh, great to see you. No conversation after that. And he laid that on me. And I said, you know what, Sergey? You got me, brother. When I get home, I'm all in. And here we are. And so the first thing I did was tell my guys, and they were like, finally, we've been waiting. And the same thing, I told them, in all honesty, this is what's happening. This is what is going on with me. This is what's going on with our team. This is what's going on, in my opinion, in the jiu-jitsu space right now. Is jiu-jitsu is growing exponentially, yet we all pretend that we offer the same product. And it makes no sense because we don't, and it's not supposed to be that way. People should have a choice on how they want to train. People should have a choice on the vibe of where they're at. And if you are in the St. Louis area, Southern Illinois area, and that interests you in having that choice, on having a place that innovation is the goal, getting good is the goal, check out headnodhq.com for more information. Now, let's get to the important stuff. The American Jiu-Jitsu Declaration of Independence. I don't think it needs any introduction. I think we can just go right into it. The Declaration of Independence for American Jiu-Jitsu by the practitioners of a freer grappling world. We, the people of American Jiu-Jitsu, in pursuit of better leverage, clearer minds, and cleaner mats, do solemnly declare our independence from all forms of control that do not serve progression. We are not rebelling against our roots, but rather honoring them the only way Americans know how, through innovation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that no grappler should be bound by ritual, costume, or ceremony that does not improve the craft itself. That no one should be forced to bow to a photograph before learning to pass a guard. That tradition without understanding is obedience, not mastery. We declare freedom from false gods and sacred cows. No figure living or dead shall be worshipped as infallible on these mats. The art belongs to the people who practice it, not to the ones who trademark it, and respect is to be freely given, not demanded by rank. We declare freedom from all politics, national, social, or BJJ born. The mats are neutral ground. No red versus blue, no team versus team. Only you versus the you were yesterday. Here, every person, man, woman, child, cop, or competitor, all united by respect, effort, and shared struggle. We live this way because the community makes jiu-jitsu special, not the other way around. We claim the right to innovate, to blend wrestling, judo, sambo, and anything else that helps us control chaos. We claim the right to ask why without fear, to innovate with passion, and to cross-train without shame. The moment we stop questioning is the moment jiu-jitsu stops evolving. We affirm that the truest freedom begins with control. First of self, then of ego, and then of opponent. We affirm that rank is not royalty. It is responsibility. Let no grappler forget the humility that they were blessed with after receiving their first jiu-jitsu beatdown. And so, we, the undersigned practitioners of American Jiu-Jitsu, pledge to build this art upon freedom, equality, and innovation. We will support one another's evolution, defend another's right to think differently, and challenge one another to suck less every day. But let it be known, American Jiu-Jitsu can only fall from within. When evil arises, when power is abused, when the weak are mistreated, when our freedom is used as an excuse for abuse, we must speak out. We will not allow darkness to wear our flag. For as long as we stand together, humble yet unbreakable, the art of American Jiu-Jitsu will live free. Oh yeah, and Hulk Hogan's theme song is our national anthem, signed Josh McKinney and the free men and women of American Jiu-Jitsu. And we're back. So we'll get off of the crazy train and get into the help you with jiu-jitsu train. So the next one that we're going to look at, this is from an episode called Get Your Black Belt in 7 Years or Less, which, man, what a good title for this episode. This came out October 9th. So still relatively recently. But what we really look at on this one is how if you're efficient and effective and you're consistent, you can really, really get promoted quickly. You can get better at jiu-jitsu quicker than ever. But if you try to focus on everything, most likely you will get good very slowly. And I give an example. I give a story of one of my now black belts that really has been trained about 7-ish years, 3 days a week, and was able to get to black belt. And not only that, but I tell the story of his first competition at black belt. And it's a really good story. I think you guys will enjoy that piece of that clip. There's also some really good advice tied into this. In that whole episode about getting your black belt in 7 years, I think a lot of people were helped with that because it's more of the general idea of getting good than if you're a blue belt, just do this. If you're a purple belt, just do this. And really, the spoiler, the same thing that I've told you guys forever. The secret to getting good is figuring out what to focus on and then doing it for a long time. And this clip will help you be able to do that. I had a student that I did a, this is crazy. This is a very excessive example of this, but I want to say it was like, I can look at these private lessons, but I have 2 private lessons saved on my Dropbox because I do a private a lot of times. I would used to record them so then the person would have be able to go back on it. And he and I worked X guard, and then we worked knee cuts on the other private lesson. Okay, and one of the points he says, "Hey, how I only get to dedicate like 2 to 3 days a week to training," and he's like, "And I really love doing jiu-jitsu. I want to get good. How can I get good faster?" And I'm like, "Oh, well, you could just choose 1 or 2 things and really focus on them for just a long period of time." And like most guys, explain the victim of 1,000 moves mentality, and he was really, connected with that. He resonated with that. And we had just done 2 really deep dive things into one, like I said, knee cuts, and the other, it was like collar sleeve to X guard sweeps. And and he had a decent X guard already too, so we weren't building off of that as much, but just how more ways to get there. And so I said, yeah, just focus on a few things. And then this is my black belt Sam, who's been on the show. He never asked me another question. The only questions I ever got from Sam from then on out were, I would teach a guard pass, I would teach a Toriando, and he would call me over and I'd walk over and he'd say, "Hey, but how could this set up my knee cut?" And I'd be like, "Well, if you do it right, you won't need to knee cut." And then he would stare at me and I would be like, "Okay, well, this is how you use it to set up your knee cut." So then fast forward, this guy, I want to say it was less than 7 years, but it might have, let's just call it 7 years. He gets his black belt in 7 years. Okay. That's very, very, very quick. So then you go, well, he probably sucks. Josh just promoted this guy way too quickly. And again, he dedicates now, I think he gets 3 days a week, but 2 to 3 days a week, 7 years. So I'll tell you a little story. 10 days ago, I am doing the St. Louis Open, IBJJF St. Louis Open. And I have a good amount of my competitors going, and I am, I get to just be a competitor. Schedule comes out. Oh gosh, I go first match of the day on mat number 6, 9:30. If the next match over is going to be, there's going to be a 9:30 match, and then at 9:36, the match after, my black belt, who I just told you about, Sam, is going to be competing. And we are, we all get warmed up together. There's a good group of us, like I said. It's a really good warm-up. We're the only tag team guys. We have 100 competitors on our team, on our affiliation competing that day, but we're the only ones going around that first, those first 10 minutes of the day. And then the first match on mat number 5, because he's the mat right next to me, doesn't show. Sam and his guy are already checked in. And so Sam and I are, if you know how the IBJJF tournaments start, and most people, unless you've competed then, you don't know this, they call all the 9:30 matches to their mat and have you standing. And so if you're scheduled for 9:30, you should always check in as soon as you can, especially if you're me and you're close on weight. So you check in really early, and then you can almost guarantee, like, even if you're 9:45, if those other people aren't checked in, you're getting pushed to the top because they like to open the tournaments this way. Everybody's standing at their mat waiting to compete. All the refs are standing on their mats waiting to call everybody out. There's a big announcement. St. Louis St. Louis Open 2025 may now begin. And then everybody walks out at the same time. And it's the only time in the day that it's like this. Once mats are running, they're all running. But me and Sam are literally now standing shoulder to shoulder. He is on the right side of his mat. I'm on the left side of my mat. It is the coolest, coldest moment. I don't think we say a word to each other. We just stand there. Our entire team, there's between both mats, 70, 80 people. It is just packed. It's loud. I can see my wife and son there. It's just the crew, the vibe is right. Our matches start. We walk on the mat. I take a horrible shot. I miss. I'm so sorry, guys. I actually had to pull guard in that match. But I put some good squeezes on. Felt good the whole time while in close guard. But every once in a while, I can hear my team going crazy. I'm chilling in close guard, boys. I'm like doing a little arm wrench, get an advantage, be done for the day. I have one more match, just chill out. Close guard. If you ain't opening my close guard, you lose, brother. That's not my problem. And so that's my mindset, right? But then I'll hear my whole team going crazy. And it doesn't sound negative. It sounds pretty positive. And I'll glance over at the mat next to me. And where is Sam? Well, he's just nailing an X guard sweep, running this dude over. And so okay, well, I'm going to get back to my match. Like, kind of getting outdone now. Should probably threaten something, right? And so then I turn back around. Oh, where's Sam? He's knee cutting this guy. Oh, great. I guess the two moves that he knows, he's just implementing for his first time as a black belt, competing at black belt against somebody who is a seasoned competitor. Just doing the, blue belt moves that we learned 7 years ago that has been all he's worked on. Then I'm like, okay, I better make something happen here because this dude's putting it on. I know where this is going. I've rolled with this dude before. I know where this is going. And so I catch an omoplata in mine. I feel like it's tight. Again, I'm chilling, boys. I don't need to do anything. I got the far lapel. If you don't know, again, these are competition things. These are not be good in general at jiu-jitsu things. But if you get the far lapel on an omoplata and go thumbs up grip and forearm into the back, the match is over. There's nothing more to do. We're done for the day, boys. But it's hard to finish that because the person has a good grip on their belt and they'll just hold on to that forever. So then I kind of glance over my shoulder one more time. Sam's got this dude in a bow and arrow choke, leg behind his head. Dude's head's coming off of his body. And I'm like, crap. I better freaking finish this omoplata. And so then I go really, really hard for my finish. I get my finish. We both stand up at the same time. I get to share that moment with a guy who came from white to black belt under me, has been super consistent, loyal, respectful, every single thing that you would want. I get to share that moment where we both stand up. It's, I'm an old man black belt, and I get to see one of my guys get their first black belt win from the mat over. It was the coolest moment for me. Like, honestly, one of the, at least emotionally, the coolest jiu-jitsu moment that I've ever experienced. Just the lead up to that and getting to experience that as a coach was just so cool. But that being said, why did we get that moment? Because this dude was consistent on his focus forever. Even when I said, hey, bro, maybe you should focus on something else. And he goes, that's a good idea. I'm going to focus on bow and arrow chokes after I do knee cuts. And I was like, okay, sounds good, man. And there are literally text messages from me and Richie Kelly saying what was going to happen in his matches. And then they did. Wildness, boys. Whew. Now, that is the thing. It's like your goal now is to master one thing. And I know I gave you the example of him mastering two. I wouldn't even do that. Focus on one. It's hard to get good at anything. But once you get good at something, you learn the method to getting good at something. And so that should be your focus. And so as we get to purple belt, what is required of a purple belt? To me, I think a purple belt should have one black belt move. I mean, I think a great purple belt has one black belt position. right? And what is a black belt position? I kind of defined it earlier. That means, or black belt move, that is a place that you can actually hit on black belts, on legitimate black belts going live against you, that you could have success. It's your half guard sweep. It is your loop choke. It is your, does that mean you're better than a black belt? No, it means you have a black belt move. And this is how you should focus on it. When you get on other mindsets, you get way too into comparing yourself. And that's not what it's about. It's about your own journey. And being able to look at your jiu-jitsu this way is such a huge skill that most people don't have. Most people just show up to jiu-jitsu with no intention and they just grapple. But when you start to go, hey, this move really works for me, right? I could, and honestly, as you get better, you realize like you could really build a game off of one move. You could build it, and there are amazing black belts that do it. And we'll talk about that as we get to black belt. But for a purple belt, to me, and not every purple belt has this, I would say if you don't have one black belt move, I think you need at least 3 purple belt moves, meaning 3 moves that you can hit consistently on good purple belts as a blue belt, right? And that is usually my defining characteristics of what makes a purple belt. Like, oh, this guy has one guard pass that he'll hit on purple belts, and then he has 2 sweeps, or a sweep and a submission off his back. Like, oh, that's going to be a good purple belt one day. We can build off that and make him a great brown belt or a great black belt. And so now if you have one black belt move, your focus should be adding a second black belt move, ideally in the other side. Like, so if you have a really good black belt guard pass, you want a really good black belt sweep, something that takes you from bottom and then puts you ready to do your black belt guard pass, right? And that's how you should be thinking, is like, I just want to develop this really, really good sweep and hit this and get on top so then I can get back to the other part. Now what do you have? Well, you have a game, right? You're getting close to what some people would consider a complete game. It's not at all. You still suck. But some people would be very impressed with where you're getting. And so let's say I said that, let's say you even have 2 or 3 purple belt moves, and that's why you get your purple belt. So where should you go from there? Focus on adding one black belt move, taking one of those purple belt moves and getting it to black belt level. It's going to make sense. I know this feels like too simple. I promise if you listen to this whole episode, each belt will make sense once we get to black belt, because no one will freaking define what a black belt should be and what a black belt will do. And so we have to start at each building block, right? Because there are going to be black belts that hear this that go, I don't have a black belt move. Check that box. Do that. That's your focus right now. Get a black belt move. A move that you can do. What's the highest level move that you have? That should probably be the one you focus on. You refine over and over and over again. You ask a million questions about. You don't roll your eyes at class because you go, oh, I already know this. That's why you still suck. Find something new. That's your job, right? As you get better. White belts, you just keep doing what you're doing. We love that you're here. Keep coming in. Keep showing up. Take your beatings. Tell those jokes that you know. We all like you. But purple belts, you're starting to get on my nerves, okay? And so let's move on from purple belt. And so let's say now you have a black belt move or 2. You're starting to get generally better in skill. You're a brown belt now. Here's the thing about brown belt. Brown belt is, to me, and I've always said this, is diet black belt or junior black belt. There, you roll with a purple belt has a huge range. I could roll with a purple belt and be like, holy smokes, this dude feels like a black belt. Or I could roll with a purple belt and go, oh my gosh, this guy feels like a white belt. And it's like, it's not just like you go to one gym and it's one way and another gym and it's another. It's like purple belt has that range pretty much everywhere. It really is, to me, the broadest belt besides black belt. And we'll get into black belt soon. But with brown belt, I think you're generally pretty close skill-wise. You should know the method of refinement. You should be starting to work on that method. But to me, brown belt is a time that you could really say, well, I'm almost guaranteed that I'm going to be a black belt one day. As long as I just keep showing up, I'm going to get my black belt one day. Who do I want to be when I become a black belt? Because remember, each of these belts is not getting, it's becoming, right? You became a purple belt through this mastery. You've become a brown belt now. And so now when it's time to develop into a black belt, I think positioning is one of the most important things. Meaning, if you're a brown belt right now, the question you should be asking yourself is, what do I want to be doing in the jiu-jitsu space as a black belt? Not what do I want to have done, not what do I want to have accomplished, because honestly, once you get your black belt, no accomplishment matters. No one cares. You could be the double gold brown belt adult world champion. Once you get your black belt, you go into your first black belt division, I promise you, guys are not going to respect you. Guys are going to, maybe you're going to prove them wrong, but it's just how it is. It's just how it is. They're going to go, listen, there is so much more than brown belt. And most of us don't realize that because we believe black belt to be the end goal. But I really can't explain the positioning part of what I think you should be focused on as a brown belt without now getting into the black belt part of this. And so how the black belt part of this works, and this will make everything tie together here, is, to me, what is required of a black belt is experience, perspective, and what does that say? Holy smokes, that's ability. That doesn't look like ability. I said experience, perspective, and ability to actually start learning jiu-jitsu. And I know that sounds crazy, but here is the thing. When you get to black belt, you get your black belt tied around your waist. One of the most common phrases that you will hear is, now the journey begins. I remember when they said it to my coach, and my coach had just won PANS as a brown belt and was an active UFC fighter and did that all in the same year. I'm like, brother, now the journey begins? Are you joking? Like, look at this guy. Look at where this guy is at. And then I've gotten to see him, oh gosh, how long has he been a black belt? Probably 15, 16 years. And probably 15 years, I'm guessing. But I've gotten to see him the last maybe 14 years. It's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to, next time he's on the show, we'll ask him. But I've got to witness him for this over a decade. And I've gotten to see, oh, now the journey begins. One, skill-wise. Like, in straight jiu-jitsu, I bet you that he would be able to beat that version of himself that got the black belt, that was in phenomenal shape, that was an MMA fighter training twice a day, because the skill development never stopped. If anything, it got better. And if anything, the skill of getting better at jiu-jitsu also kept getting refined. And I've gotten to see him getting better. Well, not only that, like, I've gotten to see him go on, like, he was teaching at a jiu-jitsu school at that time, or at an MMA school at that time, and he was teaching. All right, guys, I know that I love to pretend that people care about my jiu-jitsu opinion, and they care about things that I say that help people get better at jiu-jitsu, and they care about the fact that every single Thursday I give hours of my time to try to help you guys get better at jiu-jitsu, and I ask for nothing in return besides a 5-star review, a like, and a comment. But besides those things, I ask for nothing in return. But we also know that you guys don't even like any of the helpful episodes. We know that everybody only likes jiu-jitsu hot takes. Somehow I went from like the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show guy in 2024 to the hot takes guy in 2025. People love to do the hot takes. I actually really enjoy the hot takes too. It's more fun for me to get to interact with you guys. I mean, I can just hope that I'm coming up with things that you guys want to hear, but it's not always like that. It's just sometimes I'm just winging it, and I'm trying to figure out like what would they care about? What do they want to know? And with the hot takes, what makes you guys mad? Usually I get a really clear picture of what you guys want to know. And it's helpful for the future episodes too. Drop a hot take if you have one. Or, the Q&A episodes are fun too, but they're just not as hot. The hot takes episodes get just so crazy. I'm going to give you guys, this is from an episode called The Worst BJJ Hot Takes of 2025. But what's funny about this is these were pretty polite. These weren't too bad. We're going to get much worse into the hot takes that are delivered soon. But these are actually pretty helpful. Talk a lot about catch wrestling, talk a lot just about getting good at jiu-jitsu, talk about getting beat up as a black belt and what that's like, and whether or not there's somebody that can make you feel like a white belt no matter who you are at black belt. And I have a cool story for that I will share with you guys in the future. But besides that, let's go ahead and just at least warm up with some hot takes from 2025. And I want jiu-jitsu to just be a sport, not a spiritual character development experience. It's not that deep. I love that one. I think that a lot of people want that, right? Problem with that, again, is that jiu-jitsu can be many things. It can be an art, right? And it needs to be an art to also be cool, right? If it is just a sport, there is something missing from the jiu-jitsu experience, right? I know it can be 95% a sport, but there is still, the best competitor cannot argue with this. There are times that we all will sacrifice some bit of efficiency or effectiveness for something that's cool, for something that warms our heart, for some move that like we go, oh, this, I feel this knee cut in my soul when I hit it on people, right? And it's this, like, we all agree that there are parts of jiu-jitsu that are like that. And that is, to me, the art part of it, is when you are saying, I do care about the beauty of the technique that I'm doing and not just how effective it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some people just absolutely have no care at all. But still, I just think that there is more. And obviously, you're listening to a podcast about jiu-jitsu. A lot of times it is about the sport of jiu-jitsu. But still, there is this level of, if it's not an art, we're not going to be listening to a podcast of somebody explaining it this deeply, because it's not that deep, right? I agree. I think that, and I've told you guys this before, I think that the eventual solving of the problem, of most of the problems that you hear in the jiu-jitsu space, I don't think a lot of people will like this, or everyone's going to agree that this is the right way. This is the way it's going to be. I'm telling you guys, is jiu-jitsu is going to turn into separate things. And we're going to start to define those things. And it may not happen next year, right? This may be a 10-year, 15-year down the road. But eventually, when it comes to the marketing of jiu-jitsu, we're going to start to understand that we're using this huge blanket statement, but it's starting to get big enough that it's almost as if we're using the blanket statement of martial arts, right? And that's what come in and do martial arts. It's like, no, you wouldn't say that, right? You say, come in and do jiu-jitsu. But when we go back and we go, well, okay, but is all jiu-jitsu the same? Well, a lot of these statements that you're going to hear people make are from that mindset, like, oh, all jiu-jitsu needs to be the same. We all need to be doing the same thing because it needs to be a sport. Or no, it shouldn't be a sport. It needs to stay traditional and be self-defense. Both sides of it can be true, right? But the part that both sides are wrong is that, like, they can't exist simultaneously. There should be sport jiu-jitsu and there should be self-defense jiu-jitsu. But then on top of that, there should and will be more splits in the jiu-jitsu space. Okay, there will be more places that do teach jiu-jitsu, but try to sell it that it is this spiritual character development experience. And you see people that they always put that as part of the marketing, but there will be people that lean heavily into that when you go into the jiu-jitsu studio, it's like you're going to a yoga studio, and that's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to, I don't know, guide people's chi or whatever else they're trying to do. That's also okay. There will be people, there will be places that you go that still feel like, oh man, this is a basement fight club, right? That will still exist. Eventually, it's going to get a name. It's going to be something specific. It's not just going to all be blanketed Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I know that this is the American Jiu-Jitsu versus Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu argument, but that argument, again, is not so deep. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of what is American Jiu-Jitsu going to be defined as, right? Is it going to be a punchline eventually, or is it going to be a good marketing tool that specific gyms that want to do a specific thing can advertise, right? And we will have to just observe how that goes. And we won't get involved in that space at all, and that'll prevent us from having any problems. Next, it should be acceptable to punch people with stinky gis. I don't know how stinky, because you can't tell me your gi's not always stinky. I don't know. You probably should be able to, okay, if their gi smells like it did yesterday, yeah, you should be able to punch them, right? I think you should be allowed to. At least twice in the round. You have to save them. It's not like you can just keep hitting them. That's abuse. But if they smell bad enough, and then let's say you hit them twice and they go, hey, I got punched and I don't stink. And then the gym will do a smell test, right? So the whole gym gets around and smells the gi, and then they'll vote. And if 50% of the people say the gi is of average or less stink, then that person gets 10 punches on you, dulled out for the rest of your grappling existence. As long as you guys will grapple with each other, they could use them at any time and they can hit you, right? They could use all 10 in the next round. They could use all 10 on the day you get your black belt and your new son is born and you're really exhausted because you haven't slept in days. And they lay it on you. So it just depends. I think that is, we talk about solving jiu-jitsu's problems. Nothing would solve jiu-jitsu's problems more than the stinky gi punch bet. Any gym that wants to do that, I'm sure you'd have to put it in your waiver. But again, like I said, every gym is going to be doing a specific thing. And so this will be a type of gym, the excessive hazing gym. And people go there to, I don't know, toughen up, right? Ooh, so this was a hot take, getting old and being the only older guy that's truly natty. Ooh, that's true. Not many of you guys, right? It's sad to see, but it's beautiful to see when that girl really gets good, right? Just through consistency and doing what you can while natural, you're on a different journey. And people may not like that. People, because the jiu-jitsu space loves to accept and praise steroid use. People don't like the fact that it just isn't the same thing as people that are natural. It just isn't. And that's okay. Do what you want, but don't act as though anything is the same. It just isn't. If you don't have the same constraints for recovery, you don't have to pay the same prices when you train too hard. And so, yes, it is absolutely not the same thing, because the simplest and best way to get good at jiu-jitsu, and this is a secret that no one wants to tell you, but the simplest and best way to get good at jiu-jitsu is to train with the best people, live rounds, every single day, over and over and over and over again. And then if you're smart, dissect what happened in those rounds at the nighttime. Here is the problem with that training method is it only works if you do steroids. No natural person can do that training model that is just, I'm going to wake up every day and train really hard and expect to not get injured. This is why steroids are so rampant, is because of the training model. This is the way to get good. But the beauty of being efficient, being effective, and finding training methods that work for you is that you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that training model that needs steroids. And so you have to find this other training model that not a lot of people talk about anymore, that not a lot of people care about anymore, but does absolutely exist. I promise you, it does. And so one thing for the natural athlete, and I know not many people can actually just look into a camera in the jiu-jitsu space and say it with conviction, but I've never done any steroids, and I promise you, you can at least compete at the level that I've competed at. Not that I've ever done that good, but you can compete at the top levels of jiu-jitsu against the best guys naturally if you're incredibly gifted and you spend your entire life working on jiu-jitsu. But you know, I don't know. You need a lot of time. You need a lot of consistency, and you do need the right places and the right training partners and the right training methods to really get the most out of your training. I promise. I've seen people do this as natural athletes without being able to dedicate near as much time as the typical training model, right? The typical training model is 7 days a week, and I've seen people be able to get really good really quickly and do well as competitors completely naturally without being able to dedicate that amount of time, maybe dedicating 4 days a week or the occasional 5, but get super good, super fast, compete at the highest levels and do it naturally. Now, don't get me wrong. It would have been probably easier for those people to just do the other training model. But there are people that just have a conviction about it and don't want to do it. And that's cool too, right? And so, yeah, that's the world that we are in. Datsusara makes gear for grapplers who hate crappy gear. My fanny pack, my backpack, even the gi that I wore today, all Datsusara. The gi feels ridiculously comfortable to wear, but what's interesting is it actually is a little bit hard for your opponent to grip. I've actually made all of my students who wear my size gi try it on, and nobody can believe the comfort. We all agree, most comfortable gi we've ever put on. And so now keep in mind, all of these products I've discussed are made from hemp. So that means that they'll last a very long time. They're eco-friendly, so that's good for you, ecological approach, CLA guys. And they just don't trap that classic gym funk. So if you're interested, go to dsgear.com and use promo code ISUCK and you can get 10% off anything in the store. You can upgrade your gear to something that not only that you'll like, but that you'll actually look forward to wearing. Check them out. Next one, your sweep defense wouldn't be if you weren't addicted to playing guard. Your sweep defense wouldn't be... There's a word missing there. Your sweep defense wouldn't be bad. That's probably what it is. Yeah, your sweep defense wouldn't be bad if you weren't addicted to playing guard. Okay, this is so true. So, and this will actually lead to the next hot take too. So in jiu-jitsu, let's talk more. Now let's talk about efficiency, effectiveness, competition, all that stuff I told you that jiu-jitsu isn't only about. It really is. But let's talk about those things. So when it comes to playing guard, a lot of us in jiu-jitsu, and I used to be guilty of this worse than any of you guys, honestly, but I used to be so willing early on to like just fall off. I didn't even like being in mount early on. Like even if I had some sweeps that would get me to mount, a lot of times I felt more comfortable getting bridge and rolled off and putting the person back in my guard so I could attack from my guard again, than oh no, he's putting me in half guard. I don't know how to deal with this. Oh no, he's putting me in his guard. And that was like my mindset for a long time. Eventually I started to get out of it. But it wasn't until recently, the past few years, that the pendulum has kind of swung in the opposite direction, where my mindset has changed from like, most people should only be playing guard if they're being forced to play guard. Okay. And we can dig way deeper into that idea into the future. But that idea makes a lot of sense for playing guard, and it makes a lot of sense for playing top. Okay. So why it makes sense for playing guard is because you add a new dynamic. If your goal while you're playing guard is to start to get up, and the top player has to not only try to pass your guard, but has to focus on keeping top position, right? When you agree, okay, I'm just going to stay down here, and when you're ready, you enter my legs. It's like is it the Simpsons clip where they like, he's like, I'm training in jiu-jitsu, step into my guard, step into my legs. Like, that's what we do when we're doing jiu-jitsu. It's like they're mocking us, but that is exactly what we do. And so when we're doing jiu-jitsu that way, we're giving up this dynamic. And there are times that I will play jiu-jitsu that way. Okay, I know I'm giving this like matter of fact, always do something. It's not like that, but we need to know the other side. It's very important to at least understand how to play the other side. And what it does is it makes it much harder to pass if the bottom guy's just trying to stand up, because he's almost running away at times. And so what you have to do on top is commit so much more to holding them down, so then you can start to pass their guard. Well, when you go to do that commitment, it makes you vulnerable to get swept or submitted, because the goal changes. Your goal is to get up, and my goal is to hold you down. As soon as you agree to the fact that I am holding you down, now you have this chance to switch the goalpost and say, well, now the new goal is I'm going to try to sweep or submit you. I'm not trying to get up anymore. And you're going to hit guillotines better this way. You're going to hit butterfly sweeps better this way, scissor sweeps better this way. But you will find that the top players get stuck on their knees way more. They're not at the right distance way more. But it's just the idea that I am just going to get up. And so what this person on their hot take is saying is like, your sweep defense wouldn't be so bad if you weren't addicted to just falling over and agreeing to play guard, right? And I completely agree with that. I think that one of the most unexplored strategies in jiu-jitsu, and you're seeing it, it's definitely not explored, but we don't talk about it as a strategy. We talk about everybody as if they're all just like, when they're on bottom, they're trying to sweep or leg lock. And when they're on top, they're trying to pass the guard. And then once they get to mount, nothing really happens from there. They just, the other guy escapes and they get their 4 points. And that is kind of how we see jiu-jitsu most of the time. But there is this strategy of, because the willingness to play bottom is so excessive, you can go in with the game plan of, I am simply going to play top. Like, that's it. That is the game plan. I am going to stay on top of people. They are going to, whether they are face up, face down, on their side, whether I'm in their guard, whether I'm in mount, whatever, they are going to be in between the mat and me. Okay. And that is the game plan. If they belly down, I'm not going to commit to the back and fall off of them. Right. Even though that would be jiu-jitsu points, the concept of keep top, because it's so exhausting for the bottom person if you do this well. When you start to experience that, you realize like, man, just being able to survive sweeps, just being able to not get submitted while on top is so valuable, even if I can't yet pass the guard. Because the guard gets passed a lot of times through exhaustion anyway. And so you just will complete your jiu-jitsu so much if you stop just falling over, right? I just think that the thought process to get good when you're training, when you're rolling live, when you're rolling, like there are times in competition you'll play strategy a little differently, but just the simplest concept for what you should be thinking about in every position when you're training jiu-jitsu is 5% better, 5% better, 5% better. Okay. So if you are in if you have the person in smashed half guard, you don't think, okay, how do I pop up and do a knee cut from here? What you think is, how do I pin their shoulder? How do I make sure that they're flat, right? The grips don't change. Nothing changes. You just push them down 2 inches, right? That's 5% better. And then it's going to make them have to respond differently than if you didn't do that. And so it doesn't matter. Like when you sweep somebody, especially in training, get to the mindset. Like I understand in competition, you may, I don't know, strategically play points differently for certain matches. But in the gym, to continue to get better, even if you know that the guy's going to submit you from their guard, come up, learn to deal with it. Learn to pass their guard. You do not sweep or take down a person for points. You sweep or take down the person because top is valuable. You just have to make it valuable. And so that brings me to the next one, which is catch wrestling has untapped potential for jiu-jitsu. While I throw that one in, so this is an opinion I share, but I did not write this one. I actually wrote one of the hot takes that is in this episode. If you are still listening and you want to play a little game, if you get into the YouTube comments and you can guess correctly which one I wrote, right? I think there are 18 of these, 19 of these, and one of them I wrote. If you can guess which one I wrote, like I said, it is not catch wrestling has untapped potential for jiu-jitsu. So now there's only 18 to go from. But if you correctly guess it by next week, these episodes come out on Thursday, so next Thursday, all the votes will have to be in. But if you're one of the correct guessers, we will randomly select one of them and give you guys every instructional that I have for free. And you will get, I don't know, there's probably, I think it's over $1,000 worth of instructionals now. But yeah, you will just get that. And so, but I knew we were playing this game, so you'll never guess it. There's no way you guys will get this right. And then also, if I see that you guess like 10 different times and you did just happen to get it right, unless you're the only person that got it right, I'm just making these rules up as I go. But that's one of the rules too. If I see like, man, this dude he just threw out 1 million. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I like you to just throw out 1 million comments. Maybe that's the kind of stuff I should award. I don't know. We'll have to check what the algorithm actually cares about. But anyway, catch wrestling has an untapped potential for jiu-jitsu. I 100% agree because catch wrestling understands this concept. Okay. Now, here's the problem with catch wrestling is by itself, because the guard is so underplayed, dealing with the guard is very hard for most catch wrestlers. Okay. And that is, so that is important to understand. And then their catch wrestlers there will be certain times that their rule sets will allow for, a little less grappling through positions, but still, yes, the concepts and, the idea, and there are definitely catch wrestling moves that jiu-jitsu has stolen. Right? Listen, I'm not a historian. I wasn't there. I don't know about any of this stuff. But there was, when we posted a clip, there was, we said something like, did the Brazilians actually invent the Americana? Which name-wise doesn't make a lot of sense because Keenan had said, they didn't invent the Americana. Well, so I think maybe, no, you know what? Our caption was who invented the Americana? And it got a bunch of comments, and the comments would be like, Eric Paulson, Eric Paulson, Eric Paulson. And people keep commenting the same thing. He's like legendary catch wrestler, right? And then what was even funnier was there was this point that Eric Paulson commented and said Eric Paulson. And so I was like, okay, that feels like that settles that. But this is an attack from mount and side control that people consider a basic of jiu-jitsu now that was stolen from catch wrestling. And then there is also, I'm pretty sure, this is totally wild speculation. The podcast is getting big enough. I shouldn't just say stuff out of turn like this anymore, but I will. But I'm pretty sure that the Rotolos have some type of connection to Eric Paulson. I see that do some type of collaboration stuff. I don't follow it enough to really tell you guys deeply, but those guys are pretty good at jiu-jitsu. And we talk again about the concept of playing top, right? And it's like, oh, their wrestling is so good. Yes, but also they don't accept bottom, and most of their opponents do. Most of their opponents go, I'll just play these guys on bottom because they aren't willing to play bottom, right? And not that they don't have amazing guards. They just would rather play top, and their guards, again, start from the idea of, can I get up? Because if you let me up, we're wrestling again, brother. And that is this, right? If you have efficient jiu-jitsu, it doesn't require a lot of energy. You can play this way of get up in base, right? We want to do self-defense. Get up in base over and over again. When people try to hold you down, that's where you start to attack and get efficient at it. Try to get it to where it doesn't require a lot of energy. And then you can create this cycle that is so exhausting to roll against, especially when you can get good at making people pay on top, which is what catch wrestling does. And catch wrestling, again, something that also they understand is weight and keeping your weight on people. And I think that the reason that we don't see it, like the reason there aren't just catch wrestlers going over into jiu-jitsu, in my opinion, is the lack of focus on the guard, right? On guard passing, right? And so you would almost need to be bringing in catch wrestlers specifically to teach them how to deal with guard, so then they can do more catch wrestling stuff, right? And then dominate on top, ideally. And so, but that is a hard thing. So I think that both catch wrestling has people that they could donate to jiu-jitsu. I have rolled with catch wrestlers that are tough as could be and still do have that problem with guard, but are still just absolutely tough. Just so hard to deal with, so hard to do anything to. I had a match when I did combat wrestling nationals against this guy that I don't know which one he had done predominantly. It was either sambo or catch wrestling, but he was a competitor, a catch wrestling competitor. And I was kind of like, man, this dude has done no jiu-jitsu stuff. I wonder how he's going to feel. And he went out committed to like 6 total suicide throws in a row, and we scrambled out of them. And then one of them I kept top, and I'm in top half guard. And the rule set of combat wrestling is like we have, until we advance position, I think we have like 30 seconds, 20 seconds from the position. If there's no advancement, we'll just stand up. And so my mindset is like, I've got to pass this guy's half guard really quick because he's just going to hold me. Well, he goes for a Kimura, and I was like, okay, either catch wrestling or sambo. They do Kimuras. And I go hand-on-thigh defense, and I give a good angle. I will admit it's not as good of an angle as it should have been, but no mere mortal would have done much to it. And this dude starts to pull on my arm, and he didn't pull my hand out. Like, my hand was still completely connected to my leg on this Kimura defense. And I swear to you, he was going to break whatever your bone where your bicep tricep is, your upper arm bone, your, who knows what that is, dude. I'm not a doctor. But whatever that was going to snap. And I was like, I've never felt anybody this strong from the position. And I was freeing my leg while I was experiencing the pain of it. And I was able to run all the way over top of my own arm and then get to the other side of him, take his back and choke him. But I swear to you, if I would have just sat there, he would have broken the bone of my arm with a Kimura, with my arm being like totally out of a Kimura position. There was something to it. And so it just was one of those reminders of like, jiu-jitsu guys like to believe that we're the only people who understand grappling at all. But the reason jiu-jitsu is effective is because early on they stole a bunch of things from other grappling arts that worked and put them together, and then brought all kinds of other stuff too. But that's still an idea in jiu-jitsu that we should be utilizing, I think. All right, we're hot now. It's time to start cooking, right? Now it's time to go into an absolute banger of an episode. This was the 25 most hated people at every BJJ gym. I honestly, I could have clipped any part of this episode and it'd be hilarious because, again, the contributions that you guys made, all I did was ask, hey, what do you guys hate about jiu-jitsu? What do you hate about people in your gym? And I got more responses from that question than basically any other question I asked this year. And yeah, we were able to condense it down into 25 specific types of people. And honestly, no one is safe in this episode. I'm probably 5 of the 25 people in this episode. And so, yeah, nobody's safe. There's some brutal roasting in this episode, and it's how it should be. And I think you guys are going to really like this clip. It's just, this is a fun one. Let's get into it. Number 6, people bragging about subbing people during training. Okay, totally agree. Shouldn't do it. It's irrelevant, right? If it's not in competition, not that competition is really relevant anyway, but if it is not in competition, I don't buy it. I don't think it counts, you know? And don't get me wrong. There are guys that you've gone with in training and they've beaten you so bad that you're like, I don't want to compete against this guy. I don't want to be in this division. And so, and that can happen too. But I would say that most of the time it's like being too excited about how you did with somebody on your team. There's different versions of this because this is why I agree with this to some extent, but I also can see the other side. Okay. So let's say that you're a blue belt and your arch nemesis is this purple belt. He bullied you all through high school. He bullied you. He went to the same college as you. He bullied you. He works at your job and he bullies you there. And now you guys are training jiu-jitsu together and he's better than you there and he just dominates you in jiu-jitsu. He is, your arch nemesis. And then one day you've been working really hard. You've been doing private lessons. You've been listening to the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu show every Thursday as you should be. You're really going. And you sub the dude. I mean, you wouldn't tell anybody. You wouldn't tell anybody and be like, boys, I got freaking Brad. That sounds like Brad who's been bullying you your whole life. That's the name we'll go with. I got Brad, bro. Put him away. You're bragging about submitting Brad, right? I don't know. Maybe you're not, but now it's different. This is when it's different. So you have somebody who is obviously giving you submissions or helping you, and then you're like, telling people like, yeah, I was submitting that guy. That black belt. I'm a day 1 white belt. I was getting his back and rear naked choking him. Probably wasn't happening, right? And so like, definitely shouldn't mention that either. But then also it's like, if you submit one of your training partners during training, what is the training? Like, did you guys start fresh and from the feet, like, and go live from there? Because anything else is, you're like, okay, so did they do 3 or 4 rounds and you sat out and then went with them? That's why you don't brag about beating your training partners, is because it's relevant, and it's like, there are so many things that you could go like, yeah, this dude's training every day. I'm training once a week and I came in rested and smashed him, right? Who cares? And so, now don't get me wrong. Other caveat to this, you get some visitor, you get some outsider that comes in. I mean, we're all bragging to each other after they leave if we beat them down, right? I don't know any jiu-jitsu school in the world that wouldn't do that, that wouldn't be like, yeah, we defended our mats. Now, don't get me wrong, too. I've been in the room. I've witnessed when you've had somebody come through and everybody's kind of head down after and like, boys, we were sitting out 4 and 5 rounds and trying to get this guy, and he still schooled all of us. What are you going to do? I don't know. Like, I just, it happens both ways. The door swings both ways. But I still do think that, like, you should always do your best to not injure a visitor and be a good host to a visitor. But I do think that something in jiu-jitsu is like, if I'm visiting your school, I'm visiting because I want you guys to try to kill me. I want you guys to have the black belts wearing blue belts sitting out 3 and 4 rounds waiting to jump on you, you know? Like, that's the welcome you want, isn't it? Why else would you go train somewhere else? I don't know. Number 7, ragdoll training partners. Now, this is super relevant for a lot of people because a lot of people do a lot of what you would call deadpan drilling, which by definition means I'm going to do the move and you're not really going to resist me. The problem with deadpan drilling is I can not resist you all the way to an extent that I don't give you the reaction that you need, right? If we are doing a De La Hiva guard pass and it starts with me pushing your De La Hiva hook off and then knee cutting you or whatever, if you don't put the De La Hiva hook in and you're just like kind of laying there, well, what can I do? Your foot is on the floor. Like, I can't do this pass at all. It really doesn't help me at all, right? And so, you need some resistance. And at first, it's like, it's hard for people to comprehend any type of, we always use percentages in jiu-jitsu. Roll at 10%, roll at 30%. When you first start, it's almost uncomprehendable of like, what does that even mean? I can do 0%, which means give absolutely nothing, or I can give full-on resistance. I really don't have an in-between. It's super normal to start that way. As you do it more, you should start gaining some resistance. But that's why I really love to, when I teach something, whether it's like a technique or an idea or something to something to just kind of experiment with, whatever it is. Anytime I go to show it, at the end of it, I'll always say, okay, so that means the top guy's going to be passing De La Hiva, bottom guy, give this resistance. And I give something really, really specific because in order to recreate it, we want that scenario, right? And then I'll even talk about like, and you want to, if you can try to mess with this from different scenarios and see if you can get it to work, see if you can get back to here to get it to work. And, I don't know. I think that you can help correct that in a lot of your students as a coach, just people that don't give the right resistance. But sometimes it just takes a long time, especially like, I think the people that are most notorious, I actually, that was one of, we talk about things that I'm guilty of the most. When I first started jiu-jitsu, I was a terrible ragdoll training partner. I was so worried I didn't want to hurt anybody that I just was like, just a limp noodle for like the first 3 or 4 months of jiu-jitsu until I did my first competition. I was so like just relaxed and just wouldn't, was a ragdoll. And then eventually I, got into a few competitive matches and then it was like, oh, okay, this is intensity. I understand now. This is maximum intensity. And then it made it easier for me to start to differentiate the other intensities. So if it is somebody that you have to get partnered with a lot and they are a ragdoll, try your best to be helpful for them and ask them specifically for the resistance that you want. Because you can, a lot of times, turn those people into good training partners. Number 8, smelly people. Not just in the gym. You ever go to Walmart? Of course it's Walmart. And people stink at Walmart. Really ruins your Walmart experience, right? Jiu-jitsu, yeah, it's worse when you have to then roll around on the ground with that person. But in general, that's also part of the purge. If you are the stinky person at your gym, you're getting removed. You're getting purged, bro. And so, I don't know. Here's the thing about being a stinky person at your gym. Maybe you're having this thought right now and you're thinking through, you're going, okay, wait, who is the stinky person at our gym? And you're trying to name people and you're going like, oh, cool. We don't have one. We don't have a stinky person at our gym. If you don't know who the stinky person is at your gym, it's you. I'm sorry, brother, but it is. And it's just whoever's the bottom of the totem pole. Like you could go to a different gym and maybe not be the stinkiest person there. I don't know. But if you are the stinkiest person at your gym, everybody knows it, bro, except for you or ma'am, you know? I don't know. It could be anybody. But if you're the stinky person, you're getting purged. Let's go to number 9. Spazzy white belts. This is what they hate the most. Spazzy white belts. I'm like, bro, calm down. I'm going to submit you no matter what. Yeah, I get that. I get like, here's the thing about spazziness in jiu-jitsu is it doesn't matter if it's a white belt or a black belt being spazzy. It's still, it's more dangerous than anything, right? And that's what you're paying attention to is like, oh yeah, this is super dangerous to be going this, you know, to be going this hard, especially in a small space with other people rolling. And yeah, so I definitely do get being annoyed by spazzy people. Now, I don't want to get rid of the spazzy white belts, in my opinion, because as you get better, as you get to black belt, and then I think too, this for me was even deeper into black belt, you'll have a lot of your training partners will be blue, purple, brown belts, right? And you, of course, you'll have black belt training partners, but it will still be, have been around so long, it will be pretty defined in who you will beat and who you can't beat, okay? And so a lot of the people that you can beat will start to play you in a way that is almost unrealistic for any other situation other than a training partner who gets to go with you all the time. Right. And so, meaning they're not going to waste their energy in a lot of positions where most people that you would go with would be wasting their energy. And then on top of that, they're not going to take certain risks, because they're like, oh, Josh always stops this when I go for it, so I'm not going to try it, right? And so you just get a little less of a common response, I guess. It's still very helpful, but you just get less of a common response. And then if you're going with white belts, something you'll hear white belts explain is they'll be like, yeah, I can't differentiate the beating that I get from this purple belt versus the beating I get from this black belt. I can't tell who's better. They're just both beating me down, right? And so since you hear that a lot of white belts are just going at the same pace against everybody they go with, especially everybody better. And so for me, I do think it can be, as long as you can manage their spazziness in a way to prevent you guys, either of you, from getting hurt or anyone from getting hurt. I think there can be value in training with those guys if you are much better. If you are like if you're like, oh yeah, I'm a 2-stripe white belt, I'm gonna start to train with spazzy white belts, that's probably gonna get you hurt. But I think if you're a few belts ahead of them and you feel like you were very skilled and you're just struggling to get the right resistance, even though their resistance isn't gonna be as technical, at least it's gonna be 100%. And it's nice to know that what you're doing can work smoothly on a person going 100%. Heavyweights getting into side control and just holding you there. I get that. It depends on how big you are, right? If you're really small, I'm sure that is miserable. But here's the thing. That's why a lot of people that are small end up getting good guard retention, is because they get tired of getting put in side control and getting held there. But 2, being smaller, being put in bottom side control with heavier people, this is a problem that if you were to solve, it would change jiu-jitsu for you. And it is a solvable problem. There are some very small people that are unbelievably good at escaping side control. And so I think that kind of being comfortable and saying, okay, I am going to get stuck here more, maybe even asking some of those heavyweights, hey, could you give me a round where you start in side control, but you're only giving me like 20% resistance. So you're going to let me escape, let me build frames and escape. And you can start to see where it actually makes sense with just 20% resistance, where it makes sense to move, where it makes sense to frame and try to free your hips when it makes sense to do all that. It gives you this chance to go on a deep study of a position. It's just like, for me, I get hating a position in jiu-jitsu. There, again, I'm guilty of all these things. But like, I just, I know now that when you get one of those problems and you're having this problem, you feel like, man, physically, I'm just not able to overcome this. Eventually, you will still figure out a way to overcome it. That's the beauty of jiu-jitsu, and that's the beauty of really diving deep in jiu-jitsu and trying to get as much knowledge as you can in jiu-jitsu. But yeah, there's a way to get out of bottom side control with that heavy weight. And if you figured it out when somebody your size put you in side control or even got close to side control, they would never be able to put you there. And you would be so much better off. Your guard retention would be better because you would be willing to, or your guard attacks would be better because you'd be willing to take more risks because, well, worst case scenario, I'm in bottom side control and I can escape, right? And so, yeah, and don't get me wrong, I do hate anybody that's heavier than me, but yeah, I try to not hate on the heavyweights. Now, if you're taller than me, I absolutely hate you. I've told you guys that before. Let's look at number 11, giggly girls. There are definitely a lot of giggly girls on the mats in jiu-jitsu that, just, I assume this is what this listener means, that just laugh when they're training jiu-jitsu. One, for me, is that so bad? Is it so bad that people are happy to be there and are laughing? There's a little bit of diversity in jiu-jitsu. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think it's anything to complain about. I will say this. Giggly girl or giggly guy, if you roll with somebody who's very giggly, it's hard to not laugh. It's hard to not be giggly too. It's contagious. And so, like, if you're going to be giggly, please don't roll with me because I don't want to be giggling with you. I don't want people to be looking over and be like, oh, did you know Josh McKinney's a giggly girl? I don't need that in my life right now. And so I think that, yeah, you know what? You sold me. They're in the purge too. Get rid of them. If you laugh at jiu-jitsu class, you're gone. Get rid of them. Let's go. No, I don't. I made a post on Instagram with this one, shared this one. And it was like things you hate most in jiu-jitsu. And it was like giggly girls. And I go, I'm pretty sure that all of the thank you for the roll after class type of guys, all of them love the giggly girls. Big fans. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think that there's room in jiu-jitsu for them, to be honest. Let's move on. Number 12, people who take themselves a little too seriously. Ooh, this is true. In jiu-jitsu, people that do take themselves and take, even jiu-jitsu in general too seriously, they can be so annoying to be around in the jiu-jitsu space, and yeah, there are people that, a lot of the, like, to me, the coolest, but also the toughest and best people at jiu-jitsu that I know, take themselves so not seriously that you would be shocked by how much better they are than everybody else that you interact with. Like, they're that much better, but they don't take themselves very seriously. They don't feel that need to tell everybody, no, you don't understand. I really am important, right? It's like, dude, you're good at jiu-jitsu. In jiu-jitsu, people care. But not in jiu-jitsu, nobody cares. Who cares? And so, yeah, I just, I think that's all I have about, I think that's all I have about taking himself too seriously. Now let's look at girls that do jiu-jitsu. Shouldn't they be somewhere else? Now, I don't usually let a ton of troll comments in, but I felt like that one was pretty funny. I feel like that one would make people really mad. No, I think that here is a random thought though. This is not that random. I've been thinking about this a lot. A lot of the time there is this conversation when it comes to diversity and inclusivity in jiu-jitsu, and it is this thought that like, yeah, all jiu-jitsu needs to be the same. Every jiu-jitsu gym needs to be the same. It needs to be held to this specific standard. There needs to be a certain amount of women there, a certain amount of men, a certain amount of kids there, and this is what jiu-jitsu should be. But the truth is, jiu-jitsu can be so many different things to so many different people, and it's totally okay to have a gym that has a very specialized women's program and really caters to women specifically and puts so much more time and effort into that. One, because that's what they care about, or two, because that's how they make money. And it's totally okay to have another gym that caters to men. It's totally okay. There are gyms that, for religious reasons and who the coach is, only specifically only allow one gender in their school. That's their right. Let them do jiu-jitsu, and then find the place for you to do jiu-jitsu, for you to fit in, for you to feel included. We have this, it's this thought, it would be so bizarre if I went into the dating world and my whole thought process on the dating world was to not find a mate that I love and that I want to be with. And my whole thought process was this idea of like, everybody better like me. I better have the option of everybody. Because that's how people are like, that talk about this stuff, are talking about jiu-jitsu schools. Yeah, we should all jiu-jitsu schools need to do this. It's like, no, dude, some jiu-jitsu schools need to be self-defense jiu-jitsu schools. Some need to be competition jiu-jitsu schools. And that's okay. And specific customers should go to the ones that they want to go to and the ones that they like and the ones that they enjoy. And so, maybe this listener trains at a place that women shouldn't be. And in all truth, if you were a girl, would you want to train with this person anyway? Would you want them to hide those feelings and be like, no, I want to be included there? Nah, screw that place. And so, yeah, that's my soapbox on that. So number 14, things that you hate most about jiu-jitsu: sacrificing your body for something that you love. Yeah, I mean, jiu-jitsu is hard on your body. There is no doubt about that, especially over the years of doing it. I do believe that you can get better at protecting your own body. And I think it's very possible. I think I've done that myself, but there's still certain injuries that I've had for a crazy amount of time, and they're still there, bro. There's not going anywhere. And they get worse at times. And so, there's definitely a level of physical sacrifice in jiu-jitsu. But just show me anything in the world, in life, that doesn't have trade-offs. That is one of the trade-offs for jiu-jitsu. And so you just have to make the decision for each person. You have to make the decision. Is like, okay, is the whatever part of jiu-jitsu that you like, is the camaraderie, is the is the workout that I get, is the whatever you get, the competition is whatever I'm getting from jiu-jitsu, is it worth the sacrifice that I'm having to do of my body, of my physicality? You have to look at that. It might not be a yes for every single person. And that, again, that's okay. But it's smart to know, like, it is hard on your body to do jiu-jitsu, especially if you have pre-existing injury or pre-existing condition before you do jiu-jitsu. For certain people, it's even harder for them to do jiu-jitsu. And so, but it's also like, the other side of the coin is, show me a 70-year-old that that physically their joints are like feeling good, and what did they do? And so, I don't know. I think that you're gonna Your body's going to break down as you age regardless. Why not do something you love? And that's what this listener said, sacrificing your body for something you love. Number 15, people, the thing they hate most about jiu-jitsu is people saying jiu-jitsu is gay. I mean, it mostly is, but still. Dang. That's just like, I don't know. That's just the common joke. I don't know what happened. And maybe I am totally off on this. So maybe this is going to offend a lot of people. And if it does, I don't think it'll offend anybody. I'm pretty confident on this one. Somewhere in like the last 2 years, it might have been Craig Jones single-handedly, but the word gay came back with a vengeance. You hear people say, especially in related to jiu-jitsu on the match, you hear people saying like, oh yeah, jiu-jitsu is gay so much. It's crazy. It was like, do you guys not remember 5 years ago? You would go to jail for saying that, bro. And now we're just like, it's just back. Whew. I don't know. You guys maybe, start an argument in the comments on that one. Let me know if it's back, if it's not back. I just didn't see that coming. I didn't see it being, I've had the podcast for 6 years. If I would have came out in 2018, 2019, when we started it and been like, yeah, bro, jiu-jitsu is gay, that would not have flown. I do not know how people are just getting away with this now, but boy, the world has changed. Number 16, people that say os and bow to pictures of dead people. Okay, so technically this is a 2-1 too, so I think that puts us at, 27? But people that say os, I don't hate. It's a cool word. I don't know what it means. They don't know what it means. It doesn't mean anything. But it's a cool word. It's cool that they have a word, And it's cool that they say that word over and over so you can identify who those people are, But like, I don't know. I don't hate. I'm not going to say os, but I've always heard they hate os because they ain't os. And so that's why I don't hate on os. It's because I'm like, you guys, I want to be os. I'm not probably, but that's why I just leave those os people alone. But yeah, I'm not bowing to the mats or to any picture of anybody, especially anybody I've never met. I get that. That's a weird one. I don't want to do that either. I would rather not do that either. And, but yeah, I don't know. I don't hate the people. And we are back. It's time to get into another interview. In my opinion, sleeper interview of the year. Maybe a name you don't recognize, being Glen Powditch, but the dude delivered such a good episode. Just a really good well-spoken person, but also a very, very thoughtful person. You can just tell in what he's saying that he really does. He cares about jiu-jitsu. He cares about what he's delivering. And just the whole way that this interview came about, I think was just really cool. And the reason that I actually wanted to interview him was because they claimed that the only person to survive the Soul Stealer was Glen. And the Soul Stealer is Henry Akins' side control pressure. You can't comprehend it if you haven't felt it, but your boy Josh McKinney can't survive the Soul Stealer, even after Glen told him what to do. Glen, I'm getting sick, brother. I'm about to die down here. And yeah, we actually talk a little bit about Henry. That was our common connection. But then from there, I just start to talk to the guy. There was actually first 5-10 minutes, we hadn't even started recording, and he's just talking, and I had to go, Glen, stop, bro. You are cooking right now. I need to be recording this. And he goes, what is cooking? And I was like, what you're doing right now, bro. So we get done with the episode. We do the whole hour and hit end record. And he goes, did I cook? And I was like, brother, you cooked in this episode. Like I said, top to bottom, I really would argue this is one of the sleeper episodes of the podcast from 2025. Just so well spoken, and we've done some breathwork stuff with my friend Miles, who's friends with Glenn. Of course, all the breathwork guys know each other, and I think it's been really helpful. Glenn brought a different perspective too, and so I think I'm sure we will dig deeper down the breathwork rabbit hole. If you guys pay attention to the show, you know I was referenced to the same person's book and the same person about 4 or 5 different times. And so this in 2025. And so hopefully we can get that person on the show, and hopefully that would be helpful for us too. But that is, I think let's go ahead and we'll get into Glenn just kind of giving us some basics of breath work, but also some basics on how to learn and how to be coached. There's just so much to unpack from this clip. Let's go ahead and get into it. It's not the same. It's not the scarf hold that you've learned, but continue.
And I think the bit where I really realized I'd kind of definitely got something was I wanted to go in Henry's Soul Stealer, or his version of the scarf hold, because I've seen him tap like black belts out with that. I've seen it. He put it in one of his promotional videos, like how long could this black belt last in it? And I think it's like 6 seconds or something. But it's just like tapping, and he's not cranking their neck. He's just putting pressure through their diaphragm.
Yeah.
And and so I went to Costa Rica to train. We did the Henry's session. He did like fantastic, like 2 hours. Then we all started sparring. He wasn't my first spar. It was boiling hot, which I'm not used to. And I realize I'm kind of building the story here. But like it's sweltering at that Hero Academy down there. There's no aircon. It's just open. And he gets me in it. So we're rolling and he gets me in that thing. And I'm like, I'm not going to tap here. No matter what, I'm not going to tap in this position. And he really tried to put it on. And he went for it. And like, I was just like, I'm not going to tap to this. I just sat.
Holy smokes.
And so he then mounted and just arm locked me. I don't want to give anyone like an impression of like, and then I bridged him over and rolled him, and I won't say any more. Like, no, I still got wrecked. But
that's an impressive feat. If you felt the Soul Stealer, holy smokes, that's an impressive one. I was Uki the last time that I went to his seminar, and it was a 2-dayer. And I was I had a sore throat from being, what is it called? Hammer choked. Literally a sore throat. My Adam's apple was underneath my right ear. And then I also...
That is gruesome. It felt like he ripped my throat out when he did that to me. It was horrific.
Then he says, the next day we get in and he says, now we're going to do top side control. And me and Andy Stumpf had been the Ukis the whole time. And we looked at each other and the whole conversation was like, I think he's going to use you, man. No. He's going to use you. And he used both of us and it was horrible. We were both a miserable experience. Anyway.
It is horrible. And there's no doubt that prior to like studying this, I would have definitely tapped in that position in 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whatever. It would have just been, oh my God, I'm going to die. And one of the things I try to say to people in this is like, when you're doing it is like, if you think you're going to get injured, then you should definitely tap. And we progressively build this up. And I go through this in the instructional about how you do it with people. And like, so you start with like a really light scarf, or you could even like start with knees on the mat, build people's confidence up and just practice how you need to breathe for being in that position. And then you just build it up. It's like to me, it's like a, resistance work, right?
Yeah.
So you just gently build it up. You tap out whenever you feel uncomfortable, but you build it up and you do all the flexibility work as well. There's like, Belissa has this thing that she says, if you do one stretch each day, you do the intercostal, and that's basically, I'm quite lazy. So that's kind of about what I now do. If I do anything, some days I don't, but like I've spent so much time in that position now, I kind of feel like I know what I can get away with. So there's an element, you've got to be careful because there's an element of transfer. I want this to transfer to other positions. I don't want to be just good at this and then I get triangle choked and then I don't apply any of it.
Yeah.
So I found that like doing things like Valsalva and triangle chokes is a game changer almost no matter what your triangle choke defense is.
Which is pursed lips?
It's kind of more for me when I'm talking about Valsalva, like it's kind of like I'm just basically saying yeah, they hold the entire thing and they like, right?
Uh-huh.
Do what you feel comfortable, but like as you get better at this and you get comfortable in like soul stealers and you build this up, what you'll find is that like you can play around with it, but you just basically want to fill your belly and your chest up completely while you're defending a triangle, while you're performing your escape. So I get people to try whatever triangle defense they prefer, and I try to get them to feel the difference, both when they're applying a triangle, or you could do this with darces, you can do it with anacondas, but feel the difference when the guy tries to defend, if he just exhales while he's doing it, versus if you just completely fill up. And
Okay.
when you fill up, you structurally are just so much stronger. So this is
That makes sense. That makes I
right.
can think to a thought of like, okay, I'm gonna disconnected build my base. I'm not gonna do that with my lung capacity depleted.
Right.
I'm puffed when I do that, I guess, right?
100%.
Okay.
100%. And so I've never seen anybody like I see all these amazing triangle defenses, go and get Hodges, Garcias, all these different guys will show amazing triangle defense. But like nobody ever that I've seen says, as you do this, I want you to just blow yourself up. Like, I know a bunch of women have just walked in hot women have just walked in the room and you're filling up that sudden, you're putting on 20 pounds of muscle, right? That's
Oh
that's
yeah.
basically what you want. You want to fill the belly, fill the chest, fill the whole thing up as you're fighting like crazy in there trying to escape. And then try just exhaling and fighting like crazy. And you feel like it feels like when you're doing a triangle on somebody who you make them exhale while they do it, it's like crushing an empty Coke can
Hmm.
versus trying to crush one that's full. It's just completely game changing. Um,
And so you're not holding your breath, correct, in this, or are you?
I don't want, yeah, I don't want anyone to like end up suing me because they held their breath for 20 seconds and something pops in their brain, right?
Listen, this is for
But
educational purposes only. This is a perfect time to
100%.
mention it. But
But like, yeah, I mean, at some point you're going to have to exhale. It's not a perfect thing. But like, if you contrast that with like, a lot of people have seen Hickson like passing guard, and like Hoyler does it as well, where they pass guard. You can see they've like exerted themselves, and then you see them exhaling.
yeah,
So you
yeah,
see, and you hear that exhale when they're going fast. They're like,
yeah,
and that's like open positions. And
yeah.
so I think if you start really looking at what these guys are doing in closed positions, there's no doubt. You watch Hickson like when he's like, you got nothing type thing when he does his self-defense things. He's got like one of the black belts trying to triangle him or whatever, and he's like, no, come on, triangle me, man. Come on.
Hmm.
And it's like, but his whole body is inflated when he's doing that. There's no way he may be talking a little bit, which is an exhale, but like you can see he's puffed up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? You see good black belts brace, but like no one talks about that happening. It's like
Yeah,
I think they just instinctively know.
yeah.
Um,
You develop that over time, probably.
right, 100%. I think they just do it.
That's super interesting. So in the instance for you of is the Valsalva breath the same for Soul Stealer, or is that a different?
What I find is I try to so fundamentally I think you need to fill up because they're going to try and usually there's a crank coming at some point on your
Yes,
neck,
yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
So you do like the more you can just fill up and like a bracing bridge. And when you bridge as well, like just generally bridge, like if I'm doing the UPA or whatever, filling your belly up definitely helps on bridging versus trying to do it on an exhale. So again, these are bracing positions where I'm kind of going hell for leather, right? Trying to get out. What I find with the Soul Stealer is you can actually, one of the things I've started doing because guys are getting so good at defending is I shake them, right? And the reason I shake them is it makes it very hard for them to get a full inhale
That makes
like into
sense.
their body. And that's what actually makes people give up is when you break their breath pattern, they feel like they can't get enough air in. And so what I try to do is when I'm squeezed, I try and let air out. So when I feel the guy tries to put it on me, I will let go.
Yeah.
And so my main thing is just keep your hands together and just focus on trying to relax in that position. Like the only tension really is me trying to keep my hands connected. That's really kind of it. And I'm filling up and I'm trying to be relaxed.
Okay.
But that's kind of it. I mean, some of this is kind of feel, and you're getting it, and maybe exactly what I say isn't what you'll find when you get in there. But like, you definitely, when they try and squeeze you, you need to exhale. Because if you try and inhale, you'll find it super tough. So you're trying to breathe with their energy. That's kind of how I think about it. Like when Henry's putting that on, when he goes to really squeeze me, and I see his face start to go, that's when I've got to like let go and just like let all the air out. And then you try and pick when you're going to breathe in. There's like a pattern to it.
That's interesting.
I've spent a lot of time. I've spent too much time in that position. I love it. But I'm conscious that like you get knee on belly, you need to be able to adjust as well. There are technical elements of it without doubt that you just get used to, and things that I'm sure there is like things I'm not clear that I'm doing when I'm in that position, just because I've spent so much time playing with it. But I absolutely love it because I feel like it makes you aware of just how badly you breathe most of the time. And like, I can roll with people who are much lower belt. And in the past, I would have just tapped them again and again and again and again. But like now, it's like, how little can I do? How much can
Yeah.
I get away with? And Henry actually said this in terms of like, because one of the things I find fascinating about Henry is how relaxed he is when he rolls with people.
Mm-hmm.
And he said like for a few years, he felt like he was going backwards because everyone still tries to murder you. Most people don't care about being relaxed. They just, it's competition. Even when you're in the training environment, it's still competition for them. They're still trying to tap you. And he said he felt like he went backwards. And I feel for a little bit that happens. But then all of a sudden, your jiu-jitsu actually becomes just way better than it ever would have been had you carried on the same course of just trying to smash everyone, which is why I did for most of my jiu-jitsu career. So.
That's really cool. I loved Henry's. It was such a Henry Facebook comment to comment under your under the release of your instructional. It was something along the lines of, yes, breathing is important, I guess you could say, or something, something just in that Henry tone that he hits you with. Like if you've trained with him,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know, you've been shamed. And
Yeah.
I just lost at Master Worlds. I lost in the second round, and I lost by an advantage in the last seconds of the match. And it's the number one guy in my division. And afterwards, I go actually and do a private with Henry because he's in Vegas.
Right.
And I literally get in. He says, "Let me see the loss." I'm like, okay. And show him. We are about 25 minutes, 22 minutes into the private. I have yet to ask a single question. We are through 22 seconds of my video. And he has just been, "Josh, why didn't you just do this?" I'm like, "I don't know, Henry. I didn't know to do that. I was doing my best." And he keeps just roasting. And then at one point he looks and he says, "So this is the number one guy in your division?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, he's not very good at all now, is he?" And and I was like, "No, sir.
What do
I
you
guess he's
say?
no, sir. Guess he's not. I'm sorry. Sorry. Should have beat him. My bad." And we're back on it. And I'm like, man, we got to the end of it, and I'm like, well, I have a lot to work, and I don't think I asked a single question. I think I just sucked bad enough that I didn't even need to. It's just like, nah, this is wrong. This is not it. This is not it. But
I have chess reviews like that, so I play chess, and there's a grandmaster. I have like reviews of my games, and like even when I win, playing other students, so he sets the tournaments up, so they're all his students. But even when I win, he's like, "Oh no, that's a very bad move by SB Glyn. My user ID is SB Glyn. That's a very bad move by SB Glyn. This is an even worse move by the other guy. Oh yeah, we'll just leave this game here." And I've like beat a guy who's like 2200 on leech. Good for me. Like that's extremely good.
that is
And like
extremely good.
I'm hoping he's gonna like I lose this guy all the time. He mauls me. He's like a professional chess coach, but that's his day job. but like the grandmaster's there, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this game." And I'm thinking, God, this is like the one time I've beaten him, and I was hoping like Nigel's. And I even looked it back on the engine, and the engine says, "Oh yeah, I played a pretty, good game." Nigel's like, "Yeah, we'll just leave this game here. I don't think there's anything useful going on."
There's no real person would make these moves. So, yep, I would get. What's your chest elo?
So on rapid this year, I hit 1723, but I'm floating around 1560 at the moment, and I'm something like on lead chess, I'm something like 1838 at the minute.
Okay.
So rapid. So
I
yeah,
believe highest on the show that I know of is Greg Souders, which was he
right.
doesn't play anymore. He was 1700, I believe.
Oh wow.
So you might want to call him out and call him out on social media and be like, hey, yeah, your coaching strategies are fine, whatever, but I would crush you in chess. Let him know. Play me in rapid, bro.
I'd be interested to see how the ecological approach works in chess, because I'm unaware anyone's using it. But
that's a good question.
Maybe a shot fired there. I don't know, but
yeah, that might be podcast number 2 question for him. See what he thinks about that. Most jiu-jitsu gear feels like it was designed by someone who's never trained, and it smells like it was designed by someone who's never showered. That's why I use Datsusara. My gi, my backpack, my fanny pack, they are all made from hemp. It's ridiculously comfortable, it lasts forever, and it doesn't hold on to the stink of regret from last night's no-gi class. Even better, the gi is weirdly hard to grip. It's kind of like you're grappling while covered in butter. Don't ask me how I know what it feels like to grapple in butter. Instead, go to dsgear.com and use promo code ISUCK for 10% off. And you'll stop wearing gear that feels like a sweaty, stinky duffel bag and start wearing the coolest gear in jiu-jitsu. Check them out at dsgear.com. Have you ever finished a roll and thought, what was I even doing out there? Same. We have all felt that way. And that is why you need Jiu-Jitsu for Imbeciles, a free course from Rob Bernacki that explains Jiu-Jitsu so clearly, it makes you wonder how you ever got confused in the first place. I am telling you, it is like a TED Talk for people who suck at Jiu-Jitsu, and that is why they're giving it totally free to I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show listeners. So go to bjmentalmodels.com/ISuck and download it for free right now before you throw away another roll chasing guillotines from bottom side control.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting because there's so I'm a member of a thing called Circle Chess, which is so India now has like the dream team, if you like. This is related to breathwork, but they have this kind of dream team of guys now. They've got so many grandmasters, and they're all super young. And so like Gukesh is now the world champion. Now Magnus doesn't want to defend the title anymore. Gukesh has won. And his coach is the head of this thing called Circle Chess, which I'm a member of. And the chess, like he's kind of like the Danaher now. He's got so many of these guys coming through that are all winning. We're just winning. That like he's got this reputation now as the guy, and he's super interesting to listen to. And one of the things he makes everybody do each week who's learning chess under him is a chess psychology session. And it's all basically breath work. And this relates directly to jiu-jitsu. So the guy who coaches breath work said that, I don't know if you've ever done any like transaction analysis at all. Like if you ever go for therapy, you'll do transaction analysis. It's this kind of like, in any conversation you're having, there's kind of like, there's 3 ego states. There's the child, which is like, Josh, I hate you. How could you be so cruel to me? I can't believe how you said all those things that hurt my feelings. That's kind of a child position, right? Mm-hmm. If I'm an adult, it would be more, we're trying to be adult about some subject, obviously, and blah blah blah. And then there's the parent, which often becomes a critical parent. It's how your parents talk to you when you're telling you off, or when you're really telling somebody off from a position of authority, as opposed to like a child complaining at you. So you have these 3 ego states. And he's a chess player as well, but he's the resident psychologist in the school, said is like, as you go through a match, these three ego states will appear to you. And the only thing you can do about the child when you've blundered, the guy's just in jiu-jitsu, the guy's just passed your guard and you've conceded the points, like that voice is going to kick in your head, almost certainly. Like, oh, it'll be either critical parent, you did it all wrong, blah, 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 blah. Or, it's kind of like that where you were talking about like the guy who got, tapped to pressure and, burst into tears over it. That's child state has come out, right? And these things happen, how much we contain them, but like, and we're trying to be an adult all the time. We're trying to talk to ourselves in a manner that's like positive, how you talk to a friend, right? Who's in that situation. Hey, Josh, you're going to get the guard back, blah, 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 whatever it might be, right? But that's how, I'm going to get my guard back. I'm going to get the underhook. I'm going to get back out here. I'm going to get blah, blah, blah. That's adult. And so he said, like, the only way really to manage this is basically breath work. When you get that child kicks in or that critical parent. And he said, and also he said, when you're actually preparing for your match, you're thinking about what your strategy is, whatever game you play, critical parent, like the parent always comes in because you're actually telling yourself what you're going to do. So anything where your ego state is telling you what you're going to do, you're actually parent at that point. And he said, you have to be careful that doesn't. So they have this whole thing of like actually visualizing it's all gone wrong, taking your breath, blah, blah, blah. And Vishnu, who's the Danaher guy in all this, he's like, I won't coach a chess player who isn't relaxed. He's like, I can't coach him. It's a waste of my time. So I found that interesting because I think in chess, people do get tense. But I think if he was like trying to coach, like he'd be shocked, like seeing a jiu-jitsu match, how tense people are even in practice.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, how can you practice here? Like, how can you learn when you're that tense? You'd be like, your heart rate's just so high. And so I found it very interesting that like one of the top chess schools, like the top coaches in the world champion, has breath work in the weekly sessions as well. And then you've got like Hickson talking about breathwork. Now Hodges talking about breathwork recently, saying that he, I think he's started training with. I think he's been training with Miles actually, but like on the breathwork side, I think it was Miles.
I know I've seen them in video. I know I've seen Miles doing stuff with him.
Right, cool. So it is. I didn't know if I was giving Miles credit he didn't deserve. I don't want to do that.
We can talk bad about Miles if you need to. I mean, it'll be perfect.
I love Miles. So I'm seeing Miles. I'm going to catch up with him and see where he's at. Because for him, this is a full-time job. Whereas for me, I've got an AI company. I've got the gym. I've got lots of stuff. And breathwork is just a big part of how I go about jiu-jitsu. But like he's like into it on another level again in terms of like managing his HRV rates and all these different factors. But like, Hodges like, I'd done this. I forget the quote he used, but like it was along the lines of, I think I would have been even more successful, or I may have stayed competing longer. It was something along those lines, but like, it was like, yeah.
That's really interesting. That is it. Okay. Let me ask you this. Besides obviously buying your instructional on BJJ Fanatics, where would be a good place to start for someone who's heard breathwork, and then like, I don't know what any of this means. I still don't understand any of it. Where would be a place to start that I could actually see a result?
So Bliss of Ranich has I think the video's better than books. Like lots of people ask me books. I just don't know that people take action with books. And also I've seen the difference between Bellissa's books, as good as I think her Breathing for Warriors book is, but like the actual instructional, like you can't beat actually seeing somebody do these things rather than you're trying to imagine them. I think video makes people do more. So her stuff, I think, Miles Lucas is really good as well. So I've actually been like playing around with the pranayama based on what Miles has said, and it's actually pretty easy to do. So that's basically the Hickson thing that he does in choke. I was kind of surprised with his instruction how much easier I found it than there's lots of people trying to teach you how to do Hickson's breath on YouTube, but his is pretty simple. And it worked. I started playing with it the other day. So I think he's well worth a look. I think Wim Hof's material on like flexibility. So he has a course called The Power of the Mind. I think it's his most expensive course. And one of the things that was really game changing in that was like flexibility work, like how you should breathe when you're trying to like stretch. So he was explaining that, and I realized this, like, I've been to yoga classes, and guys, whenever you watch guys stretch, their faces start contorting, and they like, even if they can't touch their toes, they really try to touch their toes like hard. And it doesn't help. I think a lot of the time you're at yoga, there's a lot of women, they're there. You're like the one guy or the one or two guys, and you're like, you want to
man,
look like you can.
Yeah, I want to show these chicks how flexible I am.
Right, I'm
Then
super
they'll love
flexible.
me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're almost always hot as well, which I always think makes it work. You compete more when they're hot, right? So that you're there and you're straining away and you can barely touch your toes, but you're kind of forcing it. And at the end of it, you're no more flexible, right? You come out of it, I've felt a lot of time, I was like worse. So what Hoff was basically doing was doing these breathwork patterns. And he's basically saying, like, put yourself in the position of the stretch. Don't try to stretch at all. Like, if you're trying to touch your toes, don't try and touch your toes. Like, don't even bother trying. Literally just put yourself in there, do 40 big inhales, 40 big exhales, maybe go 60, maybe go 80, go as long as you want. And when you feel your body just kind of like you're just switching off, like at some point mentally, you just kind of drift off. He's like, your body's going to start stretching itself. And it's amazing how your body in that position just starts giving. And he basically explained that it's the Golgi tendons, just you've got to relax them. The reason we're all straining trying to touch our toes or whatever the stretch might be and the women aren't, like they've usually been doing it a long time. There's some arguments around they are more naturally more flexible, they have more hip movement, blah, blah, blah. But like they're not straining. And so the Golgi tendons are actually then kicking in, basically saying like your body's preventing itself from injuring itself is what it took it. And so it's actually making it worse because you're tensing a muscle you're actually trying to relax, which is kind of an oxymoron, and it defeats the whole purpose. And so I started doing that after like doing the Wim Hof course, and it was like, yeah, wow, that just works. And you really do get a really nice deep stretch, and the next day you kind of feel it and you've got a bit more range. And I'm not saying like people can get into a thing of like, I don't want hyper, mobility and so on. And it's like, yeah, I get that. I'm not really doing it because I suddenly want to be, trying to Goga Plata you or whatever. I'm doing it in case like, you're passing my guard and my hamstring goes, right? Like it's kind of having a little bit more range. I'm not trying to rely on it. It's just like we all get caught in horrible positions, and it's like you've got a little bit more protection in your body there. You've got a little bit more give, maybe a bit more time before you tap, and you just say, I need to tap here, right? Yeah. So you're just getting that little bit more in it. But yeah, I feel like with breath work, it's like you can take it in so many different ways. Getting back to sleep at night. There's the mental side of it. There's the side Melissa's talked about, that intercostal stretch. She said that like one of the major aging factors, I've not looked into this, I'm just taking her a word for it, but she said one of the major aging factors is as we age, our rib cage basically encloses itself on our lungs. So we actually lose capacity for our lungs to expand. And so as we get older, our rib cage moves in and in and in, and apparently we just at rest take in less and less oxygen. We just don't have the ability to move our diaphragms as much. And so she was saying that like from a longevity perspective, that intercostal stretch. So not only for the soul stealer and these, knee on belly and just having a flexible rib cage, so we're just more relaxed in bad positions, but actually just for your overall health and longevity on the planet, doing intercostal stretches are huge. And your intercostals don't really get stretched in most exercise routines, and certainly not with the intensity of breath work that she has you do them, where she literally has you at like bursting point and I go through this on the instructional, but she has you at bursting point. Like you can't get any more air in the intercostal and you really want to give in. And that's actually that same voice that's saying to you in scaffold bottom, Glyn, you're going to die. You're going to die here if you don't tap. You deserve to tap here. He's cranking your neck or whatever it might be. Right? And, afterwards, like, oh, was that a crank? And it's like, no, it's just like, you just can't breathe in scaffold, right? It's like, that's That's kind of the reality. And you see all these people in earthquakes, right? They get dragged out after weeks of being under like a building, and they're still alive and breathing. And yet, like, you guys you get black belts. You can't do 8 seconds under scaffold, and they're coming out with excuses. And it's like, it's not you couldn't breathe. Right? That's just not true.
All right, and we're back. So now we're going to get into, this is actually one of the only warnings I've ever given on the show. And it's a whole episode warning. And I know that this hit a lot of people specifically. Had I have been given this information 8 years ago, it might have helped me be healthier and be a better competitor and be healthier. And so that's why I wanted to share it with you guys and share it as a warning. This episode is titled Warning, Jiu-Jitsu is Ruining Your Life. And boy, it does ruin some people's lives. But really all we're looking at is, there's this saying that oftentimes your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. Jiu-Jitsu is very similar. Sometimes the reason that you are good at Jiu-Jitsu is because you are amazing at blocking everything else out in the world and just focusing on Jiu-Jitsu and being obsessed with Jiu-Jitsu. And like we talked about that at the beginning of this episode, the best way to get good at Jiu-Jitsu is what? Is to focus on it. Is to focus on small parts of it for a long time and do it consistently. To be obsessive. The problem when you block everything else out and you only focus on Jiu-Jitsu is that there are other things in life that matter. There are other things in life that matter for your own health, for your own mental health, for your family. And it's so easy to fall into the habit of getting too Jiu-Jitsu obsessed. And it causes these holes that are in your life that you are just filling with Jiu-Jitsu. It causes them to generally boil out in really bad ways. And that is what this warning is. And we have, if this, 20-minute clip catches you, you probably want to listen to this whole episode because we do give actionable steps to deal with this towards the end of this episode. But I just think that this hit, some people it didn't hit at all, but the people that it hit really hard. And that's why I wanted to make sure that we kept this into the final compilation of 2025. The most important topic on the show that I've wanted to cover for 300 and however many episodes, and haven't done it because I didn't feel like I could really be helpful in any way to you guys. And I've been working on this episode for that long, and I'm ready to share it with you guys. And I know that this isn't going to hit everybody. I know that some people do not struggle with balance in their life at all. Some people can smoke an occasional cigarette, right? But for most people in their life, that is really not how they are. And it seems as though Jiu-Jitsu attracts some of the people that struggle with being overly obsessed, some of the people that struggle with balance, almost more than any other group. There are some other groups that I'm sure it does, but regardless, there are a lot of Jiu-Jitsu guys that have come on the podcast and have talked about, when I was young, I really just struggled with balance in life. And it's always something that makes my ears perk up. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Tell me, what have you done now that you are much later in life that has changed that and fixed that problem that you've had of being overly obsessed? And they would generally say something like, well, I still struggle with balance now. I've just gotten a little better at it. Or some people, Greg Souders was just on the podcast, and he said something along the lines of, when you look at people at a high level in pretty much anything that's worth being a high level in, they have one thing in common, and that is that they are generally incredibly unbalanced in their life and overly obsessed about one thing. But is that the answer for everybody. And really, if I'm being totally honest with you guys, is that the answer for me is why I'm doing this episode, and why I have this information is because this is something that I think about a lot. Understand, I started jiu-jitsu 17 years ago. A few months in, I did my first competition, and I was like, this is all I want to do. This is so much fun. And then, like most people that are a bit obsessive, I said, well, if I'm going to do this, I might as well dedicate my entire life to it. And if I'm going to dedicate my entire life to it, I might as well be the best in the world at it. I might as well be better than everybody else because that matters to me, right? And I think there were times in my life, and I know there were times in my life that I let that mindset, the mindset that I was going to be the best in the world at jiu-jitsu, and people were going to recognize me for that. I let that rule my life, and I let it allow me to make decisions that, looking back on, I wish I wouldn't make, or I would definitely wouldn't make now. And so, as I've gone through life, I am still the same person. I still struggle with being super obsessive about whatever it is in life. And we'll get deeply into all my problems later. We'll just focus on your problems now. But I'm sure that that rings out to other people as like, yeah, it's just their job. It can't just be that they have a job that provides for their family. They have to be the best at their job, right? And it doesn't matter what it is. It's just this, we can say competitive, but I don't know if it's always competitive, because sometimes it's this internal competition that keeps you from being able to enjoy anything. Even if you could climb the mountain that you've always talked about, when you get to the top, you just look for what the next mountain could be instead of enjoying the view, right? And now let's go ahead and get started into what I actually have written in my notes. And that is, I don't know why I decided to title this, but balance is BS is the start of this. But the 3 lies of balance. And we are going to try to debunk these 3 lies of balance. They are that 1, balance is a place. 2, obsession is evil. And 3, with balance, you can have it all. There's this magical place that you're going to get to because you're so balanced and everything's going to be perfect. And obviously, I don't buy into any of these, but let's start with balance is a place. Balance is not, and that's like how we view this. It's like this thing that we will one day have. One day I will be this balanced person. Just note, I'm going to say the word balance a lot. We're not talking about chemical imbalances in your brain. We're talking about balancing in a sense of when people talk about work-life balance, or for a lot of us, jiu-jitsu life balance. Is there any life besides jiu-jitsu for a lot of us that listen to however long this episode's going to be jiu-jitsu shows, right? No, probably not. We're crazy jiu-jitsu people and we love it. And to be honest, that's okay. We're going to figure that out eventually. But the first thing that we got to look at is that balance is not a place, it's a verb, okay? It's an action. It is something that you will constantly be trying to do for the rest of your life. And I was talking to one of my friends, and we were talking about non-jiu-jitsu friend. We're talking about business, and he made this statement. He was just saying, giving like each other pieces of advice that have been helping ourselves. And he said something like, yeah, I saw this thing about how Elon Musk runs his businesses, and what his job is considered is he wakes up in the morning and they just have a list of the problems that nobody can solve. And then he just goes through and solves all of these problems. And it hit me like, oh my gosh, in my businesses, that's my job. And I always defined that as this really negative thing. I'm like, oh, I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate having to always be solving problems. Like, oh, wait, that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. That's what I'm getting paid to do, right? And so on the podcast, that's what we do is we solve your problems. Usually they're problems that I've struggled with forever, and I give you the advice that helps me, right? And so that is what I'm supposed to be doing. And when I accepted that that's what I was supposed to be doing, it made it way easier to balance all of the problems that I had to solve. They just became part of my regular schedule. And so we're going to look at knowing yourself, because that is a huge part of understanding balance. Is how balance is for me is going to be different for you. I'm just using myself as the case study on this, and hopefully that is going to be helpful for you. Now, number 2, the second lie of balance is that obsession is evil. Instead, we got to reframe that. Obsession is a superpower, but it has a shadow. It has a dark side, right? And so, again, if you're still listening to this episode, I think you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm just going to talk to you from here on out like you struggle with balance too, okay? And so I promise I'm worse about it than you, but everything's a competition. I promise I'm worse at this. I swear to you. But we will look at, the superpower of it. I know for me personally, I would not be near as good at jiu-jitsu as I am if I wasn't so obsessed with jiu-jitsu. But it wasn't just the obsession. The obsession with consistency and the obsession with the right habits and surrounding myself with the right people, that is what got me really good. The obsession alone could easily have a dark side, right? If I get so obsessed with winning that I stop treating my training partners well, I stop trying to treat my training partners as well because I want to beat them in the gym, right? If I get so obsessed with winning that I will leave my team, which again, we've talked about a million times on the podcast, not always wrong, but I leave my team only for my personal gain. And I go to a place where I surround myself with other jiu-jitsu athletes that leave their teams only for their own personal gain. And then you expect that to not be the mentality, right? We see this on most of the big teams in the jiu-jitsu space, right? There's a lot of egos involved. Well, yeah, think about the people that gravitate towards that. Those are going to be most likely the me people. And those are the people that treat people negatively. I really think that how you view yourself and your goals are going to be how you treat other people. Okay, so how you view you, how you think about yourself, and how you think about where you want to end up, that is going to dictate how you're willing to treat other people. I think that you could ask yourself, like, do you view people as pawns in your story, as just characters in the story, the hero arc that is you? Do you view your jiu-jitsu teammates that way? Do you view your spouse that way? Do you view your friends that way? Do you view your children that way? These kids are so lucky to have a dad like me. Like, no. You got to earn being a good dad, right? And you got to do it every day. You got to be consistent with it. It's not, it's not like that. It's not that they are subservient to you. You are a character in these people's story. And when you treat people like that, it's crazy how many more people want you to be successful and want to help you. And it's crazy how much treating people negatively and having an unbalance in your life, being unbalanced with how your life is being ran, how closely those two things are related. I'm not saying it's always the same, but for myself, it seems to always be like that. For most people that I see, it seems to always be like that. And we will get into that. And I know that you're like, no, I don't view people as pawns. I am such a great person. I am the most humble person in the world. Trust me, I don't do that. But do your actions reflect that? Is the way you treat people, does it reflect that you care about people or you just care about you? And do you think And this is one that we all will do at times. This is an action. This is not a just do this today and then you're going to be good. No. This is what to strive for in balance. Because this is when balance is bad. When you get so obsessed with something that you start to treat people badly, or you get so obsessed with something that when you start to get good at it, you start to think of yourself as more important than other people, and not than everybody. But if you think of yourself as more important than anybody, that is a bad view. That is not anybody that is in your life, anybody that you're interacting with. I mean, you can think of people that, there's a lot of people that are all around the world that you don't have to think of. I'm just saying for you. If you and the people that you interact with, the people that you care about, if you think of yourself as more important than some of them, that is showing that you have a bad view of yourself. And again, you may argue, but I will prove it to you by the end of this. And so, holy smokes, where am I at? Okay, so the third lie of balance is that with balance, you can have it all. Oprah Winfrey has a quote that says, "You can have it all, you just can't have it all at once." And I think jiu-jitsu has shaped my view of life. And so I know that this is obviously true in jiu-jitsu. You cannot get good at every aspect of jiu-jitsu at once. It is not possible. It takes obsession in the little parts of jiu-jitsu. I'm just going to get good at passing De La Hiva, right? At first, to even get good at passing anything, it's hard to even just start and go, I'm just going to get good at passing all guards, right? We have to break it down in these small pieces. But if we do that and we get really focused on those pieces, usually we can do better. Like, we can grow from that. And so I really think that is... Yeah, I think Oprah's right. She's probably wrong in other things, but I think she's right in this instance, that you cannot expect to just have this. We always think, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but the longing thing as an unbalanced person, the thing I'm always longing for is like, dude, if I just had like the perfect schedule, like the perfect scheduling app. If the app that I had is just like, it just showed me my schedule every day, and then I would know when to train, I would know when to take off because I'm overtraining. Sometimes I injure myself. I would know, I would know everything. I would know when to spend time with my family. I would just be a robot living that schedule. It's just not real. Right? And like, I get to dedicate just the perfect amount of time to these 50 different things that I want to do in my life. You can probably focus on like 3 things in your life and care about 3 things in your life. And then they're going to have an order in which you care about them too. But it's very, very, you don't hear many people having a lot of success focusing on a lot of different things. They will, even the people that from the outside perspective, they go, oh, Josh, you have a podcast, you have you have 3 jiu-jitsu schools, you help run a personal training business, you sit on a board of a nonprofit, you are an incredibly handsome guy, your jokes don't always land, but even when they don't land, you just keep rolling with it and you just keep going. You don't even explain that you're joking. A lot of big positives to you. And dang it, where was I going with that? I just started listing off too many things that people have never really said about me, and things that and then the thought always goes back to like, hey, how do you do all these different things? You're also a dad, you're also a husband, you're also a jiu-jitsu competitor. How do you do all of these different things? And the truth is, a lot of times it's not that I do the same thing in a lot of different spaces, right? And so again, this comes from knowing yourself. For me, it's like, what am I good at doing? I am good at seeing people's positives, seeing where people are good, and then trying to help them get in that position or help them take a risk, bet on themselves. I always like to, play with house money, get you guys to put risks on your own life. But that's something I'm very good at, right? Is pointing out people's positives. And obviously I'm good at speaking. I'm good at explaining ideas, right? This is all I do on the podcast when I do solo episodes. And there are a lot of things that I'm good at, but only a few things that I'm like really good at. It's pretty much those two things. And that is, and then I guess the third thing would probably be learning. And those are pretty much my three jobs in everything, right? Like even as a dad, I'm trying to learn what my son is doing now. These kids change so much. They don't stay the same. They don't tell you this kind of stuff, guys. It is a battle every day because you're dealing with this human being that's always doing something new. And so you're always trying to have to learn, well, what is that? What does it mean? Can we help him with this? Is this important? Is this something that we should be focused on? Let me tell you something. Let me go off on a tangent about, I'll just tell you the story. So there's a situation where my wife calls me and she's like, hey, our son's less than 2. Okay. She's like, hey, we were hanging out with this other family, they have a 3-year-old and their kid is notorious for hitting, but he wasn't hitting Matthew. Matthew's my son. He wasn't hitting Matthew, but he was taking his toys. And he took his toy once and Matthew was a little mad, and then he took his toy again, and then Matthew punched him in the face. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he doesn't talk yet, but he punched this kid in the face. I'm like, okay, well, it's a one-time thing, okay? The kid was taking his stuff. It happens, right? Maybe he's the hero in the story. I don't know. But yeah, we should probably address this. So as it goes on, Matthew and I, maybe a month later, are at the bookstore. And we are in the kids section. We're playing with a Jack-in-the-Box. It's a very wholesome moment. He's laughing when the Jack-in-the-Box pops out. Then he'll close it. It's a great thing. There is probably a 5-year-old and his mom standing 15 feet away. Me and Matthew are sitting on the floor. He jumps up in an instant. Before I could grab him, before I even knew what was happening, he runs full sprint. And when he gets to the kid, hits him with a right hook right in the face. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I was freaking out, man. I'm like, that's assault, dude. What are you doing? You can't just punch people. This kid's reading How the Grinch Stole Christmas in September, and you're going to punch him in the face? He's just happy about Christmas. Oh my gosh. I still am not sure in the whole learning and leadership and communication aspect where I fit in on that. We're still working on it. We're working on hitting. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I will say this the other day. This is after the hitting thing. I've never exposed him to any fighting. I don't know if Grandpa, aka Black Belt Steve McKinney, friend of the show, my dad, been on the podcast many a times. I don't know if Grandpa exposes him to maybe UFC or something when Grandpa's watching him. Who knows? But I know I have not exposed him to any martial arts at all. I was watching on YouTube an old UFC fight. He came in the room and he was like very interested. I actually turned it off because I was like, well, we have a problem with hitting. He better not be watching that. So then I was just recently watching rewatching the Canelo Terrence Crawford fight. And he really was into it. He was liking, I don't know if he's a grappler. I've tried to show him my jiu-jitsu matches. I don't know if he's a grappler, boys. Holy smokes. Yo, we're back. So, tough thing about the podcast is it's just about jiu-jitsu in general. But sometimes jiu-jitsu is competition. Sometimes jiu-jitsu is teaching. Sometimes jiu-jitsu is running a business. Sometimes jiu-jitsu is just being a hobbyist and showing up and training. And so the best way that I've come up with is just kind of having some rhythm to the podcast. And I never want to go like, hey, I came up as a competitor for 17 years. And for a big part of that, it was like my obsession. It was all I did. And I never want to look down that other people might be in that phase of life too, where they're just all in on competition. And I want to take the things that helped me get better at competition, things that helped me get good at dealing with competition anxiety, especially, and share them with you guys. And not just share them with you guys once, but share them with you guys a lot of times in different ways so we can hopefully all understand and be on the same page. So this one is, I think, really, this is something that I've probably got when I go to a tournament. I get people that will say like, hey, I listened to the show, this helped me. And it's generally one of two things. And obviously I'm at a tournament, so these are all competitors that I'm talking to. So most likely they listen to the show because they're competitors. One is breathwork. So many people, more than anything. I did my breathwork this morning and I don't have competition anxiety and I performed this way. Here's my gold medal. Those conversations. But the other one is performance days, is changing their training method. This is the hardest part of the podcast, is that I have so many little things that we talk about, sometimes they get missed. If you're a competitor, the performance day is the most important thing that you could do. The most important thing that you can do to be a better competitor. I believe that after 360 episodes, where so many of them were about how do you deal with competition anxiety? How do you perform better? How do you deal with competition anxiety? Well, it has to do with the way that you train jiu-jitsu. You can't go in every day and say every day is about winning. When you do that, then no day is about winning. No day is truly about performing. When you go in 6 days out of the week and say these days are about getting better, this is specifically how I will do it. But on one day, you say today is not about getting better. It is only about winning. Because that's how it is at a competition. I don't want to learn at a competition. I don't want to learn anything new. What I want is the same crap that I've done forever to just work on this guy. That's it. And so you get into this mindset that like, if I win in the gym, that translates into winning in competition. And it doesn't work that way. But if you learn how to perform at your best on command in the gym, then you can take that habit into jiu-jitsu competitions. I competed 3 times this year. All 3 times, I felt like no ring rust. Just went out and performed. Because I have developed these habits over years to be able to leave them, and then say, okay, it's time to come back. It's time to come back to this. If you're interested, we have the Competitor's Journey. This is a free ebook, and it will give you way more details on performance days, how to put them into your schedule. And it's actually just 3 different training schedules. One for somebody who can only commit 2 days a week, one for somebody who can commit 3 to 4 days a week, and then one for somebody who can commit 6 to 7 days a week of jiu-jitsu. And so anybody, but all with the goal of winning a competition, all with the goal of performing at your best. And that is how we are set up for this one. And I think that just the thoughts on these performance days, if you have not heard them yet, or if you don't feel like you understand what I'm talking about, this clip is really going to make a difference for you. Let's get into it. The one hack that will literally change jiu-jitsu for you. If you add what we're going to talk about today to your weekly routine, you are going to be a better competitor. If you're a competitor that suffers from competition anxiety, you will stop at least losing to competition anxiety. You'll probably always have competition anxiety. If you are a hobbyist that struggles to, what you would say, flip the switch when they want to start training, to really feel good about, if a situation came up, I can really just turn my jiu-jitsu on at full speed and be able to do it, whether in a self-defense situation, whether if I'm a police officer and I'm needing to apprehend somebody, but to just be able to perform on command. And this is one hack. This isn't 10 hacks. This isn't 3 deep concepts. This is one simple hack that if you do, it is going to absolutely change jiu-jitsu for you. Let me tell you a story. About 4 years ago, I was teaching at a camp. It was called the Stronghold Camp, and it was in Wisconsin. And it was with Chewy from the YouTube, and it was with my my buddy Mark Vives. And if you don't know Mark, he's been on the podcast a few different times. Super, super cool story. But the most unique thing about Mark is how often he competes. And at that time, I remember Bryce and I were driving to Wisconsin. It was like 5 hours for us. And on the way, we're talking about, like, one, hey, why did I get invited to this camp to teach with these really cool guys? Like, I don't think that at the time I felt worthy to be there. So I was looking at it from the perspective of, what do you think we're going to get to learn at this camp? And one of the biggest things that I remember saying was, on the way out there, I go, I want to know how Mark competes every weekend. And that was the term that I used. And Mark, like, I would say, I think that year probably competed like 32, 33 times in the calendar year. And so pretty much every weekend, this dude's competing. And so, like, I wonder how he does that. I'm trying to compete. And as a 20-something-year-old, I am struggling to compete 5 times a year, 6 times a year. My body just seems to not be able to handle it. Why is it that he can do it and seem totally fine? And so that was what I wanted to know. And so he and I went into this these seminars. We're teaching. We're all Mark, Chewy, and I are getting to conversate about all kinds of things. And one of the nights that we're there, I ask Mark, "Hey, how do you compete every weekend?" And Mark says, "Exactly. I compete every weekend." And I said, "Yes, that's what I'm asking you. How do you compete every weekend?" And he's like, "Yes, that's what I'm telling you. That's my answer. I compete every weekend." And I'm like, "Dang it, Mark, can you just give me a serious answer, a direct answer for once? I know Asian culture dictates that you have to make everything hard on me, the younger Asian guy, but here's the thing. We're homies. You could just give me the answer." And he's like, no, Josh, you're not understanding. I am giving you the answer. He goes, "People ask me this a lot. And my answer is that I compete every weekend," meaning every Saturday, whether I am at New Breed in Chicago, the gym that he owns, shout out New Breed, or whether I am in Atlanta competing, whether I'm wherever competing, I compete on Saturday. And he said, so if I'm at home at New Breed, I get 6 guys, 7 guys. That's the max number of matches that I would have in a day. And I tell them, hey, we're going to perform today. We're going to go live from the feet today. This, whatever, 6, me and the 5, 6 of us, however many. And he said, I can even dictate my training on if I like to have a guy, if I have a guy that's going to play lasso against me in a few weeks in my training room on Saturdays, I go with guys who I think will probably play lasso on me. And so I'm getting those reps, but I'm getting them like in really pretending I'm in a competition or really trying to win. And I'm like, and you just do that once a week, and that's the secret. And he's like, yeah, I just compete every weekend. And he's like, because if you think about it, and then that's when we started to talk about all kinds of different avenues of looking at, and I've told you guys this before, Mark looked a lot at the NFL and trying to deconstruct what they do for their athletes, because their athletes perform once a week and their games are very, very do or die, in the same way that jiu-jitsu matches are, that if you make one mistake, you lose. But then on top of that, if you lose a game, you're out, right? Like if you're in the playoffs in the NFL and you lose a game, that's done. There's not series at all. There's no way to get back. And that is very much how most jiu-jitsu tournaments are too. So the ability to be able to perform on command becomes so much more important when you only have one chance. And that is what we dug into. And so that is what you and I are going to dig into today. There is so much depth to the performance day and so many mistakes that I've made experimenting with this that I'm going to share with you today. And I'm not exaggerating. If you listen to this episode, you implement this idea of a performance day, it will completely change jiu-jitsu for you. And in a positive and basically every way, it will even be able to give you a chance at training forever, like in training with some longevity. This is something that we do with all of our guys, or at least try to do with all of our guys, try to push towards all of our guys. And so, we'll go ahead and get into it.
I suck at jiu-jitsu. How do I suck less at jiu-jitsu?
I guess to suck less.
The diabolical leader of the headlock squad.
So here's what the performance day is, just to define it. 1 day a week, you are going to go in with the idea of, I am trying to win today. And this is an interesting part, is if you're trying to win today, that means that you're not always trying to win. And I think this is something that people struggle to understand. And this is where you lose a lot of people on this idea. So the problem with going in every single day of training with the mindset of performance mindset and learner's mindset typically are two different things. And so the learner goes in not really caring as much about how they perform that night, how many subs they got, or anything. They care about, do I have some type of metric that shows that I have gotten better? Whether that means they hit a bunch of submissions, and so whether they're, going with their same training partners and they hit 4 or 5 more submissions than they normally would, like, oh, that's a really great metric. But for the person that focuses on performance, they are willing to sacrifice learning in order to try to win. They will say, well, it's just about submissions. And so I can lower the level of my training partner. I can, obviously avoid the tougher people in the room. I can go for things that people don't understand that I'm going with. So like if, for instance, I've been training for basically forever. I've been training for like 17 years. And so basically since the beginning of time. And so when I started training, there were just certain things that people didn't do in the jiu-jitsu space. And one of the main ones was like straight ankle locks. It was kind of this looked down upon thing. And there came a point where people realized, oh, that's silly. If it's a weakness, you should exploit it. But just like everything else, the pendulum tends to swing like past the middle and too far in the other direction too. And so you see that where you find a lot of people that find that they can hit a straight ankle lock on 50% of blue belts. And they go, because those blue belts just haven't learned how to defend them yet. And so they build their whole game around, well, this means winning. I can always beat this group of people by doing a straight ankle lock. But they never look at the fact that they're not hitting it on any of the people past that. They're hitting it on 5% of the purple belts. They're not hitting it on the brown belts or the black belts. And it's this thought of, am I going for something that I can build a game off of, right? Because again, it's not just trying to perform. Perform is just win tonight. And that's what we're going to mainly talk about today, is focus on just winning tonight. But to understand this, you have to understand that not every night can be a performance night. If it is, then that's just the training method that you're using, is trying to perform. And that training method is the least efficient training method. It's just the least efficient. I mean, I'm sure we could make fun of some other people's training method. I'm sure there's some other, but the training methods that are used currently, that is the least efficient one. And that is I always tell you guys, this is why the model of training jiu-jitsu is built around steroid use, is because overtraining is built into how you do it. And one of the best ways to combat that overtraining is to take steroids. You recover between those training sessions. And so you are able to, you're able to do that. That is a way of training, but it's not the most efficient, and it's definitely not the best for longevity. How many times have you trained your butt off for a tournament and then stepped onto the mat feeling off? Heart racing, legs heavy, you have brain fog. You didn't gas out, you just didn't show up as you. That's what my new book, The Competitor's Journey, fixes. It's 6 weeks of clarity for your next training camp, knowing exactly how to train, peak, and perform when it matters. Inside this handbook, you're going to find 3 complete jiu-jitsu training camps. One for if you're a pro, one for if you're trying to be a pro, and one if you can only dedicate 2 hours a week to jiu-jitsu, but you still got that dog in you and you want to compete. If that interests you, head to simplifyingjujitsu.com/comp and pick up your copy of The Competitor's Journey, which is completely free for I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show listeners. And now we're going to do, it's so fun to go through this year with you guys because the show has become so many different things. And in 2026, it gets to become more things. I'll tell you guys now, since it's official, it's been announced, I have a Victor Hugo interview that will be live in person at the Fuji Kansas City Expo in just a few weeks. I think it's January 17th. It'll be at 9:30 a.m. That's a Saturday. And it will be in person. You will be able to come up and watch me interview Victor Hugo. Maybe we'll even have a chance for you guys to be able to ask some questions. And this is a completely new facet of the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu show. We did the first ever I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu show live this year, which was last year, 2025. In my mind, we're in 2025 still. It'll take me till about June to start to write 2026. But we did the first ever live seminar. It was 2 hours. It was free. And we just did Q&A with you guys. No one's doing that stuff. This is a unique position that we get to be in because, because of having a studio, right? I'm very fortunate to have a recording studio that, if you guys don't know, I don't know if I've ever told this story. We actually have this studio because when we bought our building that we're in with my gym, they had a bonus building and it was part of this and we had nothing that we could do with it. And eventually it was well, maybe we'll start recording jiu-jitsu content. Then it was maybe we'll start recording the podcast that I'm doing. And then it was we're all in on this. But that all being said, the background part of I always will hear people talk about oh, Bryce did this on the show. And I think the reference is that he's an editor of the show. And that's how people think of oh, he's probably just putting in the commercials and that's what he does. But the role is executive producer, meaning to produce an episode, or the general idea of where the show may be. To produce that, we try to produce it together, right? What does that mean? What episode would be good to put at this time? What should we title it? What should, all these things. And there have been so many general little things that he has added to the show. The idea of, the show's better when you just interview your friends and you don't have to try to chase down these huge names. He's those are the best conversations. It was one of the biggest pieces of advice on the show that I've gotten that's I think been crazy effective. But all that being said, this year I thought, man, I would really love if we kind of got to do, it's a lot of times I'm doing solo episodes, just me talking to the camera. But when I add Bryce in person, it's me and Bryce talking back and forth, and it feels a little bit solo-y too, but having that other dynamic is huge. But here's why I did this whole intro for this. I never like to talk about current events in jiu-jitsu because I'm always I don't know, it's not timeless, right? And that's how most of the episodes I want to be, is I want them to be timeless. But I think I used to have the mindset that they all needed to be timeless. but sometimes you just want to hear about what's going on in the jiu-jitsu community. And that was what Bryce's idea was for the episode that we did that I'm about to show you. That episode was titled, Will CGI Fail? Did Mikey Sell Out? And wait, John Danaher sucks? And basically we did some hot takes from people, but also some hot takes from us. And we talked about some current events in jiu-jitsu. And this episode came out before CJI. It did. And we say some predictions that I think, looking back, a lot of people would agree with. We nailed. And so that's why I wanted to put this one in, is because it was one of the few times we've put current events in the podcast, and I loved how it turned out. And yeah, that was just no doubt, that was all a Bryce contribution. I was actually literally saying, I don't want to talk about CJI, Bryce. And he's like, I'm telling you, it's going to be worth it. People are going to like to hear this opinion. And he was totally right on it. And so that is that is really when you're thinking like, oh, maybe Bryce put in these commercials at a really well-planned time. And sometimes that is the case. But again, it's production. That is what and now his brother Brian is on the show with us too. That is what we're, that's what these guys are doing. And it's just been so helpful to a point that it's like, yeah, the show is definitely not what it would be if it wasn't for these guys. And so now let's hear me and Bryce bash a bunch of guys that could beat us up.
Listener questions again.
Okay.
I think CJI 2 is falling apart.
Ooh, see, this is interesting because anything that we say now, we're recording this before, anything we say now, this is gonna come out, when. And so this will come out after, so people will know whether or not we're right about this, right, with what we say. But first, prove your work right now. Current hot take. Why is it falling apart?
Well, first,
and what does that mean?
Okay. Well, first I could say I bought CJI 2 tickets as soon as they went on sale. I went last year. It was awesome. And I'm going this year. And I expect it to be a really good event, and I expect it to be very fun while we're there. I just say it's falling apart, and the fact that it was supposed to be, when Craig first started to announce this and put this specific event together, it was about, we can finally find out who the best team is. And now, like, that can't be the narrative at all anymore, because there are some true teams. Daisy Fresh, rooting for them.
There's one true team.
That's a true team.
There's just
I would say so. Brandon's, kind of maybe a little bit out of it, and newer. But
I mean, Brandon started there before ADCC last year.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I still consider that a true team for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But no, yeah. Then you look at just new wave for examples. What I've been thinking of recently, just having Wagner on there now. Mika's on there.
Yeah,
Oliveras is one of the guys who he's bounced around a lot recently. Badoni.
I mean, Badoni's been on the team for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. And Griffith has been there for a while too. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. It just.
But it's also that's teams in jiu-jitsu, right? Isn't the bounce around? Because it's like, think about this, Bryce. What if one day the podcast was crushing? And
bro, we are crushing.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean, crushing. You know what I mean, yeah, the podcast is doing all right, but yeah, you know what I mean. And we were like, we're gonna finance TAC teams having a world title, and we're just gonna pay a bunch of people to be on our team this year. We would be in the stands rooting for those people as if they were our brothers and sisters,
Of course.
And so I get it, but I agree. I think that really, probably to your secret point, Daisy Fresh really is the commendable team here. Do you know what I mean? The only team.
10th Planet's probably, I can't think of their list off the top of my head right now, but I feel like they've got to be pretty true to 10th Planet.
But you also look and you gotta ask, was this because other teams didn't feel like they wanted to, like maybe they were asked and didn't want to do it? Because if you're really asking all the best teams, I know this is no-gi and it's a specific rule set, but if you're just going with, like, here are the best jiu-jitsu teams, right? And then you're going to give wild cards anyway. You're not going to throw in AOJ?
Yeah, they should definitely be.
You know, or you know, like there isn't some of these huge teams. I'm sure, you know, and again, you just don't know what's happening behind the scenes. My thought is like you could have a checkmat team, but obviously the two best checkmat guys I don't think would be allowed to do it, right?
Nah, I mean, yeah, it just seems to be like UFC and CJI wouldn't collaborate there.
And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I could see it, but also, what if all of the guys going to Master Worlds are just doing the thing where they're like, oh man, like if I win Master Worlds, then I'm going to reward myself with CJI. And then they like go and lose in the first round and they're sad and they're eating the triple cheeseburger at In-N-Out.
4x4 animal
Yeah, they're eating the 4x4 animal style. I'm glad we both knew that it was In-N-Out. We both have lost in Vegas enough times to know where to lose in Vegas. Okay, this episode comes out on Thursday. We gotta move some things around. When you're in Vegas, if you see me and Bryce at In-N-Out and we're sad, don't talk to us. But if we have gold medals on, because we'll be at In-N-Out either way.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
say. Then come give Bryce a kiss on the mouth. That is. Yeah, I don't know where that went, but yeah, like definitely, this is a Thursday of Master Worlds episode, and then we can really speak freely about CJI, because apparently you said you had two other questions.
Yeah, from other listeners, but also I wanted to say, not even just because of like the team aspect, but it seems like Craig is, really like, I don't want to say begging people to buy tickets to the event. Like he's saying, like, even if you're not gonna go, support me in this. Like he's like, this is all going to charity anyway. Like support this and please buy a ticket.
Yeah.
And then also like when he first started, just doing CJI and kind of going against ADCC. He was, saying that he didn't want to put things behind a paywall and that it should all be free to help grow the sport. And then, maybe he was just absolutely kidding, and I don't know. But then he was also saying that if it doesn't like sell a certain amount of tickets or whatever this year, he is probably going to have to put it behind a paywall next year. And I imagine that's because they're going to lose money on the event.
Yeah, because the payout is huge.
And there's not going to be someone that is willing to invest as much money next year. So they're probably going to have to find, several investors or just dial it down in whatever tone, or just put it behind a paywall so that way they know they have all their bases covered. I just think that's okay. It's interesting.
On the note, do you think that UFC BJJ is part of that? Do you think that they hurt the event enough with the timing and of coming out, or no?
I don't think so, because it's not like they have the Tackett brothers. Mason Fowler's really good at jiu-jitsu. Renato Canuto, very good at jiu-jitsu. Mikey. But they don't have, which this kind of leads into someone else's question. But yeah, I just don't know if they have, the UFC has that exclusive of a list yet.
That makes sense.
I mean, dude, like I said, this CJI event is going to be awesome. I cannot wait to go. I'm way more excited to do that than I am to compete. And
that's because competing is stupid.
Yeah, competing, don't ever do it.
That's the least fun part about competing, is the competing part, you know? It's the going to CJI part that's fun.
But yeah.
I'm sure you will talk me into being one of those, you know, middle-aged men that buys a ticket for CJI and goes.
Yeah, you definitely should. It's going to be a really cool event. We're going to see some really high-level grapplers go against each other, and they never should have before. I love the quintet style.
I agree with that.
It's going to be a sick event. I just don't know. I don't know why it's not selling out. I don't know how it didn't sell out way faster, even though the teams weren't announced. Like, I went into it like thinking, because it's jiu-jitsu, people are going to pull out and injuries are going to happen and whatever, but I went into it knowing that, hey, this could be completely different by the time this actually happens, but no matter what, it's going to be awesome. And I still think that for sure.
Okay, that's the... Go into your question, because I have a follow-up, but go into your question. I'll write it down.
Okay. This is from a listener, and they said, Josh, what are your thoughts on Mikey Musumeci? Claims he's trying to elevate the sport of BJJ with the UFC deal, but then we see him pushing exclusive contracts and aligning with Moneyberg. Craig Jones made a brilliant point in his podcast with DJ. Mikey claims that he wants to be the best, yet has not fought anyone of a name in Nogi. Example, Pato, Baby Shark, etc. Keep up the great work, mate. Been listening since start of the year and always look forward to episodes dropping.
All right. Well, thank you for listening and looking forward to episodes dropping, and then putting me in a situation where I'm going to have to publicly shame somebody or say whether or not I approve them. I appreciate it. Keep listening to the show. Give us a 5-star review and a comment, brother. Man, you brought up a lot of good points. I will say this first. I don't know Mikey. I've never met him. My general opinion of people is whether or not I've interacted with them, because it's hard to know. You know, we all get a choice in what we put out on social media and what we put out in media in general. We all get that choice. And I would assume if you're in the public eye as much as he is, he can be choosy about what he puts out, you know, and can maybe, you know, be a different person than who maybe you see. And so, that being said, yeah, I think that there is this thing of like, there is this inherent right or wrong when it comes to, especially when it comes to business. And obviously there are things that are wrong. But we like to, we like to just condemn certain things at certain times. And one of them now is, these fighters don't sign exclusive contracts. If the contract is really good for you, why wouldn't you sign an exclusive contract? And you can always make the argument that downstream that is going to get somebody paid more. Somebody is going to eventually be able to use the precedent that you set and be able to negotiate and say, oh, well, I'm a bigger name now. You know, I have, I am a bigger star now. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with him signing an exclusive contract, to be honest. If somebody offered me a lot of money to exclusively represent their brand, and let me do what I am best at and I have trained my whole life for, I think I'll probably do it. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
I can see that for sure. And you will... And the UFC MMA is obviously way more established than UFC BJJ right now, but you'll see, and it's definitely the correct financial career move, because if that's what is important to Mikey right now, because I mean, you'll hear high level MMA guys and even UFC champions say, I'm going to always accept the easiest fight that's given to me. Why? Because I'm looking out at this point in my career, I'm looking for money and to protect my family and establish security for my family. And guys in their career right now have said that, yeah, I'm always going to accept the easiest fight given to me. Why would I accept the harder fight?
Yeah.
When, like I said, but they're already, like Mikey is already established as like one of the greatest. Like he's already a champion. Yeah. And same thing with these UFC guys. These are champions saying this.
Okay. Yeah, I completely agree with you. In like on the sense of like taking the easier fight, right? Some people can't comprehend that because the thought process is it should be about honor, right? Like if you're a competitor, this is about honor, right? And that's why you're doing it, whether it's MMA, whether it's jiu-jitsu, whatever it is. And I think that's a really cool mindset to have. But when it comes to the business side, I don't think it's about that anymore. I think that it's about business. That is, if we decide like, hey, it's not just about training. It's not just about trying to win tournaments. It's about me making money, and me trying to build a brand and become a star. Like, that's not necessarily honor, right? That's not necessarily the same thing. And there's nothing wrong with it. You're building a brand and you're trying to make money, and that makes a ton of sense. And so, yeah, I just think that the mindset, though, of like, it's not honorable to compete under an exclusive contract or something like that, or it's not honorable to not look for the hardest fight and the hardest match. Like, you should always be testing yourself and always be pushing yourself. But the truth is, most things that people want to see is not actually who is the best. That really isn't the case. If that was the case, no one would have watched Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, right? That was a prize fight. Yeah. It was a fight where a bunch of us agreed, hey, we're just going to pay to watch these dudes fight and then give them that money. That's what it is. It doesn't have to be about more than that. And I think if people looked at, especially when you start to get in the professional side of jiu-jitsu, you just understand like, hey, this is part of jiu-jitsu, but this isn't jiu-jitsu. This isn't all of us being on the mat in the beautiful part of jiu-jitsu that we love, and this isn't the whole thing. This is just part. This is a way I can make money in jiu-jitsu. And I think some guys do look at it that way, and then their decisions are judged so heavily. Right? And it's like, how dare you make money in jiu-jitsu?
Yeah. And that being said, it'd be sick to see Mikey fight Pato and all of those guys in Nogi.
Yes. And of course, that's like, you want to see good matchups. But again, it's just like, because it's fun, and you also want to see the storyline too, though. You never let a white belt run class unsupervised, right? So then why are you, a business white belt, still handling your gym's billing, attendance, signups, and website all by yourself? Kicksite is like having a full-time staff that doesn't eat, doesn't snack, doesn't call in sick. And I've used them for years because the software is built specifically for jiu-jitsu coaches who would rather be chasing the back and not chasing down missed payments. So if you're interested, go to kicksite.com/Josh McKinney and try it for free for 30 days. This is the best software for running and managing your gym that exists. Be sure to check them out at kicksite.com. But
Okay, so one more listener question. UFC BJJ athletes will, or I guess this is a hot take, UFC BJJ athletes will not have ability to gain value upon entry without IBJJF, CJI, and ADCC as status builders.
Yeah, so you have to win big tournaments outside of it to get into UFC BJJ. Is what he's saying, right?
Yeah,
and so,
I guess so. Or
like,
yeah, that you can't build somebody.
Yeah,
I guess.
I mean that's not what the UFC does. If they follow their model, they're just gonna let everyone else build their people and then pay them, and they're just gonna be way more financially backed. I say they dominate the market that way. That is, I always go with the jiu-jitsu and professional jiu-jitsu is just pro wrestling thing. And that was exactly what Vince McMahon started doing when he took over the WWF from his dad. Was he just started to buy up all of the small places, but then he got so big that he stopped having to do that. His brand was so big, he goes, I'll let these small places exist so they can be training people. And eventually he bought a big one and started, basically made a junior league. And that will probably happen eventually with the UFC BJJ. Like, why wouldn't, if UFC is and has been for a while in the teaching jiu-jitsu business, if you go to the UFC gyms, right? They're in that business. Why won't they just continue to expand into all of the parts of jiu-jitsu that make money, right? And so whether that means that they're going to go, UFC is going to go, oh, well, we can do merchandise, or we can run more schools, or we can do instructionals, or we can run tournaments. We can have our own tournament series. And who wouldn't want a UFC gold medal for jiu-jitsu, right? And so, yeah, I just think that, and this is what my hot take was, and I'm not going to say, I won't give like a harsh opinion on like I think it's good or bad. I've been kind of indifferent to it, but my hot take about UFC BJJ that I wrote earlier today was UFC BJJ will be the top BJJ organization in the world 5 years from now is where I put it. And I just think that the amount of money that they are already investing in jiu-jitsu, in their brand of jiu-jitsu, I think it's just going to expand, and they just have so much around them already. I'm seeing you're seeing the Craig teaming up with Flo and these other people kind of trying to compete against it, which is cool to see. But man, they got a lot of money, bro.
Man, they just got, did you see they signed us with the Paramount? I'm pretty sure it's $7.7 billion over the next 7 years. So like $1.1 billion a year for the next 7 years.
Have you ever?
I wonder how much of that is going to go to UFC BJJ.
I mean, dude, even 1% of it, like that's crazy. That's $10 million, like in a year, or $11 million in a year. Like that's crazy. Have you ever heard the thing that's like the seconds, millions to billion, like the comparison of seconds?
I mean, no.
So it's like how long is a million seconds?
A million seconds?
Like how long in terms of days?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was something like 11 days. Okay. How long then do you think a billion seconds is?
I don't know. A long time. A month. I don't know.
Right. And so, yeah, exactly. I mean, that was a horrible guess, but still, it is like 35 years.
Okay.
And so that is the difference between a million and a billion. And so when you think about $1.1 billion a year just from your TV deal, that is crazy. You can be taking crazy experiments. You know what you could be doing if you were UFC BJJ? It would be genius.
Sign Josh McKinney.
No, fund the Jiu-Jitsu games too, bro.
Oh shit! Yeah, dude, they should definitely. That was gonna be one of my questions eventually. Was when are we doing Jiu-Jitsu games too?
Bro, when the UFC BJJ funds it.
Someone fund it, man.
Holy smokes. Okay, in all honesty, it was so much work.
It really was.
It really was for the two of us, because that was the only workers that we had.
Yeah.
That was, if you had to put a number on it, how many hours do you think of work it took to put together in the link in the comments, Jiu-Jitsu games, if you guys have never watched it, the coolest idea ever that it's only got like 3,700 views.
Yeah.
It's brutal, bro. What are you doing? Come on.
That is brutal. I mean, I appreciate the views though. So
I
thanks
do too.
thanks for watching.
The amount of comments and interaction we got from it.
Yeah, I got a lot of love from that, and that felt really good. Being a part of that.
Bro, I was standing next to, I won't go spoilers, I was standing next to the person that won at the CXBJJ, and people were coming up to him and shaking his hand and being like, hey, you won, congratulations on winning the Jiu-Jitsu games. And he was like looking at me like with his jaw on the floor. He's like, why are people saying that? I don't know these people. But it was, that was a really cool thing. But man, how many hours do you think you put into it?
Man, I don't know. It took months and months, dude. I mean, for real, like maybe from like a thought to being put out, I don't know, it took like 6 months or so.
Yeah. And towards the end, it was so much work, dude.
Yeah. And things went wrong, but things went great and they went right. I can't wait to do it again. We should definitely do that again, do it a lot better. UFC, flow grappling, or anybody else, Craig Jones, secret investor funders, someone, any of our other rich friends around, someone invest in the Jiu-Jitsu games, bro. That could be super cool, man.
Yeah. Remember when Kanye asked Mark Zuckerberg for $1 billion? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Zuckerberg that he asked?
I don't know. Sounds right.
I thought it was. And then remember all the crazy stuff that Kanye did right after that?
Oh, we'll definitely do that.
And in that and during that. I feel like maybe we would have $1 billion if we just did that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Start asking.
Yeah,
right.
just be crazy. Like, that's branding right there.
Yeah.
Do you got another CJI? I have one more CJI related.
I don't think we have any more CJI stuff, no.
Mine is who will win CJI?
Man, I like the New Wave a lot better when Big Dan was in.
That's a really good point. Wagner's tough though.
Yeah, for sure.
Wagner is tough. He's not like it was not that it wasn't. It's just strategically, it is a big change to lose your monstrously big guy. That
can finish people.
Maybe the best finisher of that size. I mean, maybe Victor Hugo, but man, there's a lot of good finishers. Yeah. When you look to the last CJI, Nicky Rod was killing everybody in the pit.
Yeah.
And I think that could be, Styles. I think Styles will play into that too. Mm-hmm. We had talked about you and I a while ago, we're talking about like why people don't play guards in certain ways in MMA. Mm-hmm. And we're just talking about, man, you have the wall. We move away from the wall in jiu-jitsu, but when you see certain matches in jiu-jitsu, like the Danielle Kelly versus, what was her name? That Danielle kept pinning her against the cage.
Was it Jessica Khan?
Jessica Khan. And that was... and I think that a lot of people had picked Jessica Khan to win by submission in that match.
Yeah, a lot of people picked her for sure.
And I think that jiu-jitsu's different when you add that other dimension, especially when you're playing guard, because scooting away does not have the same effect. You run out of real estate at some point. And we set up so much of our guard stuff by scooting away and then making the person open up by trying to get closer to us again. And so, yeah, there are some people that are going to be super duper high level at this. You know what I mean? Like that are going to be super high level. So it's tough to say, but man, how do you bet against New Wave with Mika?
Yeah, he could definitely take out at least a couple of the teams probably completely himself, I think. I'm not going to say who, but I think he probably could. I think, though, who's actually going to win? Atos has a very good chance of winning. New Wave still has, a very good chance of winning. You know who I think would be the coolest to see to win?
Daisy Fresh.
Yeah, Daisy Fresh.
No doubt. I mean,
I think it'd be super cool to
there
see
is
those guys win.
there is no doubt that we won't be going nuts when they, pull out the upset.
Yeah, man. Hopefully they can do it.
But the question was, who's gonna win, Bryce?
Yeah,
tell us. Okay, here's a better question. Should you and I right now make a bet on who's gonna win?
Oh, yeah.
I think we should. So we obviously have to pick different teams. I know who I would pick. Depending, I have two teams I'll pick. So,
okay.
Unless you don't pick either of them, then I might be struggling. But, and it's obviously Team Europe. But go ahead. Do you know who you got?
Yeah.
Do we know what the bet is?
No. What should we establish that first?
I don't know. What would be funny?
Shave
your eyebrows.
Last time we did a bet, remember we did the
10 out of 10. You're right.
At the Chicago Open, whoever lost the bet had to win a shirt with that the other person made, and it ended up being just like that. I made a shirt that said it was my face on there, and it said Josh McKinney's favorite student, and you gave me a shirt that I'm pretty sure it said I love Josh McKinney, and it was your face.
But you didn't have to wear it because Connor's leg freaking broke, bro.
Connor's leg broke, and I think he was gonna go down either way.
No, he was not, Bryce.
But
he was gonna come back, bro. He was getting deep into the fight. He's a warrior. No. He was going to come back. You were going to be wearing that stupid shirt that I made.
He was thinking about his DMs, dude.
Dude, that was the greatest. Breaking his leg in half. This isn't over. Your wife was in my DMs.
Wasn't he shooting a gun or something?
He was doing
He
was like doing a shotgun or something.
I feel like
dude,
stretch it out.
Yeah, just
hilarious.
What an entertainer, dude. Oh my gosh. That was, even though I lost the bet that night, that was so entertaining. That's what I want to see. Listen, on the note of prize fight, I want to see Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor at the UFC
White House
main
UFC
event, bro.
White House.
Who cares about who's the best in the world right now in this 2-month window? Because 2 months from now, half of those champions are going to be gone. It's like the fight game is brutal. You just you're at the top and then you're losing 3 or 4 fights in a row, Mm-hmm. And show me fights that are fun. Show me fights that are interesting, and that is something that you got to go with CJI that they are doing is the idea of your 66 kilogram guys fighting your plus 99 guys is awesome. The open class is one of the most interesting parts of jiu-jitsu to somebody who's never heard about jiu-jitsu competition, I think. When you talk about that and somebody says, hey, like white belts come in all the time, like, hey, I just heard about this thing. It's called the open class? What happens? And I'm like, yeah, we used to call it the absolute, bro. And that's even crazier, but you just fight everybody your belt. I'm like, but what if they're 300 pounds? Well, then you try to get on top. I don't know. I don't know what else. You just try to win against that guy. But that's one of the most fun parts of jiu-jitsu, and that is definitely something that CJI is capturing. So we're going, bet is the t-shirt thing?
No, we can do that. That was just
That was a great bet because that would be something.
We'd have to do it at the St. Louis Open would be the next tournament that we go to after that.
Or CJI. Oh, no. We won't know.
Yeah.
We got to, that night, on the last night of CJI, loser shaves his eyebrows, bro. I mean, just changed. You can probably hear my son playing with his toys in the background of this, but we are back with just 3 more for you guys. So these are the top 15 clips from the show, and we just finished number 12, and I figured number 13 had to be the 13 scariest jiu-jitsu stories to ever exist. This is also a Bryce and I episode. Both of the episodes that he and I did together, I thought were just they were really good. I thought they were really fun, and I think a lot of the listeners, especially loyal I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show listeners, loved it. Bryce is very tuned into what you guys like. And so I thought I'll just give you guys the trigger warning on this. If you're squeamish with injuries or throw up or flatulence or any of those things, maybe skip this one and we'll do the other. We actually have two holiday episodes for you guys next. This is the Halloween special that we did, and then we'll look at the other holiday special that I think that people really liked. And so let me just set the scene. Let me set the scene in the Midwest, because both of these stories you actually have a perspective on. You've actually, you were there for both of them. We, had a different relationship during both of them, but I can still vividly remember your face after I lost in both of these matches. And so the first one is the Fuji World Pro main event. When I say that, who do you think about? Because I've fought on that a few times, but who do you think about me having a match with?
That was the night I saw Andrew Wiltsey for the first time. And I thought my coach was unstoppable before that. I thought we were on top of the world because me and Brian come out the gate winning some tournaments. That was like one of our first tournament experiences.
Yeah,
we're winning.
That day, you compete that day.
Our teammates are winning. And just even before that, like in training, I was like, wow, like this is really, I don't know anything about jiu-jitsu, but these guys seem really good. And yeah, I thought we were number 1, baby.
Bro.
I mean, we are, but.
I mean, not that day. And so keep in mind, this is the main event. And you put me as the main event to sell tickets. That's why you put me in one of these things. And so I sell tickets, and we have, it is a sold out crowd, and it's about 50-50 between my team and his team. And it is a loud, intense crowd. Keep in mind, he's been a belt level behind me most of our jiu-jitsu, but he is winning everything at that belt behind me. And so the event to make, the match to make in the St. Louis area was that one, and it was only a matter of time before someone asked. Of course, we both jumped in and said yes. But the match didn't go as planned, Bryce. Boy, I just can't say enough. I've mentioned it on the podcast before. Can never say enough how unbelievably good that guy was. Like, just on a different level. Like, I just can't even, I got to train with him a few times, but then even competing against him, the speed of decision making once I got behind felt unbelievable. I've competed in a ton of black belt matches, a ton of black belt adult matches, but I felt nothing like that match in just the times rolling with him. But he triangled me in front of all my friends and family, and I can still actually, I don't think I have a photographic memory, but I can still see individually every single person's face and the disappointment on their face after that match, including you. Including your brother, my coach, basically everybody.
I was just tired from competing, man.
Nah, dude, you were very disappointed in me. I could see it. I could see it on your face. You were heartbroken. You and your brother, you guys were both heartbroken because you weren't you hadn't gotten to experience me losing enough, you know?
Dude, like I said, I didn't experience anybody losing.
Yeah, and that was because that would have been I did a couple weeks later would have been the tournament was just American Nationals 2020.
Yeah.
And so that would have been the tournament that I went and got second after and felt really good that time. And that was when I was like, okay, so I was in good shape. I was doing the things right that I should be doing. That dude is just an absolute monster.
Yeah, I was thanking God Andrew Wiltsey wasn't in your Nationals division.
Yeah, we all were, buddy. We all were. So then we can go into another bad. This is actually way worse. This is a way worse story. You were here for it. I've literally probably told the honest, unabridged story to 2 people, maybe one person, maybe just you.
Okay.
But we'll tell the whole thing today, you know, because if we're doing horror stories, we got to go with the worst stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so, main event of a super fight. And I've got a little tweaksy in my ankle. Okay. The week before I had competed at Pans and totally just got my ankle snapped. I yelled a little bit for the tap, but I walked it off, right? Like I walked it off pretending like it didn't hurt, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you have a super fight main event with me, the chances of you having flow grappling, watching that match and going, hey, maybe his ankle's still hurt, probably pretty low, right? No one would do that. But here's the thing. There are good coaches everywhere. And I'm not saying that's what it was. Could have just been an accident. Who knows? But if it was intentional, it's great gamesmanship. And I would have done the same thing. I don't tape my ankle because I'm like, I don't want to show that I have an ankle injury. And I know some people are like, oh, tape both of your ankles. I'm like, that would really show this dude. If I had no ankles taped a week before and then I got ankle locked and then I had both ankles taped, they would just go, hey, ankle lock the one that got ankle locked last week. It's obviously the injured one. So there's no real way around it. I'm just like, I won't do it. I'm putting in work in this super fight. My boy Bryce drives all the way out there just to support me.
Yep.
It's me, you, Dylan, Dalton. Those are the only 3 people. Am I correct?
I think so, yeah.
That's the crew, the St. Louis crew that's there. And I'm in the middle of the match. I'm feeling great. Putting it on, crowd's on fire, playing the bad guy role. And I hear something I swear in Portuguese sounds like foot or footlock or break his broken ankle or something. So dude attacks it, I actually defend, use it to sweep, get on top, get past, get to mount. The cook is on, bro. Match should be over here. Get bridge and rolled off. Crap. Well, that sucked. So now I'm like in guard again. He falls back on another ankle lock. I'll just defend the same way. Pop up. Things are good. Putting some pressure on top. Things are good. A lot of trash talk going on in this crowd. Main event. A lot of stuff happening, Bryce. So you understand people are saying things about me, you know, my family, my sexual orientation. Who knows? They're saying mean things. One lady just keeps, you remember the lady obnoxiously yelling to murder me the whole time? Yes. And so it's a wild crowd. Again, I respect it. Nothing that I don't respect here. But because if you come to St. Louis, it'd be like that.
Tenfold.
Yeah, tenfold, no doubt. But I get too into the moment. And this is the part that I've never shared. I get too into the moment. I've got the cool guy, long hair at the time. They're all yelling for the finish. And I actually look up at his coaches and shake my head no. As if, nah, he ain't going to get it, boys. Not 3 seconds later, without changing the position, I'm completely on top. I should be totally safe. My ankle feels like it just dislocates. Feels like my foot just comes off of my body. And I yell out and I tap.
Come on, bro.
What were your thoughts on it, Bryce? You were sitting right there. You saw it happen.
I mean, once again, just one of those moments where I was praying. And you were beating up the guy before. Was that your first match with him, or was that your second match?
My second match was in St. Louis.
Yeah, that was the rematch. I mean, yeah, you were beating the guy. I felt like, if I remember correctly, and yeah, I mean, it was just sad, bro. I mean, what else is there? I drove 3.5 hours, and
yeah,
I'm watching my coach beat up somebody, and then he re-broke his foot, and I watched him just break his foot the week before, so it was sad.
Yeah, bro, it was disappointing. I honestly, you didn't look as disappointed as you did during the first main event that we talked about. It was as if you had become calcified to me losing matches.
We had gone through some wins and losses together at that point.
You and I had eaten a lot of consistent losses for a good amount of time. I just dropped 2. What do you got? Didn't you say you have one that I don't know?
Yeah, I was going to say this is a secret. This is a super secret, man. And I feel so bad for this. And I've never, not even my brother have I told this to, bro.
No. What is it?
One time, oh man.
Come on.
People are going to hate me. They're going to talk to me about this. One time, I'm rolling with the white belt. He probably had been training at our gym. I don't know. Maybe it's his first month. He's on week 3 or something.
Okay.
And I'm doing the Bryce Classic. I put him in a triangle. And he just, I don't know what, I didn't feel this before coming on. He did something and I just farted in his face. Wow. I had triangle locked, brother.
Was he pulling his chin out? Was he like trying to tuck his chin and pull his head all the way out? So
I think, you know how people just naturally like stack you? I think he was just going to stack and it just flew out, brother. And I swear to God, Josh, I never saw him come back to the gym. He never came back, bro.
No.
We didn't acknowledge it even. Like, there's no way. There's
definitely knew.
There's no way he didn't not know.
Oh, no. No, Brian. So that's why our gym numbers are down.
That's why you lost a student that month.
I can't. I'm crying.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't even know if you have anything to say about that, but that is a top horror story for me.
That's an amazing why someone wouldn't come back to our gym.
And I've thought about that story a lot. It's one of those things.
When did this happen? Give me a.
Bro, I was a blue belt. I think. Yeah, I was for sure a blue belt. I don't know, man. It had to be 2022, maybe. I would say. But
I can't believe you, bro. You're gonna get canceled for this.
Yeah, it was an accident.
You know, our boy Mike Mahaffey has a saying something like, "If it's not Master 5, if there's no flatulence," or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like I remember that.
Holy smokes. Yeah, honestly though, we should have just done this episode on reasons that people would not want to come back to Head Nod, because that's what my other stories are. If it's not me losing, it's one of my students doing something horrific to a visitor. And I have the worst one, and it will take all the heat off you farting on white belts' faces for north-south triangles.
Hell yeah.
You know?
What have we got?
As your only move, as your favorite go-to move. So I don't know how many of our guys I should call out by name on this, but I think I will specifically call out one, because that's was the worst offender. But honestly, there was a good amount of offenders on this one. So I get this guy coming in from out of town. Let's say that he is a purple belt. Let's say he's a brown belt. Okay. He wasn't, but let's say he's a brown belt. And he is he's visiting. He tells me his story. Super nice guy. Comes in to train. Okay. He does
2-3 rounds, I see our guys kind of being weird. Just a few of our guys. Like I said, I won't call anybody specifically except for Colin. Okay.
Being weird.
Just being weird with like how they're talking to each other. It's like they have a secret that they're a few of the a group of the guys. I'm not training that night. So I'm just watching rounds. Okay. And I'm like, this is weird. Colin comes up to me and he goes, hey, me and so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, we think that guy's a fake brown belt. And I was like, what? He's like, we should call him out. We need to call him out. We should like make a video or something. And I'm like, I'm dumbfounded because one, he's not bad. He's definitely not rolling like a competitive brown belt. He's not beating our brown belts, but he's rolling just fine. And I said, you mean the guy over there, that brown belt? He said, yeah. I said, you mean the one that has double hip replacement that he got for fighting in a war for your freedom?
Yeah.
And he was like jaw on the floor. I'm like, you know that this dude is a veteran and that's why he doesn't move so well is because he has double hip replacement from, I want to say it was like something crazy. I don't even remember what it was, but it was something like horrific that happened to this guy. And I was like, that guy? And the amount of shame that filled the room. And then you know me. You know, as soon as that guy was gone, I doubled down. I shamed those guys to death. And then on the show too, you know, which is even worse. But yeah, Colin was really the worst perpetrator of this.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I remember. I briefly remember.
Let me ask you this, Bryce. Be honest. Were you in that group of people that were beating up this person?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Was I?
Were you? It feels
I don't
like
think so.
When you were just talking, they're like, wait, you were in the room. You would have definitely been somebody that would have been included in that group.
I was going to say, remember, and I'm slightly forgetting the details, but this wasn't on my list, but a very relatable horror story. Me and Brian thought that someone came into the gym. This was like less than a year ago, if not a year ago. And we essentially, do you remember this? We thought that this guy was like a striking coach somewhere that...
You thought that he was like a white belt somewhere else or a white belt at our gym, but a purple belt somewhere else or something?
A purple belt or a brown belt somewhere else that was also a striking coach.
Two white dudes with beards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was doing our striking classes and was obviously new to striking, but Brian was like, dude, I swear this guy's the striking coach at this other place that I know of. And so me and Brian beat that guy up that night.
You did beat him up to prove to him that he wasn't a fake brown belt while wearing a white belt. He acted like a white belt.
Yes.
Because he was a white belt.
Yes. And it was...
How do I have any students at all?
I tapped him to pressure 3 times in a 5-minute round. And it was for mount every time. And he would like verbally be like, while
and
he's
you'd
tapping.
be like, wow, I haven't learned that move in my first 2 weeks of training. I'm sorry, I look like somebody.
I felt really bad for that one.
Okay, so now we have multiple stories of you making people not come back to the gym. But here is one of somebody that I believe made himself not come back to the gym. And there's something good in this one.
Okay.
Day one guy comes to noon class. He is, does a little bit of training. I mean, he is as day one of a middle-aged dude as you could have. And as average of an athlete as you could bring me. And that hasn't done anything in 10 years. And he says to me, hey, so I have a big goal in this. And I said, oh, cool. What's your goal? And he said, so my goal is one day I'm going to stand on the mat across from Gordon Ryan and compete against him. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, I know it's a big goal. He goes, but I'm like a big goal person. I set big goals and, that's what I do. And I go, oh. I said, what are some other goals that you've set? And he didn't have an answer to that. It was just the
Start jiu-jitsu,
It was
bro.
the Gordon Ryan. Well, no, not start jiu-jitsu. That wasn't the goal. The goal of starting jiu-jitsu was to beat Gordon Ryan.
And as far as I know, that person has never trained again. And this was years ago. So don't start with that goal. That was somebody who they kind of struck themselves out of the gym pretty early.
That's pretty crazy and I guess it was probably from the Joe Rogan podcast that someone even knew who Gordon Ryan was before they started jiu-jitsu.
Bro.
My bad, keep going.
Never mind. I'm not going to say it. I'll tell you about it later. That wouldn't be a good idea right now. But let's move on. I have another one of person leaving the gym rather quickly. And this is the only time I've ever told you, I'm sure I have, the only time that I've ever asked Eric Huebner to mat enforce for me.
I want to say I know the story, but...
So it's in the Blue Room. So that's got to be 6 years ago probably. Guy comes in and a few people had complained to me about him, and he was coming in a class that I don't teach. And this was back when I taught every class but like one. And so you don't remember that. You don't remember a time like that. But when I'm doing this, I'm getting all these complaints, and then like he even hurts. He's a bigger guy. And he even hurts a few of our smaller like purple belts. And I'm like, okay, this, something needs to be done. And so I switched classes with Huff for a week. Like, hey, you go teach my Wednesday, I'll teach your Tuesday so I can take care of this. And he's like, okay. So I go and I'm just going to beat this guy up, right? Because I'm a great mat enforcer. I know how much to do it, how much to lay off, like, oh, this is too much. This is excessive. I know what that is like. I didn't take into account that not everyone knew that. And I didn't take into account that I never once asked Eric Huebner to mat enforce for me. And so this dude is wrenching some, 15-year-old child's neck or something like that. And I look at Eric and I say, hey, Eric, have you rolled with Bill? And Eric goes, no. And I go, I think you should roll with Bill. And he looked up at me and just looked me in the eyes for just a few seconds. And I kept eye contact. And then he smiled. And it's the only time I've ever seen Eric Huebner smile. I've never seen him smile any other time. I've seen him win so many big divisions, unbelievable matches. Only time he smiled was when I actually asked him, I greenlit this guy. So he starts going with the guy. He does the normal Eric where he gets you in north-south, but not north-south where he's chest on your face. North-south where you tried to start to get away, and he like catches your neck in a rear naked choke, but your back is still pretty much laying on the ground, like you're about to be decapitated. Mm-hmm. And so right from there, he paused, and he gave the guy a second of like, hey, I could kill you right now. And what the guy did was he took both of his hands, he reached behind his own head, and he tried to double-handed rape choke Eric.
Oh, my God.
And Eric literally, while in the double-handed rape choke, made eye contact with me again, smiled one last time, and I never saw Bill again. Bill was gone forever. He was gone from that. We can't even talk about it for insurance purposes. But yeah, names and faces of that. I mean, that was Eric who did it, but I changed the name of Bill. But yeah, that was a great one. That was a great mat enforcer.
I forgot the part that he rape choked Eric. I thought
he asked for it, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta. That's Eric's got to do what he's got to do there.
Definitely.
How many more stories you got?
A couple. I was going to bring up, speaking of making people quit jiu-jitsu, remember Ralph from Chicago?
Oh.
Dang. I just got to take this thing off, bro.
Your white belt. Before we get into it, this cut that you just took off your face, my costume, pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, it's because you don't know Pokemon. I am Charizard. And I mean, I'm pretty into it. I'm full on character, I could breathe fire if you really gave me enough time. And then what is your outfit? I know it took some damage in shipping.
So I was supposed to be a white belt. So I got my arm wrapped up people can't really see that too well. Got my north-south knot on here.
The north-south knot, one of the most important quintessential white belt things.
And then I had my little eye injury piece here, my cut, rather. But it's not sticking to my face anymore. So.
But you didn't read the back that said you needed adhesive sold separately.
Yeah, that was my fault.
That's a Bryce move right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Bryce move. So now back to the best Bryce move of all time, which is ruining Ralph's life.
Yeah, so in 2021 Chicago, I'm a white belt, and this is the first Chicago of 21, and I make it to the... Oh, I guess we should probably start with... we actually made a bet, me and Josh, prior to this competition. It was the second time that Conor McGregor fought Dustin Poirier. Josh was betting that Conor was going to win, and I was betting that Dustin was going to win. And then within that fight, the loser of the bet had to wear a T-shirt that the winner chose. Which we actually did again recently at the St. Louis Open.
And I lost that one too.
And yeah, I won that
lost
one.
on the CJI bet. If you guys didn't know, if you didn't see me walking around with a freaking stupid shirt that said, I love Josh McKinney on it.
And it had a picture of yourself on it.
That was such a good one, man. But anyway, back to the other time you beat me. I'm wearing what shirt?
So you're wearing a T-shirt that has my face on it, and it says my favorite student, I think, and then it has my Instagram on there. And hilarious shirt. It was awesome. And that was the fight that, Conor McGregor broke his leg in half.
So it really wasn't even a loss.
No.
Just like the loss at CJI wasn't even a loss. You beat me on 2 technicalities, and as Conor McGregor said, this isn't over. Your wife was in my DMs.
Hey, I'm 2 for 2 on
I know,
bets,
man.
So.
I know, but just the walk out with the broken leg to pretend to shoot the shotgun in the air, that was still that should have been a win.
That was
I
insane.
shouldn't have to wear that shirt. But anyway, continue.
So I make it to the finals of my division. Josh is wearing this T-shirt, and I'm down on points. Only by a couple points, and there's probably about a minute left in this fight, and I'm fighting Ralph, and I get Ralph in a Darce choke, and I put him to sleep while I am down on points.
As time goes out.
As the time goes out. So Ralph, I let go, wakes up pretty fast.
But there's still a second where it's obvious that you're grabbing him and going, hey, he's asleep.
No, he definitely shook a little bit and then woke back up. And he then starts to vomit immediately all over the mat.
All over the mat.
So
runs off the mat.
In my head, then he runs off the mat to get a trash can to puke into. So in my head, I had just won on 3 technicalities, right? I put him to sleep.
So to me, I know the only thing I can argue as the coach is the throw up, right?
Yeah.
That
and
is
that he ran off the mat.
Yeah. Those 2 things together, right? Those are the 2 things. And I know that that is because even though logic says, well, if you put somebody to sleep and then as the time goes out and they're still asleep, you should win that match. But it's how do you prove it? How long were they asleep? They should have stopped it before that, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's always going to be their argument. But I'm like, hey, we won the moral victory already, but let's try to get the victory. And so I'm immediately calling to the ref. I'm immediately saying, DQ. And the ref DQs him.
Yeah, on the mat.
It was a beautiful thing.
I got my hand raised.
Storybook.
And it was a crazy finish.
Should have ended there.
From Ralph's perspective, absolute horror story so far. He just, got embarrassed. I mean, I remember his brother, who I assume it was his brother, was standing on the sideline while I was getting my hand raised, and he was. We have a picture of it somewhere, bro. And he's standing on the sideline, off the mat, puking, and I can hear his brother saying, you just lost. And he starts crying
man.
there. I think Ron had a Snapchat of it or
That's
something.
horrible.
And
it only gets worse from there. It only goes downhill from there, buddy.
So now, Josh, I feel like you should actually take over at this point.
So here's where we go. Is I see on the board, we just won. It's pretty late in the day. It's white belt, so it's pretty late in the day. We had just won, and I was very confident that we won. His hand was raised. It was a rightful DQ. We won. And so walk over. I look on the screen. It says Bryce Allen in second place, Ralph in first place. Obviously, you guys get why we call him Ralph. And so we go into, I'm like, oh, well, I got to mention this. So I go up to the girls who give out the medals, and I'm about 3 words into what I'm saying. I'm going to say something about, hey, this is wrong. We got my guy got first, and it says he's in second. And before I can even get it out, the girl is like, all problems are reported to the head referee, and just points over. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so I go over, start to try to get some, like, hey, why is my guy in second place? He won his match. And they are fearful. They're like, and normally you get no special, like your treatment is like, hey, get out of here. We hate you, but they're acting as though like they don't want to talk to me. I don't realize at the time, but I had Eric Arias over my shoulder, mean mugging everybody just in case he saw. I kept it super quiet. No one realizes what's happening. He saw by my body language when I started walking. He's like, oh, Josh needs somebody. He walks up, face tats and all, and is standing right behind. They all finally I get a hold of somebody. They start to talk, and the conversation is basically they're like trying to defend. And I was like, hey, that the rule is the match is not done until the hand is raised. If somebody runs off the mat, they're DQ'd. We've seen this at Worlds that happen. And so I have great argument. I have precedent. And as we're talking, one of them says, bro, it's white belt. What do you want us to do? And he was part of a huge affiliation that has a huge presence and a lot of pull, especially in that area. And so I looked at them and I was like, honestly, that's the best answer that I'm probably going to get. And we walked away, and I told all of you guys. But yeah, it gets worse. Should I keep going, or do you jump in from here?
So,
because I guess we're mixed together on this at this point.
So Josh comes back and he just gives us the news. Hey guys, we're going to have to take the loss on this one. We all, like, the vibe didn't change, right? Like, we all were laughing and just like, that was awesome. Hilarious story. We knew we were going to go get pizza right afterwards. So we go to the podium, and I stand up on the second place spot. I throw up the dog pound, and Ralph was on the first place spot, literally like hunched over, face down, looked as depressed as he could be. And there's a girl outside the podium where people are taking photos, and she's laughing with Josh because I'm on the podium throwing up the dog pound, and I'm on Josh's shirt also throwing up the dog pound. So she's laughing and saying, ha ha, like, that's so funny, that's cool. He's on your shirt, he's doing the same thing right now. And we find out that was Ralph's girlfriend.
I find out coming back to the venue. I had went to get food, come back, pull into the parking lot. I can hear a couple arguing very, very loudly, like obnoxiously loudly. And I glance over, and who do I see but Ralph and his girlfriend arguing with each other. She slams the car door because she's in her driver's seat getting ready to leave. I'm assuming he rode with her. I'm assuming it was his ride also. But then she slammed the door and I guess broke up with him. And so all that embarrassment happened, all with the lead up of his girlfriend thinking that it was funny that Bryce was on my shirt. And then she dumped him.
I've been back to Chicago many times, done many IBJJF since. I haven't seen him around. I think we made him quit.
Yeah, I think that would have been much worse than farting on his face. We are back, and we're down to just 2 more clips to round out 2025, to really tell as much of the story as we can in one episode. And I think the final one will not be a surprise to anyone, but this one is interesting. So what we did this one was we did something called thank you notes. This is a bit from Jimmy Fallon. And this is for our Thanksgiving episode. I actually stole this bit a few years ago, helping with Mission 111's telethon that I do every year. And so while we're doing this, I'm starting to get better at these jokes, right? And how the thank you note works is there's funny music behind it. Son's slamming a cabinet behind me, but there's funny music behind it. And I write a very sarcastic thank you note to someone. And so I don't really think it needs much more explanation than that. Then this is a really funny episode and people really liked it. Let's go ahead and get into it. Thank you to the timer at my gym for moving slower than a snail when I'm in side control, and then magically speeding up the moment I was sparring and actually enjoying myself. So this is a great story. I put this one in really early because I wanted to tell you guys this story. This is recently. This is the last 2 weeks. I was training, and I was training with some type of mouthy young kid. I don't even remember. Really, they all run together for me. So anybody born after 9/11, okay, so after September 11th, 2001, we can't communicate with each other. There's a I don't like those people is what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's a problem. It's not racist, it's not their race. It's ageist. But like, I haven't run into one of them that I like. I have a 2-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying here? It's just, they come from a different world. Anyway, I'm rolling with, and so then they all just blend as the same person. They all say the same things. Unk. What's up, Unk? What's up, Unk? Bruh, huzz, Unk. You know how these kids are. And it's horrible. It's horrible. So as somebody who is still able-bodied and who was born pre-9/11, who actually understands what the world was like before that, who understands what the world was like before phones, cell phones and the internet. Cell phones as we have them, and the internet as we have it. It's my job to crush those post 9/11 kids. That's my job. And so it sounds harsh. It sounds like, well, why would you do that? They're kids. No, they're not. They're not. Think about how old they're 24 and under. These are not kids. This is the future of our country. This is the future of the world. And they're acting this way. We got to beat them down, right? And so that's what I try to do, and that's what I try to encourage from my team. I quickly adapted to the Masters division because I realized, we're all 90s kids. We're all likable. Well, at least a lot of us are. And so anyway, back to the story. There's this kid, and he's talking trash. We're going back and forth, so I'm beating him down. And he's taking his beating like a man. You got to commend some of these kids, at least the ones that train at my gym, the ones that survive. They learn to take their beatings like they should be, right? So he's eating his pressure or whatever, but I'm running out of time, and I notice it. And people are like yelling for him and coaching him, but no one's really yelling the time. And I've got him in like double underhook mount, mother's milk pressure, okay? And I'm crushing this kid's soul. I swear. I think his head's off the mat. I have like both forearms under his head, and he's like scooting, and he's almost about to run into the wall. Well, currently of head nod, we have some dangerous hazards that you shouldn't have, and one of them is we have an extension cord plugged in where the timer is, and if that gets bumped completely and it falls out, well, I mean, it's never shocked somebody, but I'm sure it could do that too. But if that gets bumped, it usually shuts off the timer. It doesn't make any noise. The timer just loses power. So there's literally 2 seconds left on the clock, and he's not going to tap to this pressure. I pressure tap post 9/11 kids all the time. I know how much time I need. I need about 8 more seconds. And so to get those 8 seconds, I unplug the timer and just keep the screw. It wasn't like I bumped it. I reached out with one arm like 2 feet and just grabbed it really quick and pulled it out, and then went back to the hug. And all my guys are then cheering at this point, right? We understand. We know the game. The game is the game. And it doesn't matter that we agreed to a 5-minute round. If you don't realize because you allowed me to get into double underhook mount with a mother's milk on you, you don't realize that? You can't hear anything? That sounds like it's on you. Shouldn't be there, right? So I did what I had to do in that situation, and I did it for anyone born before 9/11. You're welcome, guys. Let's get to the intro of this episode.
I suck at jiu-jitsu. How do I suck less at jiu-jitsu?
I guess to suck less.
Ladies and gentlemen, the diabolical leader of the Headlock Squad.
Now it's time for the third thank you note. Thank you to the black belt father who has a 6-month-old. Thank you for coming in once every 3 weeks, full of carbs and hate. We know you're only here to take out your frustrations on annoying blue belts, and we support that. It happens to us all, and it's really a sad fact of life. Children ruin jiu-jitsu, just like they ruin everything. But they ruin it in the weirdest way. They ruin it in this way that you kind of appreciate. That you're like, I know my life is ruined, but I would hate to go back to whatever life I was living before having this child. But your jiu-jitsu's ruined. But here's the thing. If you're a black belt and this happens to you, this would happen to me. You have this baby, you don't sleep anymore, you just don't have the time to train, you don't have the energy to train. Every time you do want to train, it's not like your wife can train. She's upset. She's like, hey, this isn't fair. And to be fair, it's not. But I wasn't the one who had the baby. I wasn't the one who let me knock you up, It's on you. I shouldn't let me do that. But, oh gosh, I shouldn't have said that. But when, don't even know where I'm going. But when you go in and you are that dad and you're getting to train, it's like even though you're out of shape, even though you're going to get swept when you shouldn't, even though things are going to happen when you shouldn't, you do. I mean, like I said, everybody's making you a casserole. Everyone knows how much you're struggling. They're like, dude, what if we just gave you carbs? We just gave you carbs. You come in 40%, 50% heavier than you were 3 weeks before. Your jiu-jitsu's not bad. I know your cardio's not great, but it's not like your jiu-jitsu immediately suffers from that. It does over time, but there's something like when you're in shape and then you get that initial jump of about 30 pounds in a month. You guys experienced that too when your wife had a baby, right? No, just me? Oh, well, when that happened to me, then I would come in, and when I would get to train, you always get these young guys. I'm telling you, it's these purple belts that they're freaking born before, or they're born after 9/11. These 9/11 purple belts. They come in, they're arrogant, and they see that you're out of shape. And they're like, today's the day. Now I will be king. I'll be king of the castle. I'm gonna beat Josh today. And so what are you to do? You gotta crush them. What would your son or daughter at home want you to do? Dad, you gotta rule the castle. And so that's all this black belt that I just sent that thank you note to. That's all he's doing. He's just letting people know, hey, don't forget about me. I still, I would say every 9 months, Eric Hebner comes into my gym, beats everybody up, comes in a couple days later, teaches a class, and then I don't see him for 9 months. He just has to let everybody know. He has to remind everybody, I'm still the boss. This is what I do. This is my place. And I don't know. I just accept it. I try to not get in the way of that. Okay. Now it's time. I got an important thank you note to send out. This is going to be confusing because I'm sending it to a specific person, but I think a lot of you are going to assume that I'm sending it to somebody from your gym or that I'm even sending it to you. So let's do it. Thank you to the Here's How You Should Have Submitted Me guy. You're the only reason that anyone at our gym has any skill at all. Your teaching is legend. I have no idea why coach won't promote you to brown belt. It's definitely not your personality and that you're a douchebag. Hope you get promoted next year, but you probably won't. Whew. You know that guy. In the fully extended arm bar right before he taps, he goes, if you turned your hips counterclockwise at a 30-degree angle from the sun, I would have tapped already. And you're like, what? And then you hip in a little more and he taps and he goes, see, you're welcome. I just fixed your arm bar for you, bro. Like, I also let you get to mount too, so you could hit that arm bar because I'm teaching today. You didn't know, but coach actually privately, he asked me if I should so this is what happened. I went to coach and I said, hey coach, I am this amazing purple belt. I'm probably the best purple belt ever. I know I've never proven my skill. I know I've never taught anyone ever in my life, but I'm so sure that I am the best jiu-jitsu coach ever. Because sometimes I take the things that you teach me and I say them to other people and it works for them. And so I'm obviously the greatest jiu-jitsu coach of all time. And so what I need from you is I need to just be recognized as the full-time head coach and I'll run all the classes and then you'll pay me $100,000 a year and I'll take care of that for you. Does that sound good? And then the coach goes, no, Brad, nobody likes you here. I don't like you. No. Actually, I forgot, Brad. You pay yearly membership all at once, and you pay for your wife and your 3 kids. Actually, Brad, no. Here's the thing. You're going to be our secret coach, Brad. You're going to be our secret coach. And so what you're going to do is you're gonna allow people each night to catch you in submissions because you're so good. We don't need to worry about your training. You are so skilled. You're fine. And so you're gonna allow people to catch you. And then when they catch you, if you feel like, hey, they should be finishing this submission in a half of a second and it's taking them like 2 seconds to finish the submission, you should immediately pause the round and adjust them and then tell them to finish, tell them tap. It's like, oh, you got me because I taught you. And make sure that they know it was not a skill gap. You are the secret head coach. We know that guy, right? Let's move on. Thank you to the white belt girl who always knees me in the balls. I know that you apologized, but it's the third time this round. You are not forgiven. Listen, I appreciate, I recognize that there are parts of the female experience of life that I will never understand or comprehend. But I need you. I need you. I need you to recognize that there are part of the male experience, a specific part of the male experience, that the female brain cannot comprehend. And it is getting kneed in the balls multiple times in a round. Multiple times. Once is accidental. Dude, we're trying to knee cut. We're fighting to the death. It happens. But when we're getting, like, when you've hit enough balls that you're getting close to a walk, that's too much. And so I just think that we should all acknowledge here and now that, like, hey, if it's happened twice in this round, things need to change. We need to slow down. The position needs to change. Something needs to happen here. There is a problem. There is a problem that needs to be addressed. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that, here's what I'm trying to say. In a round, if because of my fault or my opponent's fault that is a male, I knee him in the balls, it actually hurts both of us. I actually am feeling some, I mean, it's light, but some physical pain talking about this. And guys are in their cars shaking their head. The problem is this episode came out on Thanksgiving. For whatever reason, this is the first time you decided to listen to an episode of the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show with your family. You threw it up on the TV on YouTube. You're like, I always listen on Spotify, and I've given a 5-star review there, so might as well throw it up on YouTube for everybody. Throw it up on the old Roku for everybody, and Josh will make my family go with his cheery PG humor. He'll just make my family laugh on Thanksgiving, and it's going to be great, and then everyone's going to start doing jiu-jitsu. And instead, he lectured us about kneeing each other in the balls. It's a wild world we live in. And we're back with one more clip for you guys, and this is my favorite clip, I think a lot of people's favorite clip from the whole year. And it was really early in the year, so maybe people forgot that it was even this year. But this is almost everybody's favorite guest. You have to understand, on the podcast, I'm 32 years old. I'll be 32 in February. And when I look at the podcast statistics, it looks as though about 20% of the people who listen are younger than me, meaning 80% of the people who listen to the show are older than me. And so I know one of the most valuable old man jiu-jitsu perspectives that I have is Steve McKinney, my dad. He's been doing jiu-jitsu for 17 years like I have. He started at 48 though, and has been training through that and learned how to get good at jiu-jitsu at an old age. And so he has so many valuable nuggets. Of course, he is going to be one of the main coaches, one of the keynote speakers at the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show experience. So if you have not gotten your tickets for that, man, he's going to be teaching a jiu-jitsu seminar on how to roll like an old guy, and he's going to be teaching a strength and conditioning seminar on how to lift weights for old guys to be able to stay on the mat and be healthy. And those will, of course, be included in the I Suck at Jiu-Jitsu Show experience link in the description. But without further ado, let's finish off with, for me, the best clip, the fact that I get to hang out with my dad for a couple hours and chat with him, and that you guys care and you guys listen, is such a cool thing for me. My dad's one of my best friends and has been for such a long time. And I just think that, I just think that this is the perfect way to end this episode. We'll let Steve close it out for us. I hope you guys enjoyed these compilations. Hope you let me know what was your favorite clip from maybe this episode, or let me know what's your favorite clip from the whole series in 2025. What did you like? What episode did you like? Let me know in the comments. I would love to hear from you guys. But besides that, I hope that this compilation helped you guys suck just a little bit less at jiu-jitsu. Let's turn it over to Steve to finish us out. With the intention, with the care about you, that you would fix it, right?
Make it fixable.
And most people, either way, an insult or criticism is just the same to them, and they can't handle it, right? And you get this physical criticism in jiu-jitsu where you get beat up and you go, oh, wow, maybe I should adjust. And that, when people say like, oh, jiu-jitsu makes you more humble, or jiu-jitsu does this, it changes people. It's you doing something dumb, it getting corrected, and then you going, hey, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to cry in my car. I'm going to adjust, and I'm going to fix this, and I'm going to change that. And you do that ideally a lot. And that is when people have that thought of like, jiu-jitsu does change you. I think that's where it comes from, is that you're constantly being quote unquote criticized with how you're acting. But most of the time it's not even verbal. Most of the time it's how it is, you know?
Yeah, I remember going as a white belt going really hard with someone, and it was like, hey man, calm down. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was going that hard, you know? So I try to be super aware of that. Do you remember when the guy came in from out of town and messed Viv up? Remember that one?
Oh yeah, we beat
everyone torched that guy.
Yeah, you don't, whatever you do.
Because he's a new white belt, and
you don't beat up somebody who is quote unquote powerless that everyone likes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, you'll die for that.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't, it's not a good call.
I got
you
it.
know?
Yep.
Let's go next listener question. Any tips to keep your kids in jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, make it fun. Make it, that's the one thing I've seen over and over and over, that people take this stuff, parents take it so seriously. And you just got to make it fun, not make it a win-loss thing, especially when they're young, because it's going to benefit them in the long run. So I just think that's the big thing. And it's so hard as a parent. It's very natural to be competitive. You know, you want them to do well. And my thing is, like, you don't get to coach kids on the sideline unless you're training. That is like I don't like that stuff. There's certain things I don't like when people come to class and they don't pay attention. Like, dude, you put the work in here, and you're trying to teach people stuff. And so I think it's not coaching them in a wrong way. Just like, hey, you lost, no big deal, man. Let's have an ice cream or whatever. That way we can have you food addiction. You can come to the gym when you're older for personal training.
Perfect. So it goes full circle.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's really important. And of course, you want them to do well. You don't want to just say, hey, go in and lose. I think it was Helio who said to, maybe it was Hoyler, he goes, hey, do you want to compete? He's like, oh, I don't know exactly the framework, but I'm scared. He goes, I'll give you $10, win or lose. Doesn't matter. And so that was his motivation. That could be an inaccurate story, but it was something like that. But it was just like, hey, just get out there, try it, have fun, see what happens. And I think that's really important. But I've seen a lot of kids quit because of the pressure that their parents put on them. It's like, oh man, that's just unfortunate.
And it's not just jiu-jitsu,
no, it's in every sport. You see it all the time.
It is. And there is also
kicking and screaming is a great.
It's the best movie ever. It really is. Kicking and Screaming with Will Ferrell. That
Juice box boy. Juice box boy. Give
me
juice.
You're the juice box boy. I quote that movie all the time. Anytime I get a dumb question at the gym, and to be fair, my rating system of dumb question is brutal. You can pretty much ask nothing. It's not a fun environment. You shouldn't train here.
It is terrible.
There's the point in the movie where one of the dads does something and Will Ferrell looks at him and he goes, you know what? Take a lap. And he goes, what? And he goes, I'm serious. Take a lap. And then the dude's running, and he's like an out of shape dad. He's running as fast as he can. And he's like, I'm timing you faster. And so anytime somebody asks me something dumb at the gym, I'll be like, you know what?
Take a lap.
Take a lap. It's snowing outside. Get out there. Take a lap, dude. What are you doing?
But yeah, I think that's the key. It's just making this whole thing fun. Even now, still making it fun. Sean always talks smack to
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Hey, old man, always, doing that and always want to roll, So, but we have fun with it,
And that's a perfect example. Sean's a guy that we've trained with when Kyle moved and we were brand new purple belts and we were in our training in our garage. Sean was one of the guys that was training with us and, has been our friend. I mean, since before that, but more since then. And, he was out for a while. And then when he came back, as silly as this sounds, as cheesy as this sounds, it made my heart smile. We were sitting on the side and we were talking. It was his first night back. And he was we were just going back and forth, like, what's life like? What's, this like? What's that like? And he goes, you still doing personal training? I'm like, nah, dude, I haven't personal training like 4 or 5 years. And he goes, really? He goes, do you remember? Like, we would get done training and you would have to like go in and go to bed because you would get up at 4 the next day and start personal training. And I'm like, man, it's obviously, yes, I remember that, but it's just not something that I had even thought of. And it just kind of for a second put me back to that place. And even though I was trying so hard to be a good adult jiu-jitsu competitor at the time, fun was still the primary focus. We were still just having fun, and it was like, we always talk about how our garage would be way too hot in the summer. It'd be like 110 degrees in the summer. And
it would be frozen in the winter. The mats would be concrete because it's so cold.
Yeah, it was like we finally started to keep heaters in there when Huff's toe. Never mind. Just that the people that got to be there, we always reference it as this sacred, amazing place. And then the people that they called the Blue Room, the place that we opened our first gym, which was an apartment.
The Green Room.
The Blue Room. No, the next place.
Oh, yes.
Saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And so, the BJJ Garage is what we called.
Yeah.
The Jiu-Jitsu Garage is what we called the Jiu-Jitsu Garage. Then when we moved to an actual place, actually had a business, we rented an apartment and knocked out the walls. And that was where we start to do jiu-jitsu. And people will talk about the Blue Room. Not just our guys. Like, people will, because we had these big open mats where people would come in. And people will be like, man, remember that place? That was so fun. That was so cool. And it was horrible. It was 700 square feet of mat in about an 800 square foot room. And then, like, people were rolling on the carpet on the other, those 50 square feet of bonuses on each side. And it was too hot. The ceilings were low. We would have 30 people on those mats. You'd be stepping on people's faces. But it was so much fun.
Man, gym memories. Yeah, I remember when I was young, we'd go to the gym and squat every Friday at 11 o'clock. Mark Perkins, John Burns, there was a group of us that squatted, and I would listen to ZZ Top Tush on the way every Friday going to Spartan Health Spa.
All right.
Yeah.
And then
what would you memories?
What would you eat after?
Oh, Panteras and chocolate milk, man.
Panteras and chocolate milk.
Because you're trying to gain weight.
I knew that was what it was.
Perk could drink a gallon of chocolate milk and eat a whole Panteras. He was 330 though, 340.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And what's cool too, though, is you're friends with those guys still.
Yeah.
You form, and it's not like you guys are deadlifting on Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
You form friendships in any athletic, I think.
Because you're going to war together in one way or another, and that brings people together.
And it's like Chewy always references it as shared suffering. He's like, we suffered together, and it builds a bond.
It does. And even sharing the match with someone, an opponent, man, that's a time, that's a space, So it's interesting.
Yeah, you say that. I just the thought that popped into my head when you said that is like, for me, and I don't think I've even said anything about this person, so I'm just gonna lean into it. Screw it. But for me, seeing what happened with Andrew Wiltsey over the last few months affected me, I think, more than most people. And I think it has more to do with For context for people that don't know, Wiltsy had a very public mental health breakdown that was just really, really hard to watch. It was on social media a lot. But also for me, I've known Andrew, first time I trained with him, he was a white belt. I was a purple belt. And I mean, he was incredible back then as a white belt. And then, they Daisy Fresh like 90 minutes from us, not far. And there were times at each belt I would go up there and I would train with him. And then he was always like a belt behind me. We're always the same size. And there was always, you're going to have, in our area, you're always going to have the comparison. How do you think you would do if you competed with Wiltsy? How is this going to be if you compete with Wiltsy? And that was like always the question. And so I knew there's a stopping point when it comes to belts. I knew at black belt that the match was going to happen. And they, when they were doing the Fuji World Pros, Brian and Micheal sent me a text and said, hey, he said, do you want to be the main event on this next Fuji World Pro? And I said, is it against Wiltsy? And he said, of course it is. Wow. And I said, yeah, of course. And he triangled me. And, I've referenced that before. I've referenced how crazy good he felt. It's probably in our messenger somewhere, but me and Heath even talked about it the next day. And I was like, Heath, your boy's incredible.
His transitions were just unbelievable. And his attacks.
Unbelievable. And, but having that comparison so much, like there is this level of like, we were always competitors against each other. We're never on a team together, anything like that. And it's just, there's something about just coming up together and being some of the only guys in the Midwest at that time that are even coming up and that are trying to compete at the big tournaments. And yeah, there was just something about seeing it. As actually, like for me, that was when I deleted Facebooks, when I deleted Instagram.
Couldn't watch that stuff anymore.
I couldn't see it anymore.
I get it. I can't watch that. There are people who post things and I can see the mental illness. I can't watch it. I just cannot do it.
And here's the thing. If you really look at the top of your feed when you go on Instagram, and I challenge anyone to do this, and you go 5 posts, there's no way you don't see some mental health problem, some body dysmorphia problem where you're editing your picture, some I need to fake what my life is where I am doing this.
Social media is horrible.
Well, and that's my point is everybody knows about the Wiltsy thing. And the reason is because that is what social media is for. Social media is for that. And my proof is it's always at the top of your feed. You could not avoid that stuff. Even though it was heartbreaking to watch, you could not avoid it.
Because that's what the algorithm did, right?
And that's unless you delete.
Wiltsy was honestly cool.
I never had any negative experience. I mean, besides when he triangled me, I never had any negative experience with him at all.
He was always
Bird the same.
They always spoke well of you. They were just
and that was always was kind to me. And yeah, I just
I feel you. I hate that. Yeah.
And but yeah, that is random note. Maybe let's move on. So we went tips to keep your kids in jiu-jitsu. Okay, I thought this was funny. Is Steve the toughest pastor in the world?
No, there's other guys. Adam Miller. I just bought one of his instructionals. He's probably 50.
Adam Miller, was he a fighter?
No, he's a jiu-jitsu guy. I think he's under Jeff Curran or Pedro Sawyer. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah. So Jeff Curran, is he a Chicago guy?
They're located in Kentucky I think they're in the area of Scott Smith there. I think that's where they are.
Are they all in Louisville? Is that
I'm thinking. I'm not sure, but he's a pastor, and I'm sure he's 50 years old, somewhere around there. So, no, I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't even claim that, So, but I'd fight any pastor.
I know you would.
Yeah,
I know you would.
To the death, because we're all going to the same place anyway.
Yeah, you know what? That's the beauty of salvation. Winner lives, loser lives forever. Have you ever gotten to jiu-jitsu a churchgoer?
More than once, bro. You mean in it?
Well, yeah, that's true. You've invited a lot of churchgoers to jiu-jitsu and beaten them up. That's
not
normal.
necessarily beat them up.
But yeah, in a real life situation.
I almost got in a fight in church one time because some guy said I did communion wrong. Do you remember that?
No, remember that? I don't remember that.
So this guy he just came to church. He was obviously off, claimed that he goes, I used to be bipolar or something. I don't remember what the word was.
I used to be bipolar, but now I'm just polar. Now I'm good.
But he obviously was off, but, still you get that a lot. But anyway, I did communion and he said I did something wrong. And I'm like, okay, noted, no big deal. And I walked away and he reached out and grabbed me by the arm and spun me back.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's when you hit that arm wrench, dude, that Orlando Sanchez on Sean Strickland arm wrench.
I actually reacted to that.
Yeah.
And
when was this? How long ago was this?
Probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago.
Really?
There was a security guard near us, one of our guys from church, and he totally panicked.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I got
ready to go.
Yeah, because I just pointed in his face and said, hey, don't ever put your hands on me again. Because he kind of violently grabbed me. And so, yeah, but I didn't think about it. It was just my natural reaction, because I actually did think about it because when he did it, I was
ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go just naturally. And so the security guy I'm like, oh man, it's good, So yeah, so I almost did,
Oh, that would have been awesome. That story would have been way better.
I've been threatened on multiple occasions, So yeah, it's a crazy situation.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think that, but it's a very interesting job. One of my buddies told me, he said that the most betrayed profession is psychiatrists. And I think what he said was they get betrayed 7 times in a lifetime. And he said, and this guy was a pastor, he said pastors get betrayed 7 times per year. And so I thought, wow, that's really interesting. I started going through that. I'm like, wow, that's crazy because the expectation is really, really high and the support is not very high. You know what I'm saying? People expect, you're kind of, in a sense, kind of standing in the gap between people and the Lord. And so they expect a lot out of you.
And you're just a guy.
You're just a broken, messed up person, just like everyone else. So just doing the best you can.
So parallels between being a pastor and a jiu-jitsu coach. That was another one of the listener questions.
I think there are parallels. My pastoring is more teaching and jiu-jitsu coaching. To me, everything that I think about has a framework in it, pastoring and teaching. And I think that the jiu-jitsu Jesus parallel is real and it's very cool because to me, it's jiu-jitsu is exercise to me, but it's also mental health, helps my brain. So I combine those two together. Like I said earlier, I start my day with my quiet time, calms my brain. My jiu-jitsu is for my mental health, but I have a lot of guys that go to our gym now that come to church. Actually, they came to Maddie's dedication and they have still showed up there. So we have a lot of people who go to church. A lot of, Watson Jr., Adam Crutchfield, there's this group of them and you're in that group too, where we read the Bible together each day and we're all in that thing. So there's just there's just a lot of parallels. There's a great opportunity to, I think that with me in sharing my faith, I don't do that aggressively. There's a quote, I think I'm going to use it this weekend, the quote is, you don't have to necessarily tell people you're a Christian, but they shouldn't be surprised when they find out. And so I think that your lifestyle is going to reflect that a lot. Your lifestyle creates questions for people, hey, how do you handle that situation? Or why Why are you different in that situation? So I don't know. I don't know if that really answers the question.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it's in Matthew McConaughey's book. He talks about he saw his friends. They had an ichthys on their car, like the Jesus fish on their car, and that the history of that is that is how Christians used to define themselves. That was a signal to show other Christians, was the secret message. The ichthys.
They would meet. They would have a meeting based on that. Yeah.
And so he said, Dad, why don't we put one of these stickers on our car? And he said something along the lines of, you should, your action should show what you believe, not your car.
Yeah.
And I think that is, in that same thing, because that's, let's talk bad about Christians for a second.
Well,
most Christians that you hear from, that people know, they generally have a bad experience when they go like, oh, this person told me about God. I don't want that. I don't want what this person has, and you have most people that don't believe you talk to, and they have experiences that are like that. And I think that my biggest parallel that you would see between jiu-jitsu gyms and churches is that they are both communities filled with very, very, very broken people. And most of the time, we're only good at seeing how broken everyone else is. And you see that, you hear most problems in your jiu-jitsu school, a lot of them come from that. I was talking to Mark Rosencutter about the Avandro and Hinner debate that they had.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that as well.
And so he was like one of the only guys I knew that had listened to it. But his perspective, like, what's your perspective, Mark? And he goes, it seems to me, he's like, I get when people are saying like, oh, he's just a disgruntled employee. He said, it seems to me like he seeked these guys out, expecting them to be perfect. And when they were human, it ruined everything for him. And I'm like, yeah, it's a
great insight.
And you see that.
Yeah, your heroes should be dead. That way they can't disappoint you.
Yeah, and then they find out that they own slaves, and then you're like, darn, that guy's gone too, And so, that is the, and we all, I'm never going to get on the podcast and be like, hey guys, here are all the places that I'm broken, and this is all the places that I fail. But there's a bunch of them, we could have a whole podcast on it.
Me too. That's the point, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think that is.
So, yeah. Couple of thoughts with that. So going back to what we said earlier, there was a story, I think it was Augustus, I'm not really sure, but it was a church father. And he told this kid, he had a mentor, the kid was his protege, young man. He says, hey, we're going to go preach the gospel. And so they set out in the morning and they went and they fed the homeless. They helped people do different things, old people who needed help in these particular things. When they got to the end of the day, the kid said, hey, I thought we were going to preach the gospel. And he goes, yeah, we did. The whole idea is to preach the gospel, but use words when necessary. And so I think it goes back to that action thing. But going back to, here's the thing about Christianity, you're going to see a lot of different things, like the Rogan thing with Wes Huff was good, and biblical archaeology and things like that, right? And by the way, people, there's so many people who really want Rogan to become a Christian.
Oh, yeah.
They're just, and they keep saying, oh, if we get this guy and we get this guy. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. He's been presented the information, and now it's his choice. That's really what it comes. You're not going to convince a guy intellectually more than he's been. He's had the best guys in the world on that, and he's a smart guy, and he gets to make his decision. That's, but it's not like you're going to intellectually win this argument.
Outsmart him into Christianity.
It's not going to happen. It doesn't work like that. And so I just find it, I thought that was really interesting, though, on that. But what you said earlier, I'll give you a version, gospel story, like how the gospel works, Christian worldview, at least the way that I explained it. So, and Wes Huff and Rogan were talking about this. They were saying, okay, in the beginning, there's a creator. So they accepted that fact, okay? And this creator brings this creation into existence. And I think there are two options from there. And the options are either something came from nothing, or something outside of time and space as we know it brought time and space into existence. So someone in another dimension. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So in the beginning, God is kind of how it starts, right? And so God creates, and he said, oh, this is good. And then he says, oh, this is very good. And he creates man in the middle of that. And he tells man, listen, he wanted a family. I want a relationship. It's not that he needed it. This is just what he wanted in the middle of that, okay? So then he says to man, he goes, okay, I'm going to give you a helpmate, because just talks about companionship and how important that is. But he said, I want you not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And some people say it's apple, whatever. Mm-hmm. Because if you do, you will surely die. Why did he do that? Well, the reason is because you cannot create, if you want to have a relationship, a loving relationship, you have to create choices. You can't just create robots to say, love me. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So the choice is, if you want to follow me, you can follow me. But if you want to go on your own, you go on your own. That's all that choice was. It's autonomy. So he eats, his wife eats, and then they blame each other, blah, blah, blah. Well, they didn't die physically, they died spiritually. And here's what I mean by that. There was this connection to God. We all have an innate sense of a need for a spiritual connection. We all have that. You hear people talk about meditation and things like that. It's just it's a metaphysical kind of thing, okay? So he dies spiritually. They had this connection where they walked in the garden together. And even then, Adam was given work to do to tend to the garden, okay? So anyway, he dies spiritually, which means the spiritual connection to God was broken because of sin. Make sense? Mm-hmm. And so we're all born in what's called Adam. We're born in Adam, meaning we are born separated from God. And then we are born again, you hear born again Christians, in Christ. We're born again in Jesus. And so Jesus says, hey, I have come to give you life and give it to you to the fullest. That's what he's talking about. He's saying he's given you life, eternal life. It starts eternal life doesn't start in eternity. It starts now based on a decision. But let me go back. So the rest of the Bible after that fall of man is designed to point to Jesus to being the redemptive person in the middle of that. And so then when you become a Christian, you become alive again to God. And that's all Christianity is, okay? You're alive again to God. Then we have a job as Christians, and the job is to renew our mind. Now, the problem, and Wes Huff said this in the Rogan podcast, Jesus is against moralism. Christianity is not moralism. That's the problem. People think it's moralism. No, it's not. Christianity is a belief in Christ alone. Mm-hmm. Will it create moralism? Of course. But it doesn't always do that, because you have to do the work. In Romans, it talks about this. We're to renew our minds. We renew our minds with the Word of God. Mm-hmm. And that way we begin to think the things that God thinks and line our hearts up with God. And that's where Christian maturity comes from. That maturity will then bring in a moralistic behavior, or you'll look at life differently. Does that make sense?
So what you're saying is the moral response that would actually matter, that would actually be sustainable, comes second.
Correct. Yeah.
It's not.
But it doesn't always even come for some people. Mm-hmm. They can be a Christian and still be messed up, and that's the problem. And the problem I see also is Christians think that non-Christians should act like Christians. Like, bro, that's not how it works. Mm-hmm. And that's where you get the negative, I think. What you get, you got to, and I think a lot of it comes from insecure Christians who are not, super grounded in their faith. And so they feel like if they can bring you in, that's going to make their faith better. You know what I'm saying? And so I think, and obviously I'm being a little more critical. Now, don't get me wrong. There are wonderful people that, like, I always say as a church leader, 98% of your people are great. Mm-hmm. The 2% are neurotic. You just got to figure out which 2%. And then every 100, it grows from 2 to 4 to, 6 or whatever. And so trying to balance that out. And those are the people that suck the life out of you, fortunately.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, you see that it's in human nature is... we were talking about this yesterday at the gym. We're talking about people on social media who hate themselves. How it tends to look is those are the people that will attack everybody else and say, this is what you're doing wrong. And it's a way to avoid saying what I'm doing wrong and changing it, you know? But if I'm doing this one thing right, this is what I do right, you should be doing this, right? It's like, dude, you're doing 10 things wrong, right? And you see that in jiu-jitsu, you see that on social media, you see that in the faith all the time of, well, this is where you're wrong. And all of it does come back to knowing that, oh, I'm wrong. I'm broken. I'm the one. So why try, you know, the verse is, why remove the speck from your brother's eye when you have a log in yours? And it is that idea of like, remove the log from your eye so you can see clearly. And you will spend your whole life trying to remove the log from your eye, and you'll stop focusing on where everyone else is a failure, where everyone else is evil.
Self-righteousness is one heck of a drug. And it's the only problem that people have that they don't know that they have it. And so it's just so easy to, you know, think you're better than other people because of these particular things. So it's interesting. I was thinking about Wes Huff and that, you know, just the conversation and how he defends the Bible. It was just interesting. And I think, you know, over the years I've used that, you know, how do you know the Bible's true? Manuscript evidence, archaeological evidence, prophecy, and statistical probability. And so, look, if, you know, you're looking at 40 different authors, 1,600 years, but one common theme, and that's the redemption of man. It's just interesting on how that all of that stuff plays out. So.
Tell me about the Gospel of Fitness.
Gospel of Fitness. Okay, so it is my life story, basically. Mom was reading it, and I'm like, oh, you're reading my book, you know, because she doesn't read that stuff, you know. I go, what do you think? She goes, it's really good. I'm like, oh.
When you told me that, I fell out of my chair.
I know.
I was like, this is going to be big, man.
So, yeah, no, it's actually, it's kind of, here's what it is. Like in my personal training business, I have a system that I use, and you know, I have a lot of ideas behind it, and the best way to maintain longevity and age gracefully, and all those types of things. And I also, though, kind of like what we do here, just talking about my faith a lot. I don't bring that up, but people ask me. They know I'm a pastor, so we talk about that. So it's really my 3W approach to fitness: weight training, walking, watch your diet, and then the nuances that go in the middle of that. And so over the years, I've just figured out what works for people and how not to be in the gym every single day, but still get great results and then remain healthy, so that when you do get to be 60, you can still train with your grandsons. You know, you can still play with your grandsons. It's hugely important. What are the last 10, 20 years of your life going to look like? That's really important. Most people, they get to about 50. If they don't do anything, they get to about 50, and they're fine. Then it starts falling apart.
And it falls apart fast.
It falls apart really fast. And the problem is, and I've said this before, one guy said this, he said, you spend the first 50 years of your life gaining wealth and neglecting your health, and the last years of your life spending your wealth to try to regain your health. And I just want people to balance that out. I think that's really important. Both of my parents died at 49. And so, like, man, I was too young, and they had a terrible lifestyle. So that motivated me to like, look at this. And I always love the fitness thing. So it's actually a really good book. I really like it. I'm really proud of it. And I have a copy of it, a copy that we're going through right in front of me. But I get my last copy today. I just posted for the first time. It will be out on the 31st of January. I need everybody to buy it on the 31st.
On the 31st.
Yes. So we need, and I'll post on that, but we need people to buy it on that day. Because it'll drive me to the top of Amazon. It's weird. There's a lot of work that goes along with it behind the scenes, but I think it's going to be great. I have a book tour set in Florida. Another guy said possibly North Carolina. So I have a lot of fun stuff coming up, a few shows to be on. So I'm excited about it.
And I think just like with anything, it's once the ball starts rolling, I think it'll really start rolling with it.
I think so too.
I know, you know, I've seen you working on it for such a long time.
Yeah.
And obviously working on the method for 40 years, but
still refine it. Still refining it.
But getting to put it on paper and to have an actual publisher publish a book.
Crazy. It did. And honestly, I wasn't searching for it. It actually came to me. That's why I know I'm supposed to do it. I know this is what I'm supposed to do. It's one of those things where all this stuff started coming together without me trying. I'm like, okay, I'm in. I'm going to do it. So
at 63, though, even if you know you're supposed to do something, it's so different. Why still have the ferocity and the commitment to do it?
You got to live your passion, bro. You got to live what's in your heart. You know, you die when you stop living what's in your heart. You got to stay in it. You got to find the things that you find joy in, and that's how you live your life. Because when people feel that passion and that joy, it's going to change their life. I love helping other people. I just love doing that. It's just fun to me. And I think I also love to correct error, and there's so much error in the area of fitness. It's just crazy to me. Mm-hmm. It's criminal. The stuff that I see is absolutely criminal. Mm-hmm. And so, but I don't focus on that. I only focus on the positive. I take that negative, it motivates me. I'm like, oh, that's not what I'm doing. We're going to go in this direction. So that's kind of how I control that, or how I do that.
What if somebody wakes up tomorrow morning because they have the reminder set on their phone like we told them to, and they get on Amazon, they buy the Gospel of Fitness? What result?
And then they give us a review.
And then they give us a 5-star review. They comment for the YouTube algorithm, so this podcast episode blows up. They do everything right because they care. And they're not bad people. And they don't want to spend eternity in hell. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
What a bad joke.
You should cut that out.
What a bad joke. But for those people that buy that, what result could they?
Well, the title, the subtitle, it's a rational approach to aging gracefully, how to lose up to 20 pounds and gain strength in 8 weeks. If you need to lose 20 pounds, there's a way to do that. So, but yeah, you're going to get stronger. You're going to feel better. You're going to save your joints. You're going to train your muscles and not hurt your joints. And that's really what it comes down to.
As I age, tell me why strength matters.
Because every single year after the age of 35, you begin to decline and lose your strength. And that is, it just, you lose every single, even now, obviously I've lost a lot of strength. I'm still strong for my age, but I'm not 30 strong. I'm not 40 strong. I'm not 50 strong. You know what I'm saying? You will age. So the point is, that is the number one thing for aging is the loss of muscle. The number one thing. There's a study I just read that type 2 diabetes increases mortality by 50%, high blood pressure by 20, high cholesterol by 10, blah, blah, blah. Building strength increases your longevity by 250%, and increasing your cardiovascular capacity increases longevity by 400%. So basically, getting stronger and being able to maintain your pace for a period of time is going to create some longevity for you.
And it's simply practical for your life.
Yeah.
Being able to walk up the stairs, being able to pick up your grandchild.
Exactly.
Those things matter so much. But I think that's where we'll leave this one, man.
Perfect.
I don't think there's anything to add.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So that's awesome.
Thank you for being on the show.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, Josh.